We can have different levels of confidence there. Do you want me to call you Christian, or what do you want me to call you?
It's up to you. Up to you.
I mean, it's not up to me. It's your name. Like, what do you want me to call you?
It's up to you, bro.
All right. So up to you. We can find like different levels of confidence based on what we have for people. And archaeology would be like one of the highest levels of confidence. Maybe something that they owned, something that we can date physically.
Yeah. So for
That kind of
example,
thing.
if how do you attest in history attestment? How does it work?
What?
How does history attestment works?
Attestment works? Like how can
History
we
attest you
like give me an
history
example of what you're
attestment. How does it work?
give me an example of what you're talking about.
So for example, if you find something on the ground, right? For example, a coin.
Okay, a coin. Okay.
How do you know it's belonged to someone?
That it belonged to somebody?
Yeah, that someone is created this coin, and that someone could be like, for
Well, coins don't
example.
happen naturally, so we know that somebody created it.
So how do you know when it's created?
When it's created? Yeah, so you can even you can just look on the coin itself, and you can see if it has a date on it. That would help. If it has a
Okay.
person's face on it, then it couldn't be made
Okay.
prior to that person existing or prior to that person being talked about. Another thing is to possibly look at other coins that would be made like it to see if you might be able to, at the very least, paleographically date it. You could also carbon date it. There's different ways that you can try to figure out how that coin was
Well, you
minted
don't.
or
You
when
still
it
don't
shows up.
know. You still don't know who face that is, right?
I, I mean, you're suggesting that there's a face on it. Okay, like
Well, as an
what's
example,
your
just an
point?
example. For example, how do you know?
How does this get us to
Uh,
Jesus or Paul? Because neither one of them are on
yeah, I will
coins
go there.
during
I
their
will go there. I
lifetime.
will go.
But go
See,
ahead.
you want to go to history, right?
I mean, the history of Jesus and Paul. You're kind of taking me on a 5 mile hike, and it sounds like you're
No,
just
it's
going to show
not.
me a dog turd
I will go there. I will go there. So, for example, how do you know Alexander the Great exists?
because of the Babylonian astronomical diary that mentions him, and it was written during his lifetime.
You said it's written in his lifetime.
Yes, the Babylonian
Show me.
astronomical diary.
Show me.
Show you what?
Show me the proof. You can claim
That what?
something that this written in his lifetime.
All right. Is the Babylonian astronomical diary written during the lifetime of Alex the Great? Here we go. And the answer is. Oh, let me go ahead and bring up this thing. Yes. Specific Babylonian astronomical diaries were written contemporaneously to record events during the lifetime of Alexander the Great, including a famous cuneiform tablet that records the exact day of his death in June 323 BC.
It
There you
is.
go. Anything else?
Where is it written? Where is it written?
On the Babylonian astronomical diary, a specific cuneiform tablet. Anything else?
And when is it dated?
To 323 BC.
Okay,
Anything else?
but when was the first written book, scripture, or book about Alexander the Great?
This would be in 323.
Okay, so
Anything else?
there's a method. There's a method to attest if this is true, right, or not, right?
Yeah, we can date the
So how
tablet
do we
because we
know?
carbon date it.
So how does it call this method?
Carbon dating or just reading the fucking tablet because it tells you that certain events are going on.
Do you ever heard about historical attestment?
What?
Historical attestment.
That's a concept. Like what do you mean? I've
Yeah,
heard of the concept. What are you talking about?
What kind of concept is that?
Please explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a question, bro.
Okay, like I've heard of historical attestment, like certain things
So
attest to
how do
other
you
things. Like
attest?
what do you?
How
How
do
do
you
you
attest
test? Is that what you said?
something?
I just said.
So how do you attest? It is something is written about Alexander the Great? It is from Alexander the Great.
It's not from Alexander the Great.
It is scientific method to see something is written, something is found, is from Alexander the Great. So how do you attest
It's
that?
not from Alexander the Great.
It's about Alexander the Great, right?
Yeah.
So how do you historical attest that?
I told you already. I answered this question. Move on to your next point.
Bro, there's a method that's called
Sweet.
historical attestation. What is that?
I already answered your question. I told you how they attest to this being written during the time of Alexander the Great. Please move to your next point, because you didn't even know about it. I've already explained the answer. The only reason you keep asking the question is because you didn't know about something, and so you got into a corner and you got trapped, and you're like, "Oh shit, where do I go?" Because you thought the
No,
first thing.
I
Listen.
know where I'm going.
The
I know where I'm
first,
going.
the first thing.
I know where I am going. How do you know?
Listen.
So you assume I don't know anything, right?
No, that's not what I assume. I assume you know nothing about the Babylonian astronomical diary. Did you know what it was prior to me mentioning it to you? You can talk. I think don't mute him. Don't mute him. It's fine. It's okay. He wasn't having too much of an issue there. But yeah, unmute there. I sent you an invite to unmute there, buddy. Gotta click the little
So
microphone.
what are you doing?
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Why are you muting?
It was a mod that muted you because you were talking over me. All right, I asked you a question. Did you know? I
was explaining myself. I was explaining.
I understand. It wasn't me that muted you, but again, answer the question. Did you know about the Babylonian astronomical diary? Okay. That means that you must have assumed that we didn't have any information on Alexander the Great until later. I know
I'm not assuming anything.
Yes. The reason you
I just want to know.
Cool. The reason you brought up Alex.
No,
listen,
wait.
Listen, okay.
I just want to know.
At this point now, I'm going to have to mute you here if you're just going to keep talking.
I just want to know.
Okay, cool. The reason you brought up Alexander the Great is because of the fact that you thought we didn't have information on him until much later. That is the reason why. That is the specific reason why. I know your argument. I know it better than you do. I also know the answer to it, which very clearly you didn't know the answer to it, and that is the Babylonian astronomical diary is a contemporary evidence. You don't even know what historical attestament is, bro. Sweet. So please move to your next point.
Yeah,
So how do you get to Jesus or Paul existing?
Why you keep muting me, bro?
I'm not muting you right now. You're unmuted. Please explain Jesus and Paul's existence.
Okay, historical attestament. So the earliest the source of the event, written about someone, for example, in this case, what do you say, a biblical record about Alexander the Great, right? The earlier, how early it is more truth, right? The second.
Not necessarily, but okay.
Wait, I'm not done.
You literally asked the question right, and like you asked for my approval there. I would say that no, not necessarily, but okay.
You only want to make your point, or do you want to listen to me as well?
No, you asked me a question, and I just confirmed that that's not necessarily the truth. But sure, keep going. What do you have for Jesus or Paul,
bro? So you agree with me? Do you agree with me? The earlier the source written about the event, the closer that make it true, right? Well, that's
okay. You're asking me a question, so let me answer it. And the answer is it makes it better. It doesn't automatically make it true, but it makes it better. Yes.
So the part that we just found about the written about Alexander the Great, it is because it is close to Alexander the Great, right?
Because it's written during the same time, contemporaneously.
Exactly.
Yes. Right. Yes.
So
that helps.
The second one is who wrote it, right?
Okay.
So was the author an eyewitness or someone that knew eyewitness?
They would.
Can you agree with that?
I mean, sure. The author, from what we can tell, is not an eyewitness necessarily, but maybe. I mean, they don't say that they're an eyewitness.
Or, like I said, it's an eyewitness or someone who knew the eyewitness.
Sure.
Okay. And 3, is there any multiple independent sources?
For Alexander, yes. There's also administrative texts that talk about him, yeah. Also, we have fragments from his...
bro, listen to me. I'm talking about how historical attestment works.
Oh, you're just saying it. You're not asking for Alexander.
No,
okay.
So
okay. Well, it sounded like you were asking a question.
You can go to my points, right?
Yeah.
And then...
So really fast. You had really fast, just to recap.
Bro.
Okay, we're just recapping, just to make sure. Number 1, you said contemporary. Number 2... did he leave? Oh, okay. All right. Number 1, he said contemporary. Number 2, he said like eyewitnesses. And then number 3, he said multiple attestation. Like, you can come back up, dude. Like, I was just recapping what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure that I wrote it down. Multiple attestation. I guess he just ran. Okay. Like, I was literally just writing down here on my notepad what you were saying so that we could make sure that we could go over them whenever you got to Jesus or Paul. Because you never really truly got to your evidence for Jesus or Paul, which was kind of pathetic. But, I mean, we could talk about it if you request it back up. All right. Well, I guess it's just kind of how it goes. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Really fast, to anybody who is watching, yeah, we don't have contemporary sources for Jesus or for Paul. We just don't. Like, we don't. No one says, no one who mentions them was alive during their time. We also don't have any eyewitnesses to literally either of them. We don't have anybody who was writing who said, I was around when Jesus was around. Nope. No author ever says, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry. Then finally, multiple attestation. That's kind of a weird thing. I mean, it's a weird argument, if that makes sense, because ultimately the problem with multiple attestation is that you've got to pick what you feel like actually meets the requirement for attestation. So in other words, does it mean anything? Like, if Christians 100 to 200 years after Jesus' supposed death are talking about Jesus and it's multiple Christians, is that multiple attestation? If there's somebody today who talks about Jesus, is that multiple attestation? Is it multiple attestation just simply if, like, somebody inside Christianity and outside Christianity? Is that what you're talking about? So ultimately, we do not have contemporary evidence for these people, and we don't have eyewitnesses to these people. So the attestation part is really hard to define in a way that's going to make a lot of sense. All right. Heady artist, can I get your age for TikTok purposes here?
47.
47. I don't believe you, but I'll put it down. 47. And lastly, Reggie Watts, is he cool?
He's pretty cool. He's I got to, when I met him in person, it was just kind of a cool little, like, I looked over and was like, holy shit, is that Reggie Watts? I think it is. And I just kind of meandered my way and inserted myself in the conversation, and yeah, he's been really.
Anyways.
Anyway, yeah. He was doing some research this morning, and what was it? Oh, we like to date Marcion a 144. That's it's a pretty
roughly
concrete date. Yeah. Well, one thing I thought of is we take we realize that Eusebius and Irenaeus, Tertullian, they like to post-date their apostles or push them back in history is what I'd say.
Right.
The Papias, but why do we take their word for when something against them happened? Why would they not push that date forward? So, like, from what I understand, the chronology, Tertullian said, 115 years after, so-and-so, I can't remember which one it was, that, Marcion came to Rome and presented his gospel and stuff. So they put it like 139 to 144. But again, why would they, why wouldn't they push that forward? It could have been in the 130s. Because Justin Martyr in the 150s, when he talks about Tertullian, talks about Marcion, he says he's already internationally, like, famous, has churches all over.
Mm-hmm.
So he obviously was active well before that, in the 150s. So I don't know. I was thinking about it, and I think Tyson makes the same argument where he says he actually puts Marcion probably in the 120s to 130s. So
that's fine, I guess. I still think that the Gospels are definitely something that comes hot off the heels of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So I'd be fine with, like, the late 130s. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it too terribly late. I could go as late maybe as the 150s or something, but as you pointed out, Justin Martyr probably wouldn't say that he was that well known if Evangeline just came out in the 150s. But we do know that it would have to be 150s or earlier.
Yeah, that's true. And that's, yeah, because, Justin's a contemporary. But
right.
Something else I noticed was in Acts, when it says that Paul couldn't go into Bithynia Pontus, that could have been just an anti-Marcionite reading too, to just be like,
yeah,
hey, look,
that's what I'm saying.
Paul couldn't even go there. Like, your apostle, that apostle, he didn't even teach, set up the church there.
Yep.
But in
that's
Acts
how I read
3, in Acts 3, it even says that people from Pontus specifically got their revelation from Pentecost.
Yeah.
So
Pontus is mentioned in there. Let me see exactly where the verse is.
So, and then in Acts 17, it sets up that the unknown God idol that they found, that's actually the creator specifically.
I believe it's Acts 2.
Oh, Acts 2. Yeah.
Acts 2, they're from Pontus, yeah.
Yeah,
and then Aquila comes from Pontus there, in Acts 18. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and then in Acts 17, they set up that the unknown God is actually the creator.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's Marcion's unknown God was not the creator, and that's just kind of specifically a callback. In fact, Tertullian interpreted it the same way. So
yep, you have the unknown God being jammed in with Yahweh there. Like,
yeah,
he's the creator God. He is the creator. So we can tell that it's not going from that line wouldn't have been necessary if it was originally everyone was on the same page that Jesus was just affiliated with one God.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That line is necessary if you're coming from a two God situation and you're moving to one, as opposed to one God that someone else on down the road later on just said it was two.
Yeah, I was reading up on the Acts seminar and what they specifically came to, and I think they said they dated it to like 115, but that wasn't even a set date. That was based on Purvo's like interpretation of some of the stuff in there, and then he even said he wouldn't die in a ditch on that. So
yeah, I think a lot of scholars actually are okay with moving Acts later because there actually is quite a few scholars who acknowledge that Luke and Acts were written by somebody who must have had access to Josephus's works.
Yeah.
But
they said specifically because it had to be after 94.
Yeah.
But they said the reason I think they put it in 115 is because something like Polycarp might have known about Acts. But again, that just relies on that later patristic dating where they're saying that it was, that Polycarp was active in the 130s, 115, whatever, 120s. So, yeah. But if you push the chronology back of Marcion a little bit, move all, and that's the thing is you presuppose a lot of the chronology there. So, anyway. Interesting research I did this morning. I took my Adderall, so
so you've been just absolutely focused.
Right, just research. So anyway, thought I'd hop up and it's just something to think about that Marcion might have even. I mean, 144 is a good terminus date, but could have even been a little earlier than that. So, and I think the Bar Kokhba revolt and Alina Capitolina being founded. Something I found out interesting about that, by the way, was they actually had coins minted in Jerusalem of Serapis during the time of Hadrian. Like it was such like cat coins from Alina Capitolina or whatever had Serapis on them. So Serapis was in Jerusalem in the 130s, known as a,
Interesting.
So yeah, the Serapis worship was in Jerusalem in the 130s around that time. So
yeah, I mean, what's his face? Hadrian was known for building like Serapions and Asclepions, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that was another thing I found was the with the Asclepian temple and from John 5. That's another thing that really, there is a temple. Got dug into that a little bit. And yeah, it definitely makes sense as a later Christian.
Thank
anachronisms that date kind of the text. So anyway, yep.
All right. Sorry, I just got delivered banana bread at fucking work, bro. Anyways.
Banana bread's the best.
Okay. But yes, as far as Acts goes, it's definitely something that's in the middle of the 2nd century, and absolutely is something that is against Marcion, paints him in a particular way, paints Paul in a particular way, because Paul is a product of Marcion and seen more or less as an extension of him. So yeah, makes sense that you would see this stuff.
Yeah, just fun to research a little bit and kind of dig into some other chronology but I'll hop down. I appreciate it.
Yep. All right. And that was Heady Artist, everybody. Host of Divergent States, a podcast found anywhere that podcasts can be found. Spotify, YouTube, all that kind of stuff. Divergent States goes over like psychedelics. So if you're interested at all in that kind of conversation or anything around it, or just kind of curious, yeah, check it out. Divergent States. The podcast Divergent States. He's the host. What is going on, Lo-Fi Dude? And also, by the way, if you're watching over there on YouTube, welcome in, welcome in. There's about 200 something people over there on YouTube. If you want to join on the conversation, I take guests on TikTok. YouTube doesn't have that ability. So if you want to join up, click the link that's in the chat or on the YouTube profile. It'll take you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't have a desire to go over to TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat. I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. So yeah, thank you very much. Lo-Fi, what you got?
I just came on to ask you questions because I'm trying to figure out your understanding. So you were saying obviously Jesus and Paul never existed. So
correct. And
then obviously you would go against the reference of like, oh, most people agree on the historical figure of Jesus of Nazareth. So you would disagree with those.
Yeah. And at one point, most people thought that the sun went around the earth or that the moon gave off its own light source. So,
right. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, things can always change. Things always.
This is evidence and science.
So what do you consider historical evidence, right? Because no one could prove anything historically, right?
It'd be great if we could find something that was in the 1st century that mentioned Jesus and Paul in a mundane way and mentioned their actual names.
Okay, so like obviously you probably heard the Cornelius Tacitus mention of it, right? Like you don't consider that the 116 CE, yeah,
definitely heard that.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Why don't you believe it?
So first of all, it doesn't even say the name Jesus, which is weird because if he was looking at any kind of like arrest record or crucifixion record, would they say Christ or would the Romans have put down his like name, like Yeshua?
Right. I mean, okay, so then who is he referring to then?
Oh, it's obviously referring to Jesus. It's just the fact that he didn't write that because a Christian later on interpolated it. Not only does it say Christus when he actually mentioned Christians with an E, and that line says that they got their name from Christ, which doesn't make any sense. On top of that, it calls Pontius Pilate a procurator as opposed to a prefect, but Judea didn't have a procurator. They didn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. So he's not looking at any kind of record. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was me or the stream, but you lagged a little bit when I asked. So like, who was he like kind of referring to when it was like Christ? You know what? Who was that referring?
I mean, that's referring to Jesus, but it's explicitly something that is written by Christians and put into the text because Josephus Tacitus would not have made these kind of mistakes because he says Christians when the line that says Christians, like literally the sentence before it, a few words before it, that has been changed and altered. We can see in the oldest manuscript that dates to about the 11th century there for Tacitus's Annals, we can see that the E, part of it has been erased in order to make it look like an I. So it reads Christians in the translations, but the original word was Christians. So he wouldn't say that they got their name from a guy named Christ or someone called Christ. If their name is not Christians, they're Christians. That doesn't make any sense. On top of that, again, that would not have been the name that was written down in the record. And then he calls Pilate the wrong government position. So it's pretty obvious that this is or there's a lot of red flags that pop up here and show us that this might not have been something that he actually wrote. When we actually dive into it using stylometry, we can see that the style of writing is different from the rest of that passage and the rest of Tacitus. We can also see that the first time that anybody mentions that Christ line is in the early 5th century. At the beginning of the 3rd century with Tertullian, the first Christian that we know of who wrote in Latin, he alludes to Tacitus. He says, consult your history books, but he talks about how the Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome. He does not talk about Jesus being mentioned in Tacitus. So it's pretty clear that it must have been added sometime after the beginning of the 3rd, sometime before the beginning of the 5th, which would obviously completely include the 4th century, which is when Josephus was, that interpolation was written as well. So, and as Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire in that century as well. So it's most likely just something that was written in the 4th century and just added over time. And so people mention it in the 5th.
Okay. So you're basically saying, like, first of all, he's not directly referring to Jesus in your view. And even if it was, like, let's say, like, that argument that you say that, like, later down the line, basically, we can't even believe it because there are red flags, because it could have been changed. It's not kind of formally, like, lining up with any of his statements. And, like,
right.
how
Well, it's not just his statements, it's his style. Whenever we apply stylometry to similarly sized lines or similarly sized passages from Tacitus, we get a dendrogram that looks like this. Let me go ahead and pull this up here for you. Alrighty. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, there you go. So this is a dendrogram. This is a graph that you get from stylometric analysis. And when taking a look at similarly sized lines of Tacitus using Eater's delta, the distance formula, 100 most frequently used words, all of similarly sized lines from Tacitus appear under this branch. And it kind of looks like a family tree. The further you have to go up to get to another file, the less likely it is to be the same author. All of Tacitus is here, except for the line that we call Tacitus J, which mentions Jesus.
Right.
So yeah, it's definitely not his style. And so that makes sense why it doesn't get mentioned for hundreds of years later.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, you dumped a lot right there, right? Yeah. But I mean, like, I would just say, like, I feel like that argument could go nowhere because it is like what you said. It's kind of more of like a belief of what your evidence is. It's like, oh, like,
no,
I don't
it's not a belief.
I
literally just showed you data science on it, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, the argument like assumes that, like, Tertullian did not know, like, the passage because he didn't explicitly quote sentences about, like, Pontius Pilate, like, for that.
That supports what we're finding from the data science, yeah.
I mean, you can, just because you pull a graph doesn't make it science, right? Like, I can make a graph.
Yeah, no, the actual science that I ran on it made it science.
Okay, but I mean, we're talking about historical things, not science.
Yep, and this specifically data science, which stylometry is a form of literary analysis. This is a text. I don't give a shit about what you think about the history. The text itself is what's been altered.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about a text. Okay. So we can analyze text to see if it's written by the same author.
A text is like forgery simply because someone failed to quote it is like logical fallacy.
No, that's not what I said. I said I assume that it's forgery because it is a forgery, because we can tell that it's a completely different style of an author.
I mean, like, ancient writers didn't have like search engines or like personal libraries. They like rely on like physical scrolls, like, and like
cool. People, what you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with data science.
Okay.
Okay. So what you're doing is you're trying to find ways to go after my argument. So the data science is stylometry. You can look it up in your own time. This is literally something that we use in courts to try to determine if someone wrote an email, because it's scientifically proven that we use function words.
Data science can be too also.
Sweet. So this is stylometry. So stylometry in this particular case, considering the fact that all of Tacitus came up under one particular branch except for that line, shows us that the data science that is being used here, Eater's delta, that particular distance formula, has a good read on Tacitus. So maybe familiarize yourself with what stylometry is before you try to attack this particular form of data science. Also, you tried to pivot away from the data science and you tried to say that it was based off of an opinion. What I'm saying here is that based off of the errors that are in the text, based off of the first time that we get it mentioned, based off of the first allusion to it and how that particular line is not mentioned, and based off of the data science, we can see that it's not something that comes from Tacitus.
I get it. I work in data science, but I'm just saying it can't be. It doesn't 100% prove anything because there's measurement errors, missing context, sample size.
So I would like for you to provide any kind of evidence against what I said. Like literally any
hidden variables, correlation, context. Like I need to
shut the fuck up. I need you to provide me evidence against anything I said. Like, provide any evidence that you have that Tacitus actually did write that and make those mistakes.
Okay, you brought the word telemetry into this. I'm asking you,
cool.
What is your
It's not telemetry. That's not what I said.
Okay, that's what you said.
It's not. Okay. What did I say? What's the name of the data science that I use?
Huh?
What is the form of data science?
No.
What'd you say?
Telemetry? No.
Okay, no.
Okay.
The fact that you can't even say it correctly means that you don't know shit about it.
Okay, sorry, what are you talking about?
So what we are talking about here is we are talking about a text and using stellometry. Stellometry, all right?
Oh,
because it's the style of an author. I said the word style multiple times, and I said the word stellometry multiple times. The fact that you don't know what it means shows everybody here that you don't know what it is, and you don't have any understanding about it.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about telemetry. So what are you talking about?
That doesn't really make a lot of sense here. How would that apply?
Telemetry is a data science.
How would that apply to this particular form of text?
I mean, that's why I was genuinely confused. So that was my fault. So I'm sorry. So I'm asking you what stylometry is. Anyways, dude, like I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. I don't know. You're kind of getting a little on me on this.
Because what you tried to do is after I presented distance formulas and a dendrogram specifically from using these distance formulas that I tried to explain to you pretty simply on how we went into this text. After I showed you that, you tried to attack it from like a belief standpoint as opposed to what I just showed you.
Where did I ever say a belief standpoint?
Yes, you said this. By the way, this is on YouTube. You can literally watch it back. You talked about how it is based off of a belief of mine.
Evidence.
You literally said the word belief.
I said evidence. Belief. I said your beliefs and the evidence.
Yes.
Of what you believe.
So in other words, I believe one particular thing as opposed to we have evidence for it.
How can you prove to me and you are talking right now? There's more statistical chance that we're actually just hallucinating.
Cool.
And that we're actually in our own minds,
you're just
right?
like a
I'm just talking about everything.
That being said, if we are not talking right now, then leave the conversation. Leave the panel. If we're not talking, go ahead and leave the panel.
Okay, what is your
the fact that you're still on this panel shows that we're talking. All right. Anything else?
What is so just give me your greatest argument on why Jesus and Paul never existed. Like
anachronisms.
Anachronisms? What can you prove?
Anachronisms and contradictions. The Jesus of the New Testament cannot exist because not only is it historically possible because of anachronisms, which I doubt you know what that is either, but if you want me to explain it, I can. On top of that, contradictions like Jesus being born 10 years before he's born.
All right. Great, dude. I'm glad you're such a smart guy to lead us.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. That being said, can you be born 10 years before you're born? Is that a possibility?
Can I be born 10 years before I was born? No.
Yes. Okay. So when Matthew says that Jesus was born during the time of King Herod, and Luke says he's born during the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who didn't start reigning until 10 years after Herod dies, that's an impossibility, correct?
Yes. I mean, okay.
There you go. So the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament did not exist.
That's totally different because then you're talking in the context of
awesome. So what Jesus are you pointing to?
Then of course, a God could do that.
I don't have anything. I didn't say anything about him being a God. I just mentioned two. All right. What we're going to do here?
Human cannot.
Lo-fi.
10 years before that.
Lo-fi.
Of course not.
Obviously, we are talking about Jesus being a human. I'm not granting any kind of supernatural abilities, and you're not either. Being born is not a supernatural ability. Being born during the time of King Herod, is that supernatural or natural? Go ahead. Is that a supernatural or natural claim?
Supernatural.
You think that just being born during the time of King Herod is a supernatural claim?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were mentioning the 10 years before 10. Being born, no, is not a supernatural thing.
All right. Yes. Now, being born during the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, is that a supernatural claim or a natural claim in and of itself?
I'm sorry, repeat it. My internet.
Ceteris paribus is being born during the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, a supernatural or natural claim?
Natural.
Okay. We are not talking about supernatural claims here. I am just simply saying that the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament, even the natural version, did not exist because you can't be born 10 years before you're born. In order for this Jesus to exist, you would have to say that you pick Matthew or you pick Luke or you pick neither of them, because you can't pick both. And then I would simply ask you, why did you determine this one over the other one? And then can you apply that same logic towards the one you picked? And does that actually stand up?
I mean, okay, I agree. A person cannot be 10 years before. I get it. There's a huge timeline construction between the Gospels of Jesus. I absolutely know that, right? I mean, it's not hard to see, right?
Yeah. So what Jesus are you referring to then when you say that he could have existed?
I'm just talking about existence of Jesus. That's what I'm talking
Which
about
Jesus?
right now. Jesus of Nazareth.
Okay.
The only historical figure that millions of people know about.
Well, considering the fact that Tacitus doesn't say anything about Nazareth, neither does Josephus, how do you know that he's from Nazareth? You're having to rely on these books, aren't you? These books that you said already have errors. There's literally no even interpolation into historical texts that says that he's from Nazareth.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. I have an app blocker that kicks me off of TikTok after 20 minutes, for my own health. But all right, sorry. Repeat that question.
Why.
Anyways, bro, are we gonna have a good conversation?
We're having one.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't understand why you keep attacking me.
So that being said, okay. What Jesus are you talking about? Because the Jesus of Nazareth. There is no Nazareth mentioned by any historian or anything like that when they mention Jesus.
Okay, so I am referring it from the biblical standpoint, Jesus of Nazareth.
So which Jesus of the Bible? The one who was born during the time of King Herod, or the one that's born during the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria? Which Jesus?
I do not know either of them, so I could not tell you which one.
Okay,
but
so please define, because obviously you said the Jesus of the Bible, and
Christian Jesus.
Which one?
Because there's only one Christian.
Because you can't pick Matthew or Luke. You said you didn't know about that one, so define this Jesus.
To be Christian, you only believe in one Jesus.
Awesome, but they believe in a Jesus that is contradictory. So it doesn't. I don't know what Jesus you're talking about. Then
if you look up the definition.
No, it's not my standpoint. You already agreed that there's a contradiction between Matthew and Luke. You already agreed upon this.
Yeah, I established that.
Sweet. So which Jesus are you talking about?
The Jesus that is so you're talking about which version, like Matthew, James, Luke,
carve out a Jesus from the New Testament and tell me what that Jesus looks like so that we can talk about it.
The whole New Testament about is one Jesus, about
one person, well, he's contradictory, so no, that person can't exist.
It's not contradictory because just because someone, so basically if you're let's say
what you're saying is I take the Jesus of all the New Testament.
A murderer, right? And then you're asking four people how you're trying to figure out who murdered who, right? And all four of them give the exact same answer, exact same timeline, exact same everything. You would believe that this is the murderer because they all gave the exact same story, or would you more be believable if you ask four different people? And it's a general story, but
no, okay. If I asked four different people and some of them gave me contradictory results, I'm not going to accept that they're all true. That's dumb as shit, dude. How did you make it to adulthood if you think that contradictions should be accepted as one particular story that is just entirely true? You would have to go through and you'd have to carve out which parts are true and which parts are not.
It's not.
Tell your mama said, hey, Lo-Fi. Tell her to wear something nice. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. The guy was too up his own ass to be able to actually see past his arguments. What he was trying to say was that he picks the Jesus of the New Testament, but he admitted that the Jesus of the New Testament that's presented is literally contradictory. Then he tried to say, oh, hey, if you heard four different stories from people and they were all the same about a murder, would you believe it? And he's just trying to appeal to odds or something like that, because obviously if there's four different people you talk to and they all say the exact same thing, that seems a little strange, obviously, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't apply to the situation. He's trying to say that their stories should be a little different, and that's fine, but he's leaving out the one crucial part of what a detective literally does. They are paid to investigate these different claims that are going to be contradictory and try to figure out what the actual truth is. If someone told me that the guy was wearing a white shirt and someone else said the guy was wearing a red shirt, I understand that they may have still been there and seen things different or remembered them different, but I can't go around and assume that he's both wearing a white shirt and a red shirt. I have to figure out what shirt to go with. I do. That's how it works. So in this particular instance, I was asking him to pick white or red, go through the story of the New Testament, carve out the Jesus you think existed, and let's talk about that one. But he kept just saying, oh, he's the guy who wears white and red. That's not what are you talking about? You've already admitted that's a contradiction. That Jesus isn't going to work. Your argument is terrible. That dog won't hunt. Moving on to Durango Soul. And before I do that, there's a $4.99 there from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, now that's my favorite hat. Okay, this brown one. Okay, gotcha. You look gorgeous in it. Hiccup queef. I don't know where that last part was going, but yes. Thank you. All right. Durango Soul, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what you got?
Well, first off, I'm completely up here on accident, but I figured, seeing as I was up here anyways, I'll ask a question. And it doesn't really have to do with this. I'm on board with everything you have to say. What my question is in your upcoming work that you're working on the Old Testament, will you guys be like talking about the whole fact that the Israelites came out of the Canaanite people, and kind of were originally not really they were originally Canaanites.
A little, but we're not. So our book isn't over the Jewish people; it's over the Torah. So it's more aligned towards when do we get that? I mean, we talk a little bit about how the Jewish people came out of one particular area because it's important to understand the timeline of the Jewish people. Whenever you're talking about when they could have actually written a book, or at what point do they start talking about the book, it's important to kind of look at the timeline. But in all honesty, we don't really go too far back because it's already assumed by the vast majority of scholars that the Torah wasn't written until at least about the Babylonian exile or so. So you don't we wouldn't be looking at 1000 BCE Jewish people, not necessarily.
Sure. More like 350.
Yeah, we've got to be looking at the Babylonian exile kind of thing, because that's when people say that the Torah, the Tanakh, was written. So we examine that era, and then afterwards, or continuing.
Well, I know that I wanted to. I listen to you all the time, and I want to say that I've heard you say something that y'all were going to be talking about Moses a little bit.
Moses, you said?
I didn't know. Yeah, Moses.
Yeah, in the sense that Moses is
right.
Moses is traditionally held to be the author of the Torah or whatever. So we basically put that idea to rest, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and one last thing, and I'll go. Have you read up on the Shasu of Yahweh?
So yeah, to some extent we have that. It's something that's the really, really, really early version, and I believe they are also mentioned by the Egyptians, I believe.
And in a tablet they were mentioned by the Egyptians, but there's some contention on whether or not they were seen as a nomadic people, or if they were seen as a city state at some point in time, because of the way it was written on the stele. Is that
Stele? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if we really talk about. We may briefly mention them, but again, it isn't over the people per se. It's over the book and when it's written and how it comes together, that kind of thing, and what it might be based on. You have to talk about the people when talking about them writing the book and the timeline of it. So it does come up, but in passing, we might mention some really, really old versions of Yahwism and stuff like that, but not too terribly much. We don't really dive too terribly much into where did these people come from. It's more of a understanding that they are there at a certain point in time, and we're trying to figure out when they wrote a book or books.
Okay,
I guess.
cool. That helps me out a little bit. I'm planning on doing a little bit of writing myself, and I wouldn't want to overlap your
right.
much.
Yeah, if yours went over more of like the complete and total origins of the Jewish people, like then that,
yeah,
I'd read that book. I'd read that book, try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool deal, man. Well, like I said, I came up here on accident. I guess I butt dialed you, but I realized I was in here, so I figured I'll just mute up and stay and ask you a quick question and move on. Have a great day, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Love it.
Yep, no problem. Thank you very much. That is Durango Soul, everybody. Durango Soul. Durango Soul. All right. Pull the lever. I didn't pull the lever on him. I didn't pull the lever. Let's see. And then $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Yanto, says, "Yippee!" What? It says "Yippee Kai Queef." What? It was clever. I was hoping for the lever. Ah, damn it. Why do we even have that lever? New catchphrase. Yeah, no. Durango, we have a Discord if you're interested. Oh, yes. Lady Huggy's bio. There is a Discord. You want to check it out. It's Deconstructing Chaos. There's a link that might be able to be put there into the chat there for the Discord. Yes, and I see that, Dr. Jim. Look at the mess that you've started. Look at this absolute shit show that you have started. This is on you, Dr. Jim. All right. So yeah, we are now at 617. 617 keywords there. A total mess. Total mess. She is the Q source, absolutely. Tyler says, so Cars 9/11 happened. Wait, okay, hold up. You know the movie Cars, they had TSA at the airport. So a car... Okay, something that's kind of funny is there is a movie. It is, I think it's Muppets in Manhattan or something, or Muppets Take Manhattan or something. No, it's just a Muppets movie. I'm pretty sure it's just a Muppets movie. It's something like that. It's some dumb Muppets movie. The point is, it was filmed in New York, and the majority of the film was done after 9/11 had happened, but some of it had been filmed prior to 9/11. All right, and unfortunately, or fortunately for us, that portion was it was like out the window or something of a room in a scene that's supposed to be a flashback or like an alternate universe where Kermit doesn't exist. Because he's like, he gets to see what it would be like if he didn't actually exist, and like how he would affect the world or something. So in other words, if Kermit didn't exist, then 9/11 would not have happened. So somehow this movie is implying that Kermit was behind 9/11. That's awful. All right. I'm going to New York City on Tuesday. Oh yes, AZ Mike, you're going, yeah. Yeah, I hope you have a lot of fun up there. Kermit the Frog equals George Bush. Probably. Now watch this drive. Okay. Let's see. Prime Minister says, why does Jesus explicitly use the phrase "my hometown" while standing right there? Yeah, I think a lot of the problem is just kind of lazy writing. Like, he just talks in this weird, like, doofus kind of way that is not natural whatsoever. Like, honestly, if you were walking around with somebody who was constantly talking like Jesus talked, you'd be like, this fucking asshole. Like, you wouldn't want to hang out with that guy. He just he'd just be weird. He kind of reminds me of in a sense, that guy who does the, oh man, I can't remember what his name is. He's kind of like a short kind of guy. He's normally got a beard. And yes. And like he I can't remember the guy's name, but he does videos where he's like being interviewed or something. It's fake, but like he says weird shit like, "Ooh, in the hammer of Mortius." Ew, yes. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was famous on YouTube there for a bit. No, it's not Borat. He's not like, yeah, my wife. No, it's something else. It's not Borat. It's some guy with a little beard or something. I can't remember his name. Looks like a little troll kind of guy. No, it's not Jiminy Glick. No, Arby's cashier guy? Yeah, maybe. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not seeing him. Arby's crash. Yeah, that sounds about right. The Arby's crash video. Yes. Weird Arby's guy. Yes, that's him. I don't know what. Andrew Bowser is his name. That's his name. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. You know what I'm talking about. All right. Onyx. Yes, he calls himself Onyx the Fortuitous. Yeah, fortuitous. Yes, that guy. I guess he has the meats.
Arby's, we have the meats.
So yeah, like it'd be like walking around with that guy. So Jesus is just constantly talking in weird parables and shit. And at one point in the Bible, they straight up ask him, they're like, "Why do you talk in parables?" He's like, "So people can't understand me." That's straight up what he answers with. And it's like, okay, dude, like that. And he answers in a weird, like, so that they who may have ears will not understand. Like, just give us an answer, dude. Like, dipshit, just answer the question. Just say you're an asshole and just let's cut to the chase and move into the next fucking miracle. Like, he sounds like a jerk. Anyways, what? I don't know what that person's talking about there. Someone said, say hi to Mom Donnie. To Mike, and he said, y'all mad because I like Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie's the shit. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Let's see. Yeah, someone says, why would anybody be mad about that? All right. Where in the Bible it says that? What are you talking about? Sean, request up so we can have a conversation about it. Are you talking about like where they ask him about like the miracles? Is that or not the miracles? The parables? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, by the way, Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat, everybody. I just saw you. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. There it is. Virtual 2 Feral is in the chat. Sponsored today by Walt Disney. I don't care what it costs. Just fucking buy it. You know what? I'm going to make it. Then I'm going to remake it with The Rock in it. Then I'm going to make a sequel with The Rock in it. You didn't ask for it. I don't care what it costs. Buy it. Walt Disney. All right. Let's see. Play Hanji sound. Hanji actually does have a sound. Okay. I tend to forget that because I'm thinking it's the other. It's this one. Here we go.
Hanji Targaryen.
There you go. There we go. Even though it's Pharaoh Hanji now, I gotta get Zach to update that. All right. Mamdani has the meat.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
All right, Brother Jaron, top of Wednesday to you. Well, top of the morning to you as well. Let's see. I stopped putting my eyelashes on to tell you Disney is scary. Didn't they freeze him? Like, isn't he cryogenically frozen? Isn't there like a conspiracy theory that goes around? It's basically like they made the movie Frozen so that if you search on Google Disney Frozen, it will show you a movie as opposed to any information on him being frozen. What a weird theory. Oh, it's just his head. Oh, okay. I know that they also did the head of, was it? It wasn't Lou Gehrig. Was it? No. Who was it? Was it Ty Cobb? No. Who did they? Who did they have in the... Ted Williams. I shouldn't know. It's Ted Williams. It was cryogenically frozen. Yeah. It was just in case in the future they were able to put his head onto some other, like, baseball player or something. I don't know. So weird. All right. No, I every once in a while I'll watch him on Facebook there, Lawn Doctor. Walt Disney Stories and Urban Legend. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a family dispute about it. Yep. Ted Williams. Yep. I think it was Ty Cobb. Nah, it was Ted Williams. It's Ted Williams. Joe DiMaggio. And hearts to everybody that said hi and clapped. Can't answer that fast. Moi. Alrighty. People still use Facebook? There we go. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button should be right about there, sort of, or down there. If you're on YouTube, you can also click the link that's in the chat. Let's see some of these dumb comments over there on YouTube. Canon Effect says, "Why would I listen to a Mexicant? That's not even a thing." I'm not Mexican. All right. Someone else says Texas is full of fake Mexicans that don't speak Spanish. Believe it or not, that actually may be a comment from a Mexican. But again, I'm not Mexican. Let's see. Let us see your AI using screen. I don't know what you're talking about there. And then they said using AI to read doesn't count as a good debate. What? I don't know what they're saying. Oh, are they saying that I have a screen where I have AI or something? What a weird, weird thing to say. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. There's a lot of comments, a lot of chirping, but not a lot of actual conversation. Remember, guys, and I'm going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see it, including all them chirpers just chirping away over there on YouTube. 1 Peter 3:15 says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect." In other words, you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believed when questioned of you or demanded of you, but do so respectfully. Remember, if you are a Bible-believing Christian, you should absolutely be prepared to have this conversation. You should be able to come up here and just spout out a whole bunch of evidence as to how Jesus and Paul actually existed 2,000 years ago. If you can't do it, that's on you, and you are letting God down. You're letting him down. You're letting God down. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Sorry. Look it up. It's in the book of Jeremiah. Sorry. Not the puppy. That poor puppy. For 2 years now, since 2.5 years, since I started going live, that puppy's just been getting it. It's the same puppy. That puppy's tired of this shit. So save the puppies. Come up here. Listen to what God tells you to do and actually give me evidence for Jesus and Paul 2,000 years ago. Come on up. Christians, save the puppies. Save the puppy. The one puppy. Yeah, come on up. I don't make the rules, I don't break the rules, but God tells you that you're supposed to come up here and give me evidence. Let's see. Save a puppy today. You don't even... I'm not even asking for the cost of 1 cup of coffee. No. And I'm not even going to sing it in the arms of the angel. No. I'm not going to do that to you. This is not an ASPCA ad. This is not PETA or anything like that. This is just me saying this is a free and easy way for you to save the puppies. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Come on up. Come on up. All right. Is Didache a forgery? What do you mean a forgery? It's not, I mean, like, it's not, what do you mean forgery? Like, it's not really supposed to be written by anybody, per se. The cost of 1 cup of puppy. Save the puppies, get a mammogram. There you go. Yes, this is your reminder to go and get a mammogram. And also, fellas, I actually knew a guy who ended up having breast cancer. So make sure that you don't feel anything either, and check them nards as well. Just make sure. Just make sure. All right. Let's see. Educate yourself. John T is saying to educate. Yeah, please come up. Oh, well, hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. John T in their bio, it says research scientist and Christian. And the comment said, educate yourself, read Tacitus and Josephus, go read. Please, John T, please come up. That sounds amazing. It sounds like you might know. AZMA says, I always check. I always check. Had a mammogram and I'm a guy. Yeah, check it out, guys. Check it out. Make sure. I check my nards every hour. Did the apostles write the Didache? No, not that I'm aware. There was someone who just requested up. I don't know who that was. Dog Eyes or something like that? Yeah, you can come up if you want. John T still... He never, I think he left. I think he said something and then he just left. Oh my God. Whoa. Check your partners. Make it fun. There we go. All right. I had a pap smear and I'm a guy. You can... Wait, what? You can... Wait, what? You can do that? I don't know that. I didn't know that. Pat smear. There we go. All right. Okay, it's just a joke. I thought maybe it was, I don't know. I didn't want to say anything because maybe they were using the word guy like to, you know what I mean? Anyways. I don't even know what's going on anymore. All right, it's essentially an Occam's razor between lazy revision and lazy writing. Yeah. Someone get up, please. I want to see a debate. Pabst beer. I'm going to put that up there. Putting that there, T. Putting it there. All right. I think that this is a person who's actually got evidence for Jesus Paul. I think this is it, guys. This is it. Everyone pay attention. Eric, what you got for us?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
How's it going?
Good. So, yeah, the first thing I'll say about, without getting into Paul, Jesus first, Psalm 22.
Without getting into Paul, is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I came in more with the defense of Jesus.
Okay.
So, Psalm 22, if you've ever seen it, you know the story of Jesus on the cross. He says, my God, why have you forsaken me? In Psalm 22, it says all throughout it, all those who see me ridicule me. They shoot out my lip. They shake the head, saying, you trusted in the Lord, let him rescue him. That's what the man on the cross next to Jesus also said.
So, really quick. So you believe that in Psalm, there is something that explains what happens later on with Jesus, is what you're saying?
I'm getting into it because Jesus had,
right?
He fulfilled 300 prophecies throughout all of the Bible before his life, right? So before you get to that point, you're prophesizing Jesus in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And then you have all of his apostles in the New Testament who speak of Jesus fulfilling these. And then afterwards, you have post-biblical post-biblical writings of these prophets existing and dying and fighting for Jesus after his death. So if you have pre-word of him, you have the word of him in the Bible while they were alive, and then you have proof that they did exist after the Bible.
Okay.
That states that Jesus was a real person who did this.
Okay. Yeah, not a problem. So what we'll tackle really fast is the prophecies. So you believe that there's at least 300 prophecies in the Old Testament that Jesus fulfills, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously the Old Testament's written before Jesus shows up, right?
Correct.
Right. So obviously it would be very easy for someone to look at the Old Testament and see the prophecies, right? Like someone like in the, say, 2nd century would be able to look at the Old Testament and say, okay, that's a prophecy. Like this is saying what the Messiah is going to do.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would say if you pay attention to it, yes.
Yeah. So all that requires is just looking at the Old Testament and writing a character based off of what it says it's going to do.
I wouldn't say writing a character, though, and I wouldn't.
Well, how did you determine that Jesus actually did exist to fulfill said prophecies? Otherwise, we could, like, I could come up with a Messiah character. Anybody could, as long as you're reading the Old Testament, you're paying attention, and it tells you what the character is going to do. That's the blueprint for what you're supposed to write. Like, if there is a prophecy that says the Messiah will come from Chicago, cool. So now you know what you're supposed to do. If you want to come up with a character that didn't exist, but you want to make it sound like he's the Messiah, just make him come from Chicago, because that's what the Old Testament told you. That's what the prophecy says. So how did you determine that it was actually real, that it actually happened, and it wasn't just some author looking at the Old Testament, which you admitted came out beforehand and told you exactly what Jesus was going to do? How did you determine that it was real?
Well, for one, all the witnesses that said
and it's fair,
documented that
they've
seen this done.
What witness are you referring to? Like, name one of the witnesses that we have an actual testimony from.
Like current day witnesses?
No, like to Jesus.
I'd say every book in the New Testament is a witness, a documented witness put together.
Paul never met Jesus.
Well, not Paul. I get your
okay. So Paul's
that's why
out.
I said
so
specifically,
what?
I was.
Well, you said all the documents from the New Testament, but Paul writes like a third, if not more. So supposedly, so Paul's out. What other text are you referring to that's written by an eyewitness? Like, give me an example of one.
Well, I'd say okay. So Matthew.
Okay, so where in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew or an eyewitness? Where I'll pull it up here for you if you want. Like, what verse? What verse is it that says that? It's written by Matthew.
That it's written by Matthew? I don't know if it ever directly says that it's
written by an eyewitness or something. Where does it say that? I've got it pulled up. Like, what verse would you like?
Well, I mean, Matthew's one of the biggest in the Bible. I couldn't just pull it out right now.
Right, but do you think that there's a verse somewhere in here that says it's written by an eyewitness?
I'd say the cross references in between all of the books would state
that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's an eyewitness. You made a claim that this is written by an eyewitness. Where does it say that? Where are you getting the idea that this is an eyewitness?
Well, what I was saying with the post-biblical states that they existed and where they died and how they died, and they were.
How does that have anything to do with whether or not he wrote this? I'm trying to think, because you made a claim that this is an eyewitness testimony. I want you to give me the evidence that this particular book that you just named, which is the Gospel of Matthew, is an eyewitness testimony. Where's the evidence of that?
What's your proof that it's not an eyewitness testimony? I don't have all the answers. I'm still studying myself.
I don't have to give you proof that it's not. You just said that it was. You made the claim.
I'm saying I don't have proof that it is an eyewitness.
Okay.
But I'm saying
but that was your argument, though. Because I said, how do you know that this isn't just some story that somebody wrote based off of what you believe to be a blueprint of what the Messiah is supposed to do that is laid out over 300 times in the Old Testament?
Well, you can use that on anything. That if somebody says what is energy, nobody can prove, no scientist that's documented can say what energy is and how it actually exists. But you believe in it because a scientist told you that it does. So how is that any different than Jesus?
Would you like to go ahead and throw the existence of energy and Jesus out the window? Because I don't want to. Is that what you want to do?
No, I don't want to throw it out the window
well,
either.
then
But
that's fine.
I'm saying people,
then let's not use the slippery slope argument. Let's address the topic that's at hand. The topic that is at hand is that you were saying that there is a blueprint that has been given by the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, there's over 300 times that the Messiah is talked about. According to what you said, over 300 times it tells you exactly what Jesus is going to do. Then we get a story that says, hey, look, he did all these things that are found in this book that's very clearly been written hundreds of years prior. So again, I'm just asking you, how do you know that that's not just a made-up story that's based off of the blueprint that was laid out and it actually did happen? And you said, the first thing out of your mouth was eyewitnesses. And then I asked you what eyewitnesses, and we have gone through Paul. You mentioned Paul, you said all the New Testament, and Paul never met Jesus, so that's out. And then you mentioned Matthew, but you don't have any evidence that he was an eyewitness or this gospel was written by an eyewitness. So what else do you have? What other eyewitness testimonies do you have of this Jesus?
I get your point, but I'm also, the point that I came into wasn't the purpose of eyewitness, because I don't think eyewitness plays that big of a part in this.
Well, that's literally what you said would be the evidence that he was here. Because otherwise it sounds like it could just be a story that somebody wrote. Right? Like you literally said that there's over 300 times in the Old Testament that it tells you what Jesus or the Messiah is supposed to do or is going to do. So you admitted that all someone has to do is take a look at these texts that had been written and they would understand what the Messiah is supposed to do. Why would you not be able to just make a story based on that? And you said the evidence was eyewitness. And it's true. If there is eyewitness testimony to this guy, then yeah, that would be evidence that he was here and he could have potentially fulfilled these prophecies. But you haven't mentioned anything that you've shown to be an eyewitness testimony.
Again, but I don't think okay, if I did get into that, then I retract that, because I don't know how to exactly explain your proof. Okay,
so we'll set the eyewitnesses aside. We'll set them aside. So how else did you determine that this wasn't just a story based off of what you said was already written out for what Jesus was supposed to do hundreds of years prior?
Have you ever looked up the chart of connections throughout the Bible and seen how many connections to other part there are? It basically looks like a rainbow of connections. No. Right?
Listen. That's fine. If there is somebody who is writing a story based off of the Old Testament, there's obviously going to be connections. That's how that works. That's what I'm saying. They made connections.
There's never been an author like that. If you set me and you in two separate rooms and say, choose a topic,
Eric.
Well, I can't really talk about it.
Well, no, it's because you've already made your point. You are saying that there is a connection between the character in the New Testament and the things in the Old Testament that you say are prophecies. That's understood. That's exactly what we would expect to see if somebody used the Old Testament as the blueprint for their character. If I came up with Harry Potter fan fiction, obviously there'd be a lot of things that I mention in my fan fiction that is also found or mentioned in the Harry Potter books. So that doesn't, of course, it's not all of it. You just said there was over 300 prophecies. That would be the connections. So my point is, sure. Because they came up with the character. Please explain that the character was actually a real person as opposed to someone using the Old Testament to make up a character.
Well, you don't know me across this phone, but if there were multiple books about me and multiple people that went and talked about me afterwards and my death and my resurrection, then you might
eyewitnesses or people who are coming up with the story of you.
Do you have eyewitnesses that you talk to right now of who made your TV? I mean, it could be anybody. You just believe it because it was written that the person that invented Sony. You've never met the guy.
I'm not staking any claim on who invented Sony.
But I'm just saying, if you look at it in a real day, you don't know anybody who made anything, but you believe the people.
Okay, so are we going back to the slippery slope argument? Like, I'll admit that the guy who invented Sony didn't exist if you admit that Jesus didn't exist. Do you want to go back to the slippery slope argument?
Well, no, because I have faith in Jesus.
Yeah, you tried that earlier. Don't stop doing that. We're not going to do that. We are approaching the topic at hand. The topic at hand is whether or not Jesus or Paul existed. Now, obviously, we set Paul aside to the beginning, and that's fine. We're talking about Jesus, all right? We are specifically talking about Jesus. We're not talking about the invention of Sony, or we're not talking about the existence of energy. No, we're talking about whether or not Jesus lived. So, if you're not relying on eyewitnesses, what are you relying on that shows you that this person actually did walk on the earth, as opposed to somebody came up with a story based off of what a book that they had told them that the character would do? How did you determine that he actually existed?
Are you okay? So let me get into another thing. Same thing, but different
Okay.
version of it. Are you denying that Jesus wasn't a person, or that he just wasn't the Messiah?
I'm saying that even the natural Jesus, as well as Paul, but we're not talking about that, even the natural Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. That's what I'm saying. So
You're
how did
claiming
you
that
determine that he
all of these
did?
people never saw him, and he was a character in their head.
Who is somebody who said that they saw him? Again, we're right back where we were. You keep claiming that there's eyewitnesses, but you can't point to an eyewitness testimony. You can point to a character in a story, but I can point to Ron Weasley meeting Harry Potter on the train to Hogwarts. That doesn't mean anything. That's just a character. But if we had a testimony from Ron Weasley, maybe that would be different. Do we have a testimony from any of these people who said, I saw him?
I mean, all of these people are dead, so probably not.
Well, no. Like, I'm not talking about like today, but like a testimony that we have, like a text that was copied down from some eyewitness testimony who was saying, I saw Jesus alive during his earthly ministry. Do we have anything like that?
I'm saying it, but I don't know where you want me to prove that in the New
so
Testament.
what are you saying? Give me an example.
If it in it said, I, Matthew,
yeah, that would be
was
great.
Here and saw Jesus.
That would be great. That would be eyewitness testimony, yes.
But if Matthew doesn't say I, Matthew,
then we can't say that it's written by an eyewitness. Or at least we can't, in that particular case, we can't say it's written by Matthew. But does he ever say, I'm writing as an eyewitness?
No, but
does he ever say, I'm writing in the first century?
But he's documenting Jesus's words.
Yeah, just like J.K. Rowling is documenting Harry Potter's words. How did you determine that this is written by an eyewitness and not just someone writing a story?
Jesus also says, don't do with, what is it, your left hand, don't do with your right hand, and don't like let your left hand know. You're not doing it to say, hey, I'm writing this. You're documenting Jesus's words. You're not saying, hey, but by the way, I'm here and this is all my writing.
Okay, in no way, shape, or form does Jesus say anything about writing the Gospels. But that being said, when it comes to this particular topic, we're trying to figure out if there's eyewitness testimony. You keep appealing to people who saw him. Give me the evidence that someone saw him. Where is their testimony?
What I'm saying, it is saying that they saw him, because if Matthew is talking about Jesus and then Luke mentions Matthew, or Mark mentions Matthew, then you're saying that they all were there at one time. So they did all see each other there.
So do you think that Luke was an eyewitness to Jesus?
Luke?
Yeah.
I believe.
Luke was not even a disciple. According to Christian tradition, Luke is a doctor who travels with Paul, who you already admitted did not meet Jesus.
Yeah, but maybe he wasn't a disciple. Maybe watched his teachings. Maybe saw what
Luke
he
comes
said.
into the story later on. He's just a doctor who Paul converts.
But you're saying he's never heard of him or been in the same places that he was.
He's not. No, he's not an eyewitness to Jesus. No.
Well, how do you know he's not an eyewitness to Jesus?
Because that's literally the story. The story is that Paul converts Luke. If Luke was an eyewitness to Jesus, he would have been son Jesus himself.
Bible, but you're saying that you can believe that he was never an eyewitness to Jesus. That's a fact that you're saying, but you can't say that Matthew was a eyewitness.
Awesome.
So how can you say?
So where does it say? Where does it say in the Gospel of Matthew that Matthew wrote it, and where does it say in the Gospel of Luke that Luke wrote it?
Jesus speaks of Matthew. They speak of Matthew.
So
Matthew
sweet. In the text itself, it says Matthew. But where does it say that I am that person, that I wrote this? Where does it say that?
I don't.
Where does it say that?
I get what you're trying to get at to find a loop.
And so, where is the evidence that this is actually written by these people? That's what I'm asking.
I mean, there's none in there directly.
Okay, then I don't know why you keep bringing them up. Nowhere in Mark does it say it's written by Mark. He's also not a disciple either, but regardless. Nowhere in Luke does it say it's written by Luke. Nowhere in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew. And nowhere in John does it say it's written by John. It doesn't. In fact, John is the only one that sort of kind of tries to address the authorship idea. And it literally says, we know that this person's testimony is true. In other words, it's a group of people who is writing the text. And it's not anybody who was there. That's the point. So, like, no, these are not texts that are written by eyewitnesses. It doesn't try to claim they're eyewitnesses, and it never tries to claim that they're actual disciples. It doesn't. So, I mean, your argument, I need you to understand, is based on people seeing Jesus, and you don't have a single person who says they did. You just have a story. That's like saying, oh, hey, I know Harry Potter existed because a whole bunch of people watched him win a Quidditch match. But you don't have any testimony from these things. You just have a story where he wins a Quidditch match in front of a bunch of people. Okay. That doesn't do anything. James Bond knows Moneypenny. I guess because Moneypenny has seen James Bond's real? No, we don't have any testimony from Moneypenny. What are you talking about? Do you see my point here?
I mean, I'm seeing your point in your defense, but it doesn't change my faith when I say that. But
okay. So in other words, you don't have any evidence, but you still want to believe it. Do you tend to make like a habit out of believing things without any evidence?
No, I believe in Jesus and God with the evidence of his life.
Okay, so what is the evidence of Jesus' life? Where's the evidence that he actually lived on this earth? Because so far you have not shown any.
I honestly need to research more. It's not a blank of my faith. I wanted to come in here to talk about what I know.
What of your faith? What did you say?
That I want to learn. I say you definitely bringing up points that I want to learn more about. I mean, I've been into the Bible for a little bit, probably like I've been reading it more for a year, so I'm not an expert on it, and I'm not going to claim to be. But
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this,
Eric. Come in here and say what I know.
Eric, have you sworn your life to Jesus?
Yes.
You swore your life to someone who you can't even prove existed?
I can prove through prayer and through actions and see.
So can Mormons, dude. Mormons say that they pray and God gives them a burning in the bosom that lets them know that Joseph Smith was a true prophet and the Book of Mormon was an absolute testament of Jesus Christ. But and the truest book on earth, including truer than the Bible. That's what they believe. So they can pray just as earnestly. They can have just as much faith as you. That doesn't mean that they're right. And it doesn't mean you're wrong. It's just faith is the excuse that people use or give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, it would be trust. If we had evidence that Jesus actually was here, you could trust the evidence that he was here. But you don't have any evidence he's here. So you're just going, I believe it even though I don't have evidence. And that's the point. Literally all religions do that, and you would say that they're nonsense. You probably don't believe in Zeus. You probably don't believe in Krishna. You probably don't believe in Buddha. You probably don't believe in Lord Xenu there from Scientology. But they still have faith just as much as you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's also not my job to knock another man or bring another man down for his beliefs. I believe in mine. But it is technically your job, according to 1 Peter 3:15, to always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you. So in other words, the Bible itself tells you that you're supposed to already have some kind of a defense. And if your defense is, I just believe it without evidence, that's not great. Yeah, well, again, which I think you brought up a point that I thought that I had enough knowledge of my faith, and all that you showed me was that I need to go study it more. It's in there.
Let me ask you another question. If you found out that Jesus didn't actually exist, if you looked into this, if you did your research and you studied like you said you were going to study, and you found that actually there's no evidence for this guy, this is built on a house of cards, it's just nonsense, would you stop believing in him, or do you not even care if you're right or wrong?
I would not stop believing it.
Okay, so even if you found evidence that Jesus didn't exist, you would still just believe it anyways?
I don't think that there is proof that he didn't exist. I'm saying,
would you like to hear proof? Because currently, right now, up to this point, I've been asking you for your evidence that Jesus existed, and I've been showing you that that's not actual evidence. Would you like to hear evidence that he did not?
I mean, you let me state your side, so yeah, I'll hear you out.
Yeah. So, okay. So, Jesus in Matthew and Luke have a birth story. You follow me here?
Right.
Okay. So, in Matthew, it says that Jesus was born during the time of King Herod. I'm going to show you this right on your screen, just so you know that I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. All right. So in Matthew 2, verse 1, it says, "In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem," and whatever. But the point is, he is born during the time of King Herod. This is Herod the Great. We know this because Herod the Great, I'll go ahead and pull this up here. Herod the Great. I misspelled that, but whatever. Okay. So Herod the Great, we can go ahead and just pull up like just a Wikipedia page on him. Herod the Great, he has a son named, where's his son here? Is it going to mention his son? Oh, there we go. Well, issue among others. Yeah, Herod Archelaus. This is the son of Herod the Great. All right. He was part of, created after the Herod the Great. Yeah. So Herod Archelaus is the son of Herod the Great. You see that there?
Yep.
Okay. And what it says in Matthew 2, let me go over here. So what it says is King Herod, we know this is Herod the Great because at the end of the story, he dies. And then it says, but when, this is Joseph, when Joseph heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod. All right. So we know that when it says King Herod, it is talking about Herod the Great. You following me here so far?
Yep.
Okay. So here's the big issue here. All right. Herod the Great, we can just search this pretty quick here. Herod the Great dies in 4 BCE. Well, we'll use your terms probably BC, or you're probably more familiar with that. So 4 BC is when Herod the Great dies. Okay?
Right.
Okay. Here's the issue. In Luke 2, we'll just go Luke 2, verse 2, it tells us that Jesus is actually in Bethlehem, like in utero still, like Mary is expecting a child here. Joseph and Mary go to Bethlehem from Nazareth because of a census, a decree that all the world should be registered. That's a census. And it says this is the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All right?
Okay.
Quirinius, he starts his reign in, he does the actual, well, it says it right here. After the banishment of Ethnarch Herod Archelaus, like, in other words, Archelaus is gone, which is at the end of Matthew 2, which sounds weird. From the Tetrarch of Judea in AD 6, Quirinius was appointed legate governor of Syria. So, in other words, he doesn't become the governor of Syria until 6 AD. Until 6. That's 10 years after Herod the Great dies. And he doesn't become the governor until Archelaus is banished. And Archelaus becomes the ethnarch or the ruler of Judea, as we just read, after Herod the Great dies. So in other words, Herod the Great dies in 4 BC. Then Archelaus, his son, starts to reign, and then he gets banished in 6 AD, and that's when Quirinius comes in. You following me here?
Yeah.
That means that Matthew is saying Jesus was born 10 years minimum before Luke says he's being born. So, can you be born 10 years before you're born?
No, but I also think maybe if it was wrote after, like some parts of it were completed after, so you have this documentation of his quoting, and then as you're finishing your part of it, you're adding in the extra details while you're completing a book, if that makes sense. Maybe you just kind of like everybody's story. They were all apart from the different continents as they were finishing their parts before they died. So maybe all their stories got mixed up and dates got mixed up along the lines.
Well, it's not just dates being mixed up. It's not just a simple matter of like, oh, hey, Quirinius is just the governor here. No, it's explicitly talking about a census, which is why Joseph even leaves Nazareth to go to Bethlehem. That's the point. It's not just, oh, hey, this is the guy who was reigning. No, it's not just a passing note. This is explicitly telling you what's going on. There's only one census of Judea that we know that's even remotely close to this time, and it is the census that Quirinius does. In fact, the author of Luke 2 also mentions this. It is in, let me see here. I think it's Acts 8 or 9. I want to check really fast here. He only mentions it once. No, it's 5. So he talks about how there is a census, because the same person who wrote Luke 2 wrote all of Acts, by the way. And it says, after Judas the Galilean rose up at the time of the census. This census is the same one. This is talked about by Josephus, a historian from the time. He talks about how Judas the Galilean was a guy who got a whole bunch of people together, and they got mad at Rome because Judea, the people in Judea, did not want to be included in the census of Syria. They got added to Syria for the purpose of a census. They didn't like that, which is why Luke explicitly mentions that Quirinius was the governor of Syria, because there's only one census, and it's the one where they're added to Syria. That's the point of this. It's the point of the story, is what I'm saying. So if you take Quirinius out of this, it doesn't make any sense. Likewise, in Matthew 2, it's not just a passing reference to Herod the Great. Herod has speaking lines in Matthew 2. In Matthew 2, Herod literally talks, like within, like really quick. Let's see. Here's the Magi asking in verse 2 where Jesus is. They told him into the band. Yeah, so he asks questions here, and then he ends up right here. He talks. He has a speaking line, and then he does things as well. This is the massacre of the infants, where he goes and unalives everybody, or all the kids in Bethlehem. So he has actions. He has speaking lines. He is important to the story in Matthew. So it's not just a passing reference. They are literally trying to say Jesus is born during this specific time.
My only question that I would say to that is, if you were to create a story about a man and you all agreed on it, why would you not make all the details perfectly lined up? Or would you have, if it was real, human error in your documentation, like mixed up dates?
If he was real, they would know that Jesus wouldn't be born in 6, because Luke tries to say that Jesus was born in 6 CE or 6 AD, whatever, which is when Quirinius does the census. And then in Luke 3, it says that Jesus was 30 years old, or roughly 30, when he begins his ministry. It tells you right here, Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. All right.
Right.
At what age do you believe that? At what age do you believe that Jesus was crucified?
33.
Okay. So if he was born in 6 and he dies at the age of 33, what year would that be?
I mean, it would go up, right? So 39.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. Yes, you got it. But I want to tip my
when it goes down and up.
Right. I want to tip my hat to you, because you actually answered this question faster than literally everybody I asked this question to. I know it sounds like simple math, but literally people have a fucking problem with it. I don't understand why. It's so weird. So yes, 39. Unfortunately, when we take a look at Pilate, we can see that Pontius Pilate, he was removed from office in 36.
Huh.
So yeah, Luke is definitely just wrong. Like it doesn't even make any sense. I'd also like to point out really fast that in Luke 3, it tells you like when John the Baptist starts his ministry and stuff like that. It tries to give you the exact time. It says in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, this is the year 29, because he starts his reign in 14, so 15 plus 14 there. When Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea, that's perfectly fine. Herod was ruler of Galilee, that's fine too. That's a Herod Antipas, not the Great or Archelaus. And his brother Philip, ruler of a region of Iturea and Trachonitis. All this is perfectly fine. That lines up with the year 29. This doesn't make any sense. This guy died in 33 BC. It doesn't even make any sense. He died in 33 BC. We have coins with the guy on it.
But again, one thing I'd ask about that, just to stir a brain, is who says that whoever's making those dates on Wikipedia or wherever that was is right about their death? Maybe it's just an estimate.
Because these are not only coins that are made with sometimes with dates on them, but also because of the fact that historians at the time mention these people. Lysanias is actually mentioned by people. That's the problem. The father of Lysanias was Ptolemy, son of Menenius, and he is a tetrarch of Iturea and Chalcis from 85 BC to 40. So we have evidence of him as well. Like we can see, especially with leaders, where we know when these people reigned and everything like that. We have a really good idea as to when they reigned, because obviously people would be talking about them, but you also kept track of years that way. Like, for instance, there in Luke 3, where I just showed you, where it was trying to say all those different people who were reigning. This is how you know what time period something was going on, because people talked like that. But Luke is
Right.
making horrible mistakes, mentioning someone who died 60 years prior, because this is not a historical person, or this is not a historical story. They're just they're writing it much later, and they're just trying to take guesses, and they're just trying to say, oh, this person was reigning and stuff. It's just
But I feel like
wrong.
you could also say to the documentation of their existence and all that, and maybe some things get lost in history. Maybe they're written down. You find coins, but like, who are the eyewitnesses of them that we could ask about? Who are the eyewitnesses that those people lived from blank to blank?
Their parents, who mention them in other texts, and who get mentioned in other texts. Like
in what?
Like, are you just doing the slippery slope argument again?
No, I'm just saying, like, where are you saying their parents mentioned them? Like, you're talking about the rulers.
You're talking about like
no,
the people who mention their parents say that they have like children, and these children grow up to be these rulers that, like, Josephus mentions Lysanias, the ruler of Babylon, and he says when he dies.
So like you're saying that in the previous parts of the Bible that their dates are lining up with these people, but they're not lining up with Jesus.
That's correct. They're not lining up with the story, the time that the story is supposed to be taking place. That's the issue.
I see what you're saying.
So we end up in a situation where the story of Jesus does not actually line up with this time. That's the problem.
Yeah, but again, I don't know. I'd have to do more research on them. I mean, I believe that clearly you've done research because you know right where it is and you've looked this stuff up. I'm saying I haven't done my own, so I don't necessarily have a great counter argument, but
well, I mean, why'd you swear your life to it then?
Because I have faith that it is the same way that you.
No, 1 second. Go ahead, Eric.
I'm just saying the same way that you do your. I think the biggest reason is just like what I've seen and how it relates to me and how I've read it, and like, I don't know, in my life it makes sense, so I choose to believe.
How did you know that had anything to do with whether or not the story was true then? Or though, like let's say that you, I don't know, you prayed or something like that and for healing and you got healed. How did that suddenly mean that a story from 2,000 years ago about a guy in the desert was just real?
I'm saying my faith in the Bible and my belief in what is said in the Bible and after and through preaching.
What does that do?
Is what makes me believe.
So you just believe it even though there's no evidence because you want to believe it?
I mean, you say that about a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to get into that again, but I think we believe a lot of things we believe in human things based on faith. Why can't I believe in my God? And
give me one example of something you believe in just faith. You just have faith in it.
I believe in gravity. People try to understand gravity. I don't actually know why it exists. I just
can't see evidence of gravity?
Yeah, but I'm saying you have faith that the person that came up with a perfect explanation of gravity. I don't.
What do you mean a perfect explanation of gravity? Like, you can literally see evidence of gravity.
Yeah, but you can't feel it.
You don't feel gravitational pull?
I'm saying this guy.
You don't feel gravitational pull?
No, tell me what it feels like.
It literally is. It's literally the act of falling down. It's being pulled down.
Yeah, but you can't feel gravity weighing down on you. You know that's what pulls you down, and you feel yourself hit the ground. You don't feel gravity.
Really fast. Do you think that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. I don't get into that. I believe that it's round.
Okay, good. All right. So by that, you mean a sphere, right?
A sphere, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Just making sure. So the point is, obviously, gravity is a real thing that we can actually test and test for, and we can see the effects of when there's no gravity or a zero gravity, like when astronauts go into space. So we can actually see the difference between no gravity and gravity. We can test it. We can see the evidence for it. What evidence have you provided for Jesus?
But you have evidence because of something that another man wrote, and you have faith
that the math that he did for that
No,
stop. Listen, in no way, shape, or form does it require that I understand what Isaac Newton talked about for me to understand that if I let go of this pen, it's going to go downwards. Like it's just
that's the same thing.
I don't
have
listen. But I can test. I can say it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. Like I can do that as much as I want. What is your test that shows that Jesus actually did exist? And where's your proof that it keeps happening, that it's repeatable, that it's testable and actually demonstrable?
No, that thing that I just said, I was saying was a testament to my faith in God, not my testament and faith to Jesus.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that there is a difference between faith and trust. I can trust that gravity itself is actually there because I can see the evidence and I experience it. You do not have any experience with 2,000 years ago, so you can't trust anything, and you don't have any evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago, so it's faith. There is a difference between faith and trust. Trust is something that is built on experience and support from evidence, whereas faith is literally the exact opposite of that. It is, I am saying I don't have any evidence, but I still just believe it anyways. And that's what you're saying. And you're trying to say that we go through life with faith. No, the fuck we don't. We go through life trusting in individuals who have told us some certain things, and we believe them because the things that they have said have been demonstrable. We have seen that what they say actually plays out. We can test it. And on top of that, even these faith things, like if you're saying, oh, hey, I have like faith that my spouse won't cheat on me. Cool. Every once in a while, spouses actually do cheat on their spouses. So as a result, I guess faith is not a good way to find truth. You can trust that someone is not going to do something because they're actually providing evidence that they're not cheating or something like that, or providing evidence that they're with you or something like that. You can actually trust them. You've seen time and time again, and you've experienced the fact that they're around you and they're not doing these kind of things. But then all of a sudden, if you have evidence that they're cheating, I guess they're cheating. That's how that works. Trust is based on evidence. Faith is not based on evidence. You're trying to use the word faith when you should be using the word trust for things that we go through. But for your God, or not for God, but for Jesus, well, God, I guess as well, but for Jesus, you're using the word faith because that's what it is. It's the lack of evidence. You don't have any evidence for it. And for some weird reason, you've turned your brain off when it comes to Jesus. And you say, I will trust all this other stuff, this evidence, but in this case, I don't have any evidence and I'm just going to believe it anyways. And it's probably because it makes you feel good.
No, I'd say the only reason I'm getting to that is because my evidence from the Bible and my evidence post-biblically about the people that saw Jesus, you were getting around. So
what evidence do we have of the people who saw Jesus? We're right back to it.
The writing and the people that documented that they met the people who saw him.
Who says that? I want you to name me one person who says they met someone who saw Jesus.
It's in, I can't think of the name of it, but it's Peter. It's a post-biblical
Peter
thing
doesn't write anything. Acts says that he's illiterate.
No, it's not. Well, it's not Peter himself. I'm saying the book after the Bible, it's named after Peter, and it's about the documentation of the apostles after Jesus. I can't remember what it's called.
Are you talking about Acts?
No, it's not in the Bible. It's a separate book of them after, documentation of them after proving that they existed.
Okay. Well, I mean, at a certain point,
I'll put it in the comments later, but I'll let somebody else talk. I appreciate the conversation, man. It was good.
I mean, please, for the love of all that is holy in this world, which really isn't much, start believing things that you have evidence for. Stop believing things that you don't have any evidence for. That's weird. That's silly. That's nonsense.
Each to their own. I'm not turning my faith from God, but I appreciate the conversation.
Do you recognize that faith is an excuse that you are giving because you don't have any good evidence?
No.
Okay. Define your faith and show the evidence for it then.
Define my faith?
Define what faith is, and please show what the evidence for this belief is.
My faith is the same way, not literally, but in the same way you say this pen drops. I believe, I look for God, I ask God, and Jesus and God changed my life in certain. And
how did you know it was Jesus?
Because the evidence.
How did you know it was Jesus and not a Greek god just doing you a solid, even though you called him the wrong name?
Because I didn't pray to a Greek god.
I know. That's what I just said. How do you know that he didn't just give you a solid or do you a solid even though you called him the wrong name? How did you know it wasn't Zeus going, you know what? You didn't call me the right name, but I'll go ahead and do it anyways.
Well, how would you know that it wasn't?
Exactly. There's no evidence,
you know
and
that
you
it wasn't
still
God?
believe it. That's my point. That's entirely my point. You don't have evidence either way, and you still just chose it's this one. That's my point.
To each their own, man. It's a good conversation. I
Yes,
gotta go.
to each their own. I choose to believe things with evidence. You choose to not believe things even though you don't have evidence. Or you choose to believe things even though you don't have evidence. That's weird. To each their own, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to exist within reality, and you're going to be off in La La Land. Is that the to each their own that you mean? Because that's what you've shown everybody who's watching that you're doing. And then he left. All right. So before we get to there, Var, I'll go ahead and send you the invite to unmute there. £9 and 99 pence from Ivy Ann 99 says, in Josephus, John the Baptist is said to have died around 4 years after the supposed date of Jesus' crucifixion. Do you think they based Jesus on a few characters, or is this an interpolation too? So, good question. So my co-author actually believes that was an interpolation, or at least a good portion of it could have been interpolated when it talks about John the Baptist and Josephus. Either way, it doesn't make a lot of sense because, again, as you pointed out, John the Baptist is actually talked about as if he dies after Jesus dies. But in the Gospels, John the Baptist dies sometimes in the first fucking chapter. He's just dead. So it's pretty wild. The timeline just doesn't work. And yet again, this is another, anachronism, if you will. John the Baptist doesn't die until after this particular period, but in the Gospels, it tries to say that he did. It's silly. It's silly. And you are pointing out something that is silly there. But that being said, it could also be an interpolation. The only reason that I would consider it to not be an interpolation would be because it doesn't really depict John the Baptist as the John the Baptist in the Gospels there in Josephus. It depicts him as a different thing, and he talks about him quite a bit, pretty lengthy writings there. So yeah, it's iffy, but I'd be willing to hear arguments either way there. Var, what you got there, Var? Var, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I gotta leave in a few minutes, but that was kind of loaded. I don't know what to respond to. Should I respond to anything you and the last dude were talking about?
No, you can either give evidence for Jesus, or you can listen to my evidence against him, or what would you like? Or Paul, I guess. We can talk about Paul if you really want to.
Well, first, the faith thing you were saying, I'm gonna say this first. You were saying that you're basically saying nothing that you believe in requires faith. Like physics and all of that, right? That's what you're saying?
Physics? Something that's demonstrable? Okay.
No, I'm asking a question.
Oh, no. I don't know of anything that I believe in that requires faith.
Okay. I'm going to just move on from that point.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, so Albert Einstein, that's the whole point. So Luke 2:2, right?
Luke 2:2, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Albert Einstein said it required faith, but there's no point in going into that. But yeah, Luke 2:2. When you read it in the Greek, right?
Yep.
How are you interpreting it saying first? What is your interpretation in the Greek?
Yeah, so proto there means first. That's why every translation into the English says first. It does not say before. There's not a single English translation that says before. That also wouldn't make a lot of sense because the reason why. So Quirinius is the governor of Syria, and we know that Judea was added to Syria for the purpose of a census that happened in 6. We know of this census, we have inscriptions of it, and we have evidence from Josephus for it. That being said, if you're talking about a census that happens before this, then it wouldn't make sense, because Joseph would not have to go from Galilee to Judea for any particular census that mentions Syria. The reason that Judea would have had a census, it wouldn't have been him. It would have been someone else conducting the census. It wouldn't make any sense for him to go from Galilee to Judea there.
I guess you would have to prove that to me. But my problem with this is in the Greek, right? When an adjective is followed by a noun, right? I know you've heard this case, right? When it's followed by a noun, especially first, right? Protos, it means before or former. And there's other places in the Bible where this is representing.
Sweet.
Right?
So literally no translation into the English ever says before. So, I mean, you're barking up the wrong tree here. There's literally no evidence whatsoever that this actually means before. And again, it wouldn't make any sense because, as I pointed out to the last guest, the same author of Luke 2, who wrote all of Acts, talks about the census. And it's the census that happens in 6. So no, dude, you're barking up the wrong tree. There is no evidence of any census that is taking place in Judea that would have affected people from Galilee as well. On top of that, it doesn't make any sense to even mention Quirinius if he wasn't there. It wouldn't make any sense to say, oh, this is before Quirinius. Why? Why would you need to mention that? Especially if it was during the time of King Herod, it would be 10 years prior. Why mention some guy who shows up 10 years later? That doesn't make any sense.
So you're saying grammatically it doesn't matter what Luke.
Well, grammatically, every translator who has ever translated it into English translates it as during or first, as opposed to before.
That's a bad translation.
Literally
bad
every
translation.
translation. Literally every translation. There's not an English translation that says.
So you're
before.
saying in the Greek, when an adjective is followed by a noun, then.
So I don't know if you know
You're
Greek or
denying that.
not, but the people who translate into English from the Greek all agree that it means first and not before. There's not a single translation of the Bible in English from the Greek that says before.
Well, that's actually because that's not necessarily because they didn't want to.
So the translators who are all these different people who are part of different denominations and everything are all saying we want this to be later.
No, they're proving the timeline through other theories.
No. They literally, this would be a contradiction. It would be in their best interest to say what you're trying to say, but they don't because that's not what it says.
So when you're saying when the writer of Luke, right, wrote this in Greek, the Greek people didn't understand it. It was a contradiction. That's kind of what I'm getting at. That doesn't make any sense.
No, the people who were reading these gospels did not read, generally speaking, multiple gospels.
Say that one more time.
The people who read these gospels did not, generally speaking, read multiple gospels. The only people who would actually be doing this would be the people who were, like, say, leaders of the communities or leaders of the churches who would know of other gospels that they're basing these things off of. The author of the Gospel of Luke obviously knew of other gospels. He literally talks about it at the beginning. The issue here is that you're trying to say, oh, hey, somebody would have found out that it was a contradiction and then pointed it out before. And I mean, maybe, but there's plenty of contradictions within the text and they didn't catch them before. There's still people today trying to deny very obvious contradictions because we just never caught them. They are things that have flown under the radar until this point. Like that's just how it works. And on top of that, in many cases, apologetics have been created in order to explain it. For instance, in this particular case, you read an apologetics thing very clearly. You read something online when I was talking to the last guest, or probably before it. I don't know, but at some point you read something that tried to say that in the Greek, the word first could mean before. That's an apologetics thing.
I got this from somebody named Jerome. He does do apologetics.
So yeah, apologetics. That's what I'm saying. Like you're getting it from somebody who said this could be something. Now that's because there's an apologetic. There's an apologetic that comes with it to explain the very clear contradiction, and it hasn't been around long enough for people to translate this in some particular way that isn't very clearly a contradiction. That's the problem. If this had been a known fact that it was before the census of Quirinius, if that was a known fact going all the way back to the Greek, then it wouldn't make any sense for people to have said, oh, hey, I'm in Christianity and I'm trying to make Jesus seem historical, so I'm going to use something that makes it later. Why would they ever use the later term if it was A, possible that it meant before, and B, thought that it meant before? Like if it had been a thought in everyone's mind going all the way back to the 2nd century that word was the word before, why did they ever translate it the wrong way and then just keep doing that?
I mean, I kind of tried to explain that and you didn't let me.
Okay, so you believe that the translators of the Bible are out to get you or something?
Nah. because even in John 1, right, it's that the protos is used again, and even there, it's translated to before, right? So now we have a clear contradiction, or we don't, right?
Okay. So the word proto can mean two different things. There's a reason why. So you're not explaining why these people translated it to first in all English translations. You said you were trying to, but I didn't let you. Please explain.
Okay, so what I just pointed to John 1.
Okay, that doesn't explain why people looked at Luke 2:2 and translated it the wrong way every time they translated it. Explain that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
That's what you said you were trying to explain. You
no, I thought you
got
I thought
on
you
to
were
me
saying,
for
right.
cutting you off. Explain it.
Okay, so I feel like instead of translating it there, they just like kind of left it alone, using like obviously
Left
we know
it
that
alone.
he wasn't born. Yeah, like they didn't.
Well, if they left it alone, wouldn't it
that
default to what everybody believed, which you're saying was the word before?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like, they
so
believed
why
it
did
to
they
be
translate it
before.
as first if it was already thought to be before? If everybody up until that point believed that it meant before Quirinius, why did every English translator say, let's change it to something else by leaving it alone?
So I guess you like, I don't really know how this is a.
You're producing a conspiracy theory, is what you're saying. You're saying that
It's
there's...
not a compare.
Yeah, you are. You're trying to say that all these interpreters, all these
Mm-hmm.
translators from Greek to English, all decided to use the wrong term that makes
No, that's
Jesus
what I
somehow
read.
worse.
I can read it. I can read it to you.
Okay. Give me the explanation as to why these interpreters, why these
Okay, give me a second.
translators put the wrong word.
Okay. It says, while grammatically possible, critics of the translation point out that Luke uses clearer standard Greek words for before, like pro, dozens of times elsewhere in his writings. Because of this, almost all major modern English translations, speaking of all the ones you're talking about, stick to the traditional first senses rendering, choosing to
So
solve
that's
the
the
historical
traditional.
timeline.
That's the
Hold on,
traditional?
let me finish.
Is that the did you say the word traditional in there?
Stick to the traditional first senses rendering.
Yeah, that means that the
Choosing to
tradition
solve-
is that it was the first. You try to
Oh, my
say
No,
that the
it's-
tradition,
It's
the thing
followed
that
by
you
a
are
noun.
reading,
So you have
the
to
thing that
understand their
you are
grammar.
literally reading
Oh,
says that it
okay.
is a traditional reading of first. You literally just read, your own source just said that the tradition within Christianity is that it is the first census, not before.
Can I finish reading it?
I mean, you already destroyed your own argument, but please continue.
Okay. Choosing to solve the historical timeline through alternative theories, such as, I don't know how to say his name, Quirinius holding an earlier unofficial administrative command in Syria.
Yeah. Okay. So what that is saying is that they're saying, hey, because this says first, people have to come up with some kind of bullshit idea that tries to say that, hey, the first census that happened during Quirinius actually happened during the time of King Herod. So in other words, what you're reading is trying to point the finger at Christians who say, oh, hey, it should say first, but therefore we need to move Quirinius himself. All right. What they're doing is they're saying we come up with an alternative idea without any evidence that this is a census that is before, even though we don't have any evidence of any census before. They're pointing fingers at Christians who translated it as first, and they're saying you don't have evidence that Quirinius actually reigned prior to 6. And they're saying we read it as the word before, not first. And that's the best way to read it, even though we don't have evidence that there was a census before. They're literally pointing at other Christians and saying, you don't have evidence, and you should listen to us. We also don't have evidence.
No, the evidence is grammatically. Like I
Okay,
explained
so
grammatically
please,
in Greek,
is there any evidence of a Judean census during the time of King Herod?
Well, that I don't know.
Okay, the answer is no. So in other words, they are what you just read not only completely torpedoed your argument by saying that the traditional reading was the word first, which you tried to argue that the way that they would have read it going back to the Greek was before.
Yeah.
But did it say that the traditional understanding is the word first? Is that the word that they used? They said that's the traditional understanding?
What'd you say?
Did what you just read say that the traditional understanding is the word first?
Yes.
Okay. So you tried to argue earlier that going all the way back to the Greek, like they would have understood in Greek that it meant before. That means that that means your source is literally contradicting what you just said. On top of that, your source went on to try to say people who think that the word is actually the word first in English need to move Quirinius earlier in order to line him up with Herod the Great. We don't have evidence of that, so the people who wrote your source don't want to do that. Instead, they want to say that the word first should actually be read in English as the word before, meaning there was a census that lines up with Herod the Great, which we also don't have evidence for. It's literally the pot calling the kettle black. They're trying, it's just a new way. As I told you earlier, it is just a new apologetic. The apologetic before was, we need to move Quirinius earlier. This apologetic is, we are trying to move the census earlier. It is, neither one do we have any evidence for. It is wrong. It is incorrect. We do know Quirinius started his reign in 6, and we do know that he did a census. We do know that Acts talks about the census and actually talks about Judas the Galilean there in that census, which is talked about in Josephus as reacting to the census in 6 from Quirinius. There is only one census that this author apparently knows of. And this is the one. And you just read an apologetic that tries to say the other apologetics are stupid by showing no other further evidence. Other than just, we want to read it differently than how it's traditionally been read.
Okay. I can concede to this point because I haven't did much studying.
If you could provide evidence, I will say this. If you could provide evidence of a census that was done during the time of King Herod, then yeah, sure.
Yeah,
maybe
no,
we should read this wrong. Maybe we should read this differently, and it's talking about that census. But until there's evidence of it, it doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. All right, I can concede to that point. But touching on can we go back to Jesus existing? Yeah. All right. So with Jesus existing, I would say still the letters of Paul prove Jesus' existence and Paul's existence.
Okay. All right. Where's your evidence that Paul even existed?
Josephus.
You think Josephus mentions Paul?
No, he mentioned James.
Well, that doesn't do us any good now, does it?
Paul met James.
Where does it say that Paul met James? In the canonical version of the epistles? Is that talking like Galatians or 1 Corinthians? Well, not 1 Corinthians, but Galatians. Sweet. In the earliest iteration of Paul's letters, it doesn't mention James, the brother of the Lord. That is something that is added later. The earliest iterations of Paul's letters show up in 144, as evidenced by multiple people, including like Tertullian, who says he has to take Paul's existence on faith, and the only reason he does so is because he has his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he believes that Marcion discovered Galatians, which is the book that you're trying to quote, which Marcion publishes in 144, and as luck would have it, his version of Galatians does not include any references to James, the brother of Jesus. So you'd have to somehow show me that there is a version of Paul's letters, specifically Galatians, that existed somehow before 144 that mentioned James. And the earliest iteration does not. So I don't know what to tell you.
I thought in the 19th century, well, I'll have to fact check that, so I'm not even going to go there. So you're denying Paul's, like, the timeline that he actually wrote it?
I'm denying Paul's existence
of Galatians.
What do you mean? Like we don't have any evidence that they show up in the first century.
The letter of Galatians was still written in the 2nd century.
Yeah. All the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. Yeah.
What is your proof of that? I would say
Marcion's Evangelon, as well as the Apostolicon, which is 9 or 10 letters or books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul. They're all published in roughly about 144. Or as heady artist, one of my friends came up and discussed, it's possible that it could be maybe a little later or a little before that, anywhere from like late 130s to maybe early 150, maybe, but probably late 130s to mid 140s.
And why does that prove it, I guess?
Yeah, because these letters, even when we like dive into them, we see that there's different authors within them. And when they were first published, there's fake ones in there as well. Even Christian scholars today say that only 6 or 7 of the Pauline epistles are actually authentic to Paul, which means that whenever they were first published in a collection of 9 or 10 in 144, up to 4 of them were fake right off the bat. Also, there's no information within them that actually shows that they were written in the 1st century. It never claims anything that's going on in the 1st century that like we can hold as an anchor. In fact, there's things in like the Pauline epistles today, like the King Aretas edition. Paul says that in Rome, while he was in Damascus, he was being harassed by King Aretas. The King Aretas IV, which people look at, he is somebody who reigned during the 1st century CE, but he never had control over Damascus. He never had control over Damascus. That's King Aretas IV. King Aretas III did have control over Damascus, but he dies in the middle of the 1st century BCE. So it's almost like they're casting him back into the past, but they're fucking up.
Hi guys, may I join?
Yeah, Var, was it? Did you have anything else there, Var? I don't know what happened there. He's not muted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was saying, so any correlation between Josephus and the Bible, were those just added
We're
in
still talking
later,
about
like,
Paul here, right? Like, what's your evidence that Paul even existed?
Well, I would have said Josephus, but you clearly
Josephus
denied
doesn't
that.
mention Paul.
Well, him meeting James is what I was going to say.
Okay, but we don't have any mention of James in the first iteration of Galatians.
So that makes it...
So that means that Paul didn't say that. That's just something that's added later. You'd have to show me evidence that there is a version of Paul that comes before 144.
What is the people that added the evidence later? How does that make it unvaluable?
Because Paul wouldn't have said it then. In which case we can't say that Paul met James. It should be self-explanatory.
I'm saying how though.
If Paul didn't write it, then how do we know that Paul met James?
Okay.
If Paul didn't write, I met James, then how do we know that Paul met James?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, I don't really have an argument for that then.
Anything else?
Josephus mentioned in Christ.
All right. Like where?
Does he? Is what I'm saying?
I mean, in short, no. But like there's interpolations into the text that make it sound like he did.
Okay, that's what, like, you know what I'm implying. So I'm saying, like, how does that not mean he's mentioning Jesus?
Who's mentioning Jesus?
Josephus.
Josephus. Oh, yeah. So because text later on can be interpolated by people who are trying to make Jesus sound historical. In fact, with Josephus, we can actually tell who wrote like the Testimonium Flavianum. That comes from Eusebius, writing in the early 4th century, about 200 years after the death of Josephus. Like we can tell in this case.
You're saying it's grafted in.
Yes.
Later.
Yes. He is the first to mention it. This is Eusebius. In his book Demonstratio Evangelica, he says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then gives us the Testimonium Flavianum for the first time in history.
Okay. All right. Well, I wasn't 100% familiar with all this.
Well, I mean, in your defense, most people aren't. I mean, that's how that works. But you can get a little bit more familiar little bit of a shameless plug, by checking out Christ Before Jesus. Me and my data science co-partner, we wrote a book on this particular topic, but generally it goes over like the dating for the New Testament. And we see that it's written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. And so you end up with these ramifications here, like Jesus and Paul not existing. But anyways, the point is, the ebook is just $3. It's not going to break the bank. The link's in my bio or on the YouTube profile. But anyways. That being said, yeah, we've definitely done a lot of research on this particular topic and a lot of talking about it. Definitely.
Okay. So you believe that all of this was actually written down, but just not by who they say it was written down by?
I mean, yeah, any written text has got to be written at some point. It's just, is it authentic to these people? Is it authentic to this particular point in time? And that actually matters. You know, if Paul didn't write that he met James, I don't know how we know that he met James. Like Acts comes around later and might say something about him meeting James, maybe. But the point is, it's not written by Paul, and it doesn't seem to be written by anybody who knew him. And then we can actually find out that Acts is written in about 150s, so like 90 years after Paul supposedly died. So it's definitely not written by anybody who even knew the guy. So it's pretty bad. Like the New Testament realistically is built on a house of cards. Go ahead.
Okay, house of cards. So why do so many historians, like even just secular atheist historians, right? Why do they agree on it? Because that has to be a problem, right?
It's because they accept. It's because they accept what the church tradition lots of times just says. Like for instance, Bart Ehrman, who is the most famous of the atheist or agnostic scholars on this topic, he says that Jesus definitely existed, and his big gotcha is Paul met James. That's his thing. But literally no one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul. No one, not once. And on top of that, the earliest iteration of Paul's letters, which again show up in 144, don't even mention James in it. So, I mean, what?
Okay.
So, like, in other words, what he's having to do here is he's having to say, hey, I'm relying on what the church says in order to actually make these claims that this person existed and that this person said this and that this person said this at this particular time. He has to rely on church tradition for Paul's existence because no non-Christian mentions him. He has to rely on a text being written a text being written about James, even though the first iteration doesn't say it. It's just Christian tradition that it says it because they add it later. Then he's got to assume that it was written before 144 because the 144 version doesn't have James, but there's no evidence that it was written prior to 144. None. The only people who say it is just later Christians who say, oh, hey, it was written in the middle of the 1st century. He is reliant upon church tradition at just about every turn. And the difference between him and myself, or him and me and my co-partner, is that we don't just automatically assume that when someone over 150 years later, or over 100 years later, says something about someone within their religion or something that matters to their religion, we don't just automatically assume that they're right. We say, okay, how can we dive in and actually confirm with corroborating evidence that what they're saying actually lines up? Is there other things that we can point to see a connection there, or is it just something that they're just kind of pulling out of their ass?
Yeah,
that's my.
So, how do you agree with like P46?
What do you mean?
Like in P46, Galatians is almost like directly.
What do you mean? I agree with it.
Like, do you accept P46? Is what I'm saying, or do you
accept it as what, like a copy or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like as a legitimate writing.
I mean, generally, yeah. But I mean, the oldest thing that we have from the New Testament is P52, though. There's no, as the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, where P52 is housed, that's a fragment of Gospel of John. They say that Gospel of John that fragment dates to 200 as of recent research. But it says we don't have any evidence that any earlier copies or any earlier fragments from the New Testament.
Yeah, P46 is it's around the same. It's like
I mean, it's around about the same, if not a little later or something like that. But sure, even if we put it the same, cool, 200. So,
but that's when it was okay. So that's
when it's copied. But that's 60 years after.
He didn't meet James, right?
Say what?
How does that prove that Paul didn't exist when he said he didn't exist?
Paul doesn't make it past like 65. and according to Christian tradition, a copy of a text in 200 doesn't do anything. I'm already telling you that like the Paul's letters, the earliest iteration is in 144. You're pointing to something 56 years later and saying, but what about this one? What are you talking about? Okay, cool.
No. I'm trying to see like, okay, like what is the argument against this, right? Like
argument against what?
Of P46. It says
I'm not arguing against it. It's a copy that shows up in 200. Who cares?
Yeah, but it's saying that Paul met James.
Awesome. I'm aware that sometime between 144 and 200, that in those 56 years, they added into Paul and said that he met James. I'm well aware of that. That would be I would say it's probably sometime in like the 160s or so.
Okay. So you're saying because the manuscript is 200 years old?
Well, no, it's the manuscript you're alluding to is 56 years after the earliest iteration of Paul.
Yeah, I get that.
144, Paul's letter doesn't say James. 200, Paul's letter says James. Cool. We got 56 years to play with here, and I'm saying that Paul's. I would date the time that James is getting added into this until about maybe the 160s or so.
That's what I was on. I didn't know that you were saying that Paul's first letter never said that he met James.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying this entire time.
Yeah, I didn't know you were saying that.
Okay, yeah. In 144, that version does not have James in it.
Which is P52?
No, it's Marcion's Apostolicon. So I do want to get to some other guests really quick, though.
All right.
But if you can, check out the text. Check it out. Check out the book if you can. Again, it's $3 for the ebook. There is a print version. There is an audiobook version. But let me know if you disagree or read it, and you'll already know what I'm going to say, and you'll have a cheat sheet to what my arguments are.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming up. All right. Wanted to get to some super chats really fast. 2 pounds from Neptune Cult. Hello, girly. Yeah. It's Burger Brain time. All right. Let's see. Opinion on the androgynous atom hypothesis. I don't know if I know anything about that, actually. I don't have an opinion on it. I've never looked it up. I'll write it down here. Okay. I've never heard of that. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, you can click the link that's in the chat and you can come up here on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up, you can send a super chat. I promise I will read it off like I did just now with Neptune Cult's comment. I'll respond to it. That's perfectly fine. If you want to do that, or if you want to give me evidence for Jesus, you want to ask a question about my evidence against Jesus, or if you want to use the word of the week. The word of the week is dummy. Try to find a way to put that into the conversation using the word dummy. Call me a dummy. That's what I want. Masochistic. No. Anyways. Adrian, what you got there, buddy? You there? Adrian. You there?
Yeah,
there
sorry.
Hey, no problem. What you got, man?
Hi guys, first of all, me myself, I'm Romanian. I'm a Christian Orthodox.
Okay.
So yeah, I've seen the questioning here saying Jesus and Paul never existed and prove us wrong. Yeah, well, regarding Paul, I'm having too much to prove in he existed or not he existed due to the fact that the Holy Bible, as we know it, all of us know, has been built up.
Is that how you say it? The Holy Bible?
In Mysia, yeah? Mysia, in the Council of Mysia, is it?
I've been reading the Holy Bible this entire time. What about the Council of Nicaea? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, so they built up the Bible as we know it nowadays. So
no.
Therefore,
the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah, so let me just explain my case.
The Council of Nicaea didn't have anything to do with that. That's not correct.
Well, they just established what we have nowadays in our hands as a Holy Bible.
No, they did not. That is not correct.
First of all, you can debate me, no worries.
Sweet. The Council of Nicaea did not determine what's in the Bible. they determined the Council of Nicaea was designed to combat like Arianism or the belief that Jesus was just a man, as opposed to a man who is also divine.
Exactly.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what's in the Bible, like
existence,
from a book standpoint.
regarding existing of Jesus Christ, as we Christian people know him as the Son of a God. So you debate the fact that he never existed.
Yes.
Well, we the Christian says he existed. He was the Son of God, and he came in this world, our world, as something extraordinary, and has been shown in the how is calling Han, in the dynasty of Han in China. They've said that when was about the birth of Jesus Christ, and they show those 3 stars upon the sky. They've noticed it, and they write it down in the dynasty of Han. People live in there in China, miles, thousands of miles distance from the place of where Jesus supposed to be birthed. They just notice that something extraordinary has to happen. It happened, and changes the perspectives of the world.
Do stars move and show you what city you're supposed to go?
Yes, but the fact
that so how did the star come to rest above
China, people of China that had nothing to do with Christianity, had nothing to do with anything that happened in this particular part of the world, Middle Eastern, knew and accepted in their own writings that we now can witness. They accepted that something has come into the world to change the perspective of how the world was on that time.
Yeah, I don't think that the star has anything to do with it.
Well, according to the legend, there were the 3 mages that they came and they saw, okay, Jesus Christ is about to be born.
It doesn't say that there was 3 magi.
Yeah, it does.
No, it
doesn't. Anyway, you can debate it much as you want.
Okay, well, I'm going to do it right now as much as I want. Where does it say that there's 3 magi?
Not in what you are showing there.
There's literally no other book of the Bible that mentions the magi.
Yeah,
it doesn't say anything about there's 3. Only Matthew mentions it. The magi are not mentioned in any other book.
You said Matthew, yeah?
Yeah.
So there is one witness. You can't say nobody once you say Matthew.
I'm saying Matthew, as in the Gospel of Matthew, is the only gospel that mentions the Magi.
Yes.
Okay, so and it never says that there's 3 of them.
Of them, and then he says.
It doesn't say there's 3 of them. Where does it say there's 3?
It doesn't say there's 3 of Magi.
No, it doesn't.
I misunderstood. There's Magis. There's these people who come to Israel, to the place of birth of Jesus Christ, and they came with gifts. Why would somebody came with gifts, certain presents, to show up to the birth of a child that has nothing to do with the place of a birth where he has been born into, because his parents were not from the areas above. They came there.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. No, not at all. It doesn't say anything about how they're in... No, listen, dude. Please. It says explicitly that they end up in Nazareth at the end of the story. Like, there's nowhere in the story of Matthew does it say that they were from Nazareth before. They were just in Bethlehem. That's all that it is. It just says Jesus is born in Bethlehem. Nowhere in Matthew 1 does it ever mention anything about Nazareth. because he wasn't in
They
there.
did not came. They were outside of Nazareth. They were outside there. Yeah. They were outsiders. They came
feel like
there.
I got to remove the guy because I mean you're just kind of saying shit. I feel like there's not only is there a little bit of a language barrier, you're not understanding what I'm talking about, like just at all. Okay, Son of God, what's going on?
Yo. Okay,
Hey.
so I've been listening for a minute here.
Sounds good. Hey, by the way, did you chirp in the chat and say that I disconnected you?
No, I got something disconnected me.
Did you say that I disconnected you?
I'm not sure who. I don't know.
Is that what you said?
I don't remember.
Don't worry. I've got it. I can scroll back up here and see exactly what you said. All right. You say, bro kicked me off the live. That is your last. Sweet. You said bro. So who is the bro? Is that me?
Bro kind of just refers generally to whoever that may be.
So who is it?
It's a great question. I don't know.
Who did you mean?
Me?
Who did you mean when you said bro?
Well, whoever kicked me off, I didn't specify.
No one did.
Well, someone did.
No. Your phone disconnected, and then you decided to just kind of blame somebody. Obviously,
Okay,
if I wanted you off the panel, I wouldn't bring you back up. It's just that I don't want you to gaslight and try to show everybody in the chat that I was doing something when I wasn't doing it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if it was an accident. Let's see. So,
yeah, there you go. If I wanted you off the panel, you wouldn't be on the panel. So what do you got today?
Okay, so you argue Jesus and Paul don't exist, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we can go so many different places with this. Like, you don't realize how extensive. So,
I don't realize. I wrote a book on it, but please continue.
No, I see your book. I got to pull it up here.
All right. Yeah, I don't realize how extensive what is.
May I ask what was like? What was kind of your journey? Can I ask you about your journey? Like,
taking a look at the Christology of Jesus, me and my co-author assumed that Jesus was a historical person. We were just trying to do some research on the Christology and like who put these claims of divinity on God. When did they put these claims of divinity on God? Why did they, or on God, on Jesus? Like, why did they do it? They tried to say that Jesus was God, that kind of thing. And how does it develop over time? As we were doing this research, we realized that there's no evidence for this guy. In fact, there's evidence against him. And then we started to realize that the text in the New Testament actually starts showing up in the 2nd century. And that's a problem.
Okay. Could I pause you for a second?
Sure.
So your book, right? Your book has a website, right?
I mean, yeah, there's not really a lot to the website, unless you're talking about
are you
mythicism.web.app or something. But
are you aware of Dr. M. David Litwa? He has a detailed methodological paper.
Listen. It's Litva, and he's one of my friends. Yes.
Yeah. Well, so tell me, what do you think? You already obviously know about him. Could you tell me a little bit about what he said? Yeah. Let's hear it. What's your take on his? I don't know, his take on your work.
My take on his take?
Yeah, your take on his take on your work.
He's not a mythicist, but okay, fine.
Well, he wrote an extensive methodological paper critiquing your entire book.
He did not.
Okay, well, you're just denying a completely true fact.
No, he did not. Here. Please provide the evidence for that. He did not do that.
All right, so your sample sizes are too small. So the New Testament, chapters average
so
around 372 words. Okay, listen to me.
Where did M. David Litva say this?
Let me speak, bro, because
where did M. David Litva say this?
Can't take turns.
Where did M. David Litva say this?
Okay, look.
Where did M. David Litva say this?
I'm happy to listen to what you got to say.
Wait, now you're kicked. You can say bro kicked me. That's fine. I did. All right. Burn David. What you got?
Hello.
Hey.
My name is David, and I've been listening for a little bit.
Felt like it was either David or Bernie.
Yeah. So first, I'm not a good debater, so I have to start from there, and I'll just share a few things. Okay. So you asked a few questions, and I want to answer.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to also say that it's going to be like something like a personal experience. Okay. So I think you're saying that Jesus as a person existed. However, Jesus as Christ did not exist. Am I right?
No, I'm saying that Jesus did not exist as a person.
Because, well, do you believe historical records like Josephus, Tacitus? But they say that Jesus existed, and what is your take on their historical record?
Oh, thank you very much. You're hot, and I love you. Oh, yes, I'm finished. That was a big slab of banana bread. That was like the whole banana. Woman? Okay. Anyways. No, don't just... don't stand there. You're gonna... No, okay, all right. Ridiculous. All right. So yeah, I'm a big fan of history. Just so we're clear though. In the last month, 61 people before you brought up Josephus. Okay. None of them were able to be successful when it came to providing evidence to how Josephus actually was good evidence for Jesus. Prior to you, 62 people brought up Tacitus. Are you going to be the lucky one who brings up Josephus and Tacitus and proves us all wrong?
Well, I don't know, but there is something that connects faith and history. And I just want to really hone in on that. So before I say what I want to say, I want you to tell me why you think they don't hold enough evidence. I mean...
Because they're interpolated into.
What do you mean by that?
Someone adds to their works later on.
All right. So what is the proof that someone added to Josephus's work?
Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, is written by Eusebius. He's the first Christian church father to even mention it in the beginning of the 4th century, and he mentions the version that even Christian scholars today say is not right. He mentions this in Demonstratio Evangelica, where he says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then he gives us that paragraph for the first time in history. 6 or 7 different church fathers prior to him quote from Josephus, some of them quoting from the same book. None of them mention the Testimonium Flavianum, even in passing. There are phrases within the Testimonium Flavianum that Josephus either doesn't use or doesn't use in that way. For instance, the phrase that gets translated as miracle worker or doer of good deeds is a phrase that Josephus uses as a poet. The person who does use it as miracle worker a lot is Eusebius, who is, again, the first person to mention it in the early 4th century. The paragraph before it and after it go together because it's talking about bad things that Pilate did. The paragraph right after it says, another sad calamity that befell the Jews. So if you take the paragraph out of it, it flows perfectly. So much so that in Wars of the Jews, another book from Josephus, it flows from the story above it to the story after it without ever mentioning Jesus. Also, it's absolutely filled with glaze. It says that Jesus was potentially a god, was the Christ, resurrected after 3 days, and the divine prophets foretold him and 10,000 other wonderful things about him. So it's very clearly not something that he would have written.
Okay, so what is Josephus, a Jewish leader, Tacitus, a Roman leader. What is the probability that both of them have their work added to?
High. Because we can actually see in like the 11th century, in the Slavonic version of Josephus's book, well, they put it all into like one book, if you will. But that being said, there's 13 references to Jesus in that because the Christians were absolutely trigger happy when it came to adding things to text. We can actually see with Tacitus, we can literally see in the 11th century copy of Annals, which was originally written in 116, we can literally see the edits where they are taking the word Christians with an E and erase part of it to make it look like the word Christians with an I. We can actually see Christians in the margins as well. I can pull up the manuscript if you want. We can literally see the sausage being made. We can see the Christians editing text. We know they edited text. It's not a matter of what are the chances. We know they did it. Like, we know that they edited text. So the chances of these particular ones being edited in this particular way is extremely high, especially since the mentions of these lines like Christ within Tacitus or the Testimonium Flavianum within Josephus don't show up for hundreds of years after they're supposedly written, despite the fact that church fathers prior mention them.
Okay, so now from a biblical perspective, and I don't really want to use the Bible a lot, but I would say that the Bible is a collection of many stories, starting from Genesis to Revelation. Now, let's say, for instance,
that was a really weird explanation of the Bible, but what does this having to do with Jesus and Paul?
Okay, so say for instance, Josephus' work got added to, and Paul Tacitus' work got added to. How do you describe where the Bible began, the story of Abraham, Joseph, all of those stories that led up to Jesus? You can actually find proof of them, proof in Josephus's book, proof of them in historical books today. For example, Joseph, you can find, although people argue that it didn't exist, but recent archaeological work show that it actually existed. Now, when you look at different stories in the Bible, you see that a lot of them have historical backing. Now, I'm saying that the consensus of history says that Jesus existed. And I'm not even talking about Jesus the Christ now. I'm just talking about Jesus the Nazarene existed. Now, you say their work has been added to, but there is no real proof that their work is added to. That is your own take on it. No. I believe.
We can actually use stellometry to show that the Testimonium Flavianum and the line there about Christ were in Tacitus's Annals are in a completely different style than the rest of Josephus and Tacitus, respectively. So no, we can actually back it up with actual data science. So that's how it is. Also, I don't know why you took us through the Old Testament and stuff. There is zilch from the Old Testament that can actually be proven correct. The idea of did you say something about Joseph? Were you talking about like Joseph, the father of Jesus, or Joseph,
no,
I'm talking about the Technicolor Dreamcoat guy?
No, I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's no evidence of literally either of those, unless you're maybe referring to, I don't know, maybe Ben Carson, Indiana Carson, that is, and the Temple of Grain. Because I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
So this is my point. My point is that if you single out a part of the Bible saying Jesus did not exist, you'd have to look at the entire Bible.
No, you don't. Why the fuck would I need to do that? Why would I need to do that? That's dumb as shit.
Because the entire Bible talks about Jesus.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I want you to point to me one time the name Jesus actually appears in the Old Testament outside of the high priest named Joshua, who Hezekiah, I believe, blesses, and then fucking Joshua, the son of Nun. Point to me one time that Jesus is mentioned back then.
Not by name.
Okay, cool. So it's almost like he doesn't fucking mention him.
Yeah, it doesn't mention Jesus.
All right, there you go. So I don't have to take a look at the Old Testament. Also, if that was the case, then it would still be bullshit because the Old Testament is 99% bullshit at minimum.
There are archaeological records that proves it right.
No, give me one archaeological record that proves literally any of it right.
Okay, if you look at the story of Joseph and
good luck with this.
And his
coat,
Johnny,
brothers,
Johnny
the pit that he was in, Potiphar's wife.
Johnny to Egypt. Yes, Johnny to Egypt.
His journey, where he was sold into slavery. We have evidence of that.
Yes.
Okay, where's the evidence that he was sold into slavery?
Not evidence that he was sold into slavery.
Okay,
I'm talking about evidence that he was actually present.
Sure. You go ahead and give the evidence for Joseph. Do it now.
So, have you ever heard about? Give me a moment. Have you ever heard about Salis? Salis was a leader in Egypt. Now,
the fuck are you talking about? Just jump to Joseph, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm trying to bring out something, but you're really cutting me short. Now,
no, I'm not. I'm asking you to bring evidence for Joseph, and you're talking about other people.
What I'm trying to say is that. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the Bible points to different parts of historical parts that gives Jesus
different parts of historical parts. God damn it, dude! Just get to the point. Just give us evidence for Joseph.
What I'm trying to say is that there are prophecies. There
are
words.
Give me the evidence of Joseph.
Okay. Give me a moment. If you're not going to rush me, I'm going to give it to you.
All right, do it.
Okay.
So what'd you got?
All right. Okay, so I want to point to a historical record that talks about someone called Salatis. Now, Salatis
Are you saying that's Joseph?
Yes. If you look at what Salatis is and what the Bible says about Joseph, you will find very, very, very amazing parallels.
Okay, so does that mean he's Joseph?
You can look it up. When you look at what the Bible says about it, and when you look at what history says about it, there is no other way, especially where he was buried, where his brothers was buried.
And the Manethonian tradition, Salatis was the first Hyksos king, the one who subdued and ruled Lower Egypt and founded the 15th dynasty.
Yes, yes. And when you look it up, you will see the parallels. But that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is, when you look that up, when you look up the history of who Jesus is going to be and what he actually
literally
did.
Every single, let's see. Okay. So when you just taking a quick look at the Wikipedia page even for it. Identification. Several attempts have been made to identify him with an archaeologically attested ruler. He was sometimes associated with a ruler named Sharik or Shalak, who is mentioned in a genealogical priestly document from Memphis, and also with a much more attested to King Sheshi. All right. Down here it says it has been suggested that the name might be linked to Shalit, a title borne by the biblical patriarch Joseph during his stay in Egypt, with the meaning of keeper of the power. However, this is considered a very weak assumption. So please continue. You're doing great.
Okay, so they say it's a weak assumption, but
yeah, you're doing great, man. Everybody's believing you. We're about to become Christians.
No, that's not the point. The point is,
I'm glad because I was joking.
You asked something about faith. What is faith?
I asked something about evidence is what I asked for. Yes, okay. So it sounds like we don't have any evidence for Joseph, and you just kind of spoke out of your ass there for a little bit. But other than that, even if Joseph was real, that doesn't mean Jesus would be real. And also, by me saying Jesus isn't real, I guess you said that I'm also saying Joseph isn't real. Yeah. So, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or did you want me to go ahead and move on to somebody else?
The general consensus is that Jesus was real.
Cool. And what evidence did they base that on?
The idea that the work of Josephus was written into is actually not popular evidence. If it's popular evidence, bring it out. Show me on Wikipedia. Show me somewhere that his work was written to. I am asking you, what's the proof that Josephus' work was written to, Tacitus' work was written to? Where's the evidence that it was written to? Because for you to believe that is belief, and faith is belief.
Yeah, cool. That's not what that is. But anyways, let me go ahead and pull this up here to show you that there actually is evidence that it's been like edited and whatnot. We're going to bring up Tacitus really fast. And what are you going to do whenever I show you that it's been edited? What are you going to do?
Oh, I'm going to listen. I love being corrected.
Well, then try that. Try that. Let's go ahead and practice that real fast. All right. So when we take a look at Tacitus's Annals, this is the earliest manuscript that we have. It's from the 11th century. We can see that this word up here is used in the margins. What does this word look like to you? What does that word look like?
Something.
Yeah, Christians. All right. The reason why Christians is in the margin is because if you follow this line, follow that line, right here, we have this word right here, which is translated as Christians in the text. Do you see this gap right here?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's because this used to be an E, not an I. An I after an R looks like this. It looks like a Y. Here's the word crisis as an I. Here's the I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be an E. This used to read Christians, which is why it says Christians over in the margin. There you go, buddy. We can tell that it has been edited. This is the earliest manuscript that we have for Tacitus's Annals, originally written in 116. So now that you see that it's very clearly been edited into, what are you going to do now?
But are you 100% sure that it has been edited?
Yes, otherwise it wouldn't have it over in the margins. They wouldn't need to put it in the margins if the word was in the text. That's how that goes, man. Anything else?
Well. To get to my point.
Yeah, faith, please. For all that is holy, which isn't much, get to your fucking point. What's your point that Jesus and Paul existed? What's your evidence?
All right. So, me reading the Bible.
Yeah.
Believed it, and took an action.
What? I don't even know what you said. You said you believed it? Is that what you said?
I read the Bible.
Uh-huh.
I researched some historical facts.
Oh, yeah. Like Joseph?
Yes, like Joseph.
So in other words, you did dog shit research and then you just decided that all of it's true?
Like Joseph, like David.
Okay, there's not really any evidence for David either. The only thing that could potentially be mentioned of David is a stele that possibly says David, or just says, like it uses the word David in the actual thing. Isaiah also doesn't have any evidence, but cool. Please continue.
It does have a lot of evidence, and it's not like...
It's not. We don't have any evidence of Isaiah existing.
But the thing is, the Bible is also a historical book, and if you're saying that the historical...
You have done a dog shit job of trying to show that it's part of history. Please connect it to history.
You would not let me land.
Sweet, give me the evidence that Isaiah lived. Give me the evidence that Isaiah lived.
I don't have all the answers, but
yeah, I know exactly. I don't think you have any. Give me the evidence that. Give me the evidence that Abraham lived. What's the evidence of Abraham?
You see, the Bible is a historical book.
What's the evidence that Jacob lived?
Let me land. The Bible is a
historical what's the evidence that Isaac lived?
There are so many evidences.
Sweet, give me the evidence for him.
But hold on. Let me land.
Either give me the evidence of Isaiah in 5 seconds or you get disconnected and I move on to somebody with wrinkles on their brain.
So, the evidence that I read is what I believe, and that is what convinces.
Yep, sounds good. All right, moving on to somebody else. All right, let's see. $9.99 from Dr. Jim, number 12. The last few guests were so low tier, they dry up every woman they encounter. Probably never made anyone queef. Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit. Hashtag Queen for Christ. That's two. We're nearing the magic number, everybody. We are nearing the magic number. $2 from Polenta Forest. Hey, says, Jaren, you are so innocent. Well, thank you, I guess. $5 from Resting Op Face says, guest ain't shit. And they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Queeps in the trap. Queeps in the trap. All right. Eric, what you got?
What's up, dude? Your videos have been popping up on my feed, like on YouTube, like almost every day, and I'm just like...
Popping up on your feed? Oh, you say feed with a D?
You know, I'm a feet guy, so...
Hey, what?
No, but everything that you're saying it's pretty entertaining, and I'm just curious, you know, just, you know, because I don't have any proof about any of the stuff that you're trying to... You know, I mean, you've already gotten your point across about all this stuff, and I'm starting to believe all this stuff because, you know, I know you know who Professor, I think his name is Zhang, or he's that Asian educator. Yeah, he's on YouTube a lot. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think so. I may have. I just don't know his name.
I think he's like a high school teacher. He's like a historian. He teaches history. Professor Zhang. I think that's how you pronounce his name. But anyway, he talks about how there is there's zero proof that Jesus existed as well. That during that time, there's like there's no facts about him existing. And so I just want to know, like, from your perspective, like, where, like, so the Shrouded Turn, right? Like, because I'm new to this, and so I just want to, you could write it on your board, you could put a tally mark on there, but just like
for what?
Because I know people talk about it, how they say like, oh, well, people found, like, we found the Shrouded Turn, and that's like this sort of like that's proof that Jesus existed. So, like, what is your debunking of that?
The shroud?
Yes. I just want to know your perspective, because I've heard about it and I haven't really looked too much into it.
Do you see this?
I do.
What is this?
That is a mask.
Yes. A mask of what? Like a face?
That I don't know what the specific term for it. I mean,
like a face. It's a face, like a human face, right?
Right.
And a human face is 3D, right? Like, or the human head is 3D.
Yes.
All right. The eyelids are actually into the skull, or into a recess of the skull, like the eyes. So if you were to lay a sheet on top of this, the sheet would be held up by the nose, the eyebrows or the forehead, the cheekbones. They would go over, the sheet would lay over the eyelids. In order to get to the eyelids, you'd have to pull it pretty much skin tight, correct?
Yes.
Once you pull it skin tight, if you then were to get the impression from this face, and you were to lay it flat, it would look like this. We would end up with something that looks like the mask of Agamemnon. I'm going to show you as soon as I possibly can the mask of Agamemnon, because that is how that works. We end up with things like this. Let me go ahead and fix that there. Oh, there we go. We end up with these things because this is an actual funerary mask from someone's actual three-dimensional head. This, however, is the shroud. This does not look the way that it should. This is it highlighted. The way it should look is something more like this. We would get the sides of all these different things. Not just the head, the hands, the body, the torso, the fingers, everything. Everything is 3D image or a 3D object, then cast onto a 2D plane. And when you lay it flat, it should look distorted, oblong, weird. Because that's how, like, maps all look. All maps have a little bit of distortion because the globe is a globe. It is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere. It's not flat. So when you try to lay it flat on a 2D surface, you're going to get distortion. That's how it works. So the point is, the fact that it doesn't look like this, and it looks like you're just looking directly at him, tells us exactly how accurate it actually is. It is artwork from the 1300s. It was dated to the 1300s. Anybody who tries to tell you that they dated something from like a fire or something like that doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground, because the fire happened 200 years later. On top of that, we actually have samples of it in an April 2026 study. So just a few months ago, they came out and said, hey, look, we still have some of these samples, and we compared them to the rest of the shroud, and it's a match. The part that was repaired was not the part that was actually analyzed. 3 different laboratories from 2 different countries took a look at the shroud, with a textile expert being there, taking the actual samples and taking a look at, or cutting them out to send them to these different labs. They all came back with the same answer, that it is the 1300s that it dates to. And that's the first time that we get any writings about the shroud. It is 1300s artwork. It kind of looks cool. It's been replicated. It has been proven false. It is not real. And anybody who tries to tell you that the shroud is real does not understand how just physics works.
Gotcha. Do you think it's history evidence of Jesus actually existing during the first century.
Why?
Like purposely.
Why? Who?
Why? That's the thing I wouldn't know. Like to prevent him from actually existing. Like, not sure.
And they were perfectly fine with everybody writing over 40 gospels starting in the middle of the 2nd century?
Right. So that's why I'm asking you, because you know I don't know my history too much on Jesus, because I mean there is none, because I've done my research on it and there's nothing. Basically, everyone just goes off the Bible, and that's really not historical at all. It's just a bunch of stories. It's just a storybook.
Yeah, it's mythology. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
People will look at Jesus and then somehow deny that Zeus existed. The fuck? Like, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is Jesus. Yeah, he's totally real. This guy who can control the weather. Yeah, Zeus. Yeah, that's nuts. Who can control the weather?
Well, there's just as much
so
proof
silly
than Jesus did. I mean, people talk about Zeus all the time. There's plenty of stories, a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So why do you think they took books out of the Bible, like, you know, the Gospel of Thomas?
They didn't take it in. They take it out of the Bible. It was just never in it.
Okay, like it was just like the.
No, they had a canon. So multiple canons had been put together by the end of the 2nd century. Thomas was generally not included in those.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's extra biblical things, extra biblical writings and stuff like that show up, but that doesn't mean that they were taken out. They were just never included in it. By the time the 2nd century wraps up, they had a pretty good idea as to what they wanted in the Bible. There's only a couple things that are a little different.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't come on here to argue with you. I just want to tell you, you know, appreciate what you're doing, and you know, like, starting to believe you more and more every day. You know, I still like the things that Jesus says, or the things that claims that Jesus says in the Bible. You know, it sticks to my heart. It always will. You know, just for whatever reason. You know, but you know, you don't need to believe in Jesus to believe in like our whole purpose in life. And so,
I mean, fair enough. I mean, but don't believe me. Believe what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying, like, go fact check it and make sure that, you know, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Like, that's what you should do. Definitely.
Correct. For sure, brother. Yeah, well, that's all I got. I mean, thank you for having me on the call.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Thank you very much. That was Eric Gaylor. Thank you very much for coming up, man.
Appreciate you.
Let's see. Now we've got Hillel Ben Shahar. Something Shahar. Hello.
Yeah, this is the Isaiah name for the devil, the Isaiah 14 one. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hey, all right. Oh, hi.
I'm an atheist. I just have the profile. Yeah, I know. And I run a similar show. I'm Arab. We run a very similar show in the Arab world where we debate people on, you know, Christianity and religions and so on. And my followers suggested that I should meet you. And so I'm really happy. I've been following you for a while. And
oh no,
dude, you know your shit. I'm really, you know, happy that I finally found your feed.
Nice. So is this your main channel?
No, this is another profile. Because the other one is Arabic, so when I kind of requested several times, I wasn't let up for some reason. So I have a week ago or something like that. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
I mean,
don't worry about it.
It was there. Weird. No idea why. Yeah, because I'd request you up.
It's fine.
No matter what, or I'd bring you up regardless.
So quick question: Can you explain the Tertullian Paul thing again?
What about
when you said Paul? That just an hour ago or something, you were talking that Galatians doesn't show up before 144.
Yeah, Tertullian said that Marcion may have just discovered Galatians, like that it comes from Marcion. Basically, is what he says. Like it shows up with him. Now he believes that Paul actually came out before Marcion, and that Marcion just like took pieces out of it. But nevertheless, I mean, he says that he's got his edits of like Paul's letters and whatnot. So what he's basically doing is he's saying that he takes Paul on faith and stuff, that it came out before Marcion.
Yeah, but about the fact that the fact that he never met James in his version. So Tertullian, as far as I understand, had what you're saying. He has his copy of
Paul's letters.
Tertullian. And Tertullian has copies of Paul's letters, and in those copies, it's never mentioned that he met James. Correct?
No, in those versions, he probably mentions James or something like that. But I'm saying in 144, like the version that comes out in 144, which would be the earliest version that we know of, it doesn't mention James, the brother of Jesus. That's what I'm saying. Tertullian is in 200. So 200, someone in 200 saying, "Oh, hey, I've got a copy of Paul and it mentions James." Cool, awesome. Well, the version that everybody says came out in 144 didn't mention James. So where's your evidence that it mentioned James prior?
This is what I probably misunderstood because I know that Tertullian mentions literally that Peter and James and John met Paul and they gave him.
Those are the disciples, that's not James, the brother of Jesus.
No, but Tertullian confuses the two. He doesn't have the other one. This is the source of the tradition.
Oh, you're saying that Tertullian does have a version of Paul that doesn't have James in it? Is that what you're saying?
Come again?
Are you saying that Tertullian does have a version of Paul that doesn't have James, the brother of Jesus?
No, I'm saying that Tertullian mentions that Paul met James, the brother of Jesus.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine. But like, I just didn't want you to think that like, when it says Peter, James, and John, that automatically means James, the brother of Jesus. I mean, maybe to somebody who's confused, but yeah.
I'm completely with you. I think Tertullian is confused.
Yeah,
but as far as we know, the James that is mentioned here should be the James who is the brother of Jesus, because this is the main character. The other one doesn't do anything. So the Christians have confused the two Jameses because of Tertullian, essentially.
I don't know about that, because there's two Jameses that are supposed to be his disciples, and then there's a James that it's his brother.
There's like 5 Marys as well. They do that.
Yeah, so I mean, I can kind of see how like people would just kind of maybe copy the same name or something like that because they're just running out of creativity. But that started well before Tertullian.
Okay, so one last question. If I were to find the copy that Tertullian was using, what should I type?
Oh, I have no idea what version he has. Beats me. But he's writing in 200, so it doesn't matter to me.
Just to confirm your point that in 144, the original text did not have the James, the brother of Jesus, and then it was added later on.
Yeah, that's because Tertullian says Marcion's version didn't have it.
Just that.
Well, I mean, are you looking for like how you can know what's in Marcion's version? Is that what you're asking, really?
Well, yeah, because we don't have Marcion.
Take a look at the reconstructions, because Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen quote from Marcion, and so we're able to like reconstruct what it had in it. My advice is to take a look at the first New Testament, which is from scholar Dr. Jason Badoon. It does a really good job of going through what Marcion had in his gospel and his Pauline letters. You can also check out M. David Litva's The Marcion Bible, which has Evangelion, which is Marcion's gospel, the Apostolicon, which is the Pauline letters from Marcion, and then something called Antitheses, which it describes his theology.
Fantastic. Good job, man. Thank you so much.
Now, a quick question, though.
Yeah.
Do you believe Jesus existed?
I hold that the evidence for Jesus existing is the same level of the evidence that King Arthur exists. And we have found evidence, luckily, that King Arthur is a myth after thousands of years of us believing that, yes, of course, there is a King Arthur. And so, yeah, I do believe at least there's no evidence that Jesus exists. Do I have a smoking gun that he doesn't exist? I'm not sure.
Think mermaids exist?
No.
All right. This guy's head's on straight, guys. Just in case anybody's wondering. Seems like his head's on straight. All right. Anything else?
Not at all. Can I ask you, why would you confirm that he doesn't exist, besides the mythicism around it and so on? So he does miracles.
Because I thought maybe. Wait, why I asked you? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm asking, why would you confirm? Why would you hold the belief that this is completely a myth and it is not based on real? So the comparison I just made, so between the King Arthur myth and this guy's myth, the Jesus myth, for me they are equal. But now we have a smoking gun that King Arthur doesn't exist, because the earlier stories have this description of Excalibur and so on, and the sword cannot be manufactured before the 12th century, so we know the whole story is forged. That's one of the proofs that, that character King Arthur is not a real character.
Yeah,
this is a 100%.
So just like that, anachronisms. That's an anachronism, right? That's what it's called, where it can't be made before a particular point in time. So therefore,
yeah,
it's not. It doesn't fit the timeline. Jesus doesn't do that either. Lots of times, there are anachronisms within the text that show that this is a story that has been written in the 2nd century by people who definitely don't know anything about the 1st century. Not really. Or at least weren't there.
So the mistakes of Luke Acts, for example?
Say what?
The mistakes, the historical inaccuracies of Luke Acts.
Yeah, that. Or, for instance, when Jesus, when he talks about rabbis in Matthew 23, but the first rabbi is Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70, because that's when Rabbinic Judaism starts, is with the fall of the temple.
So the title rabbi did not exist before then?
Nope.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Nope. It's never mentioned in the Old Testament, Intertestament books. It's not mentioned in Jewish Apocrypha.
Really? That's
not mentioned by...
That sounds very weird, that people would date Galatians, for example, to 46 AD and then still... Like, this is such an obvious tell, no?
You're telling me. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Really? Biblical scholars missed that?
Well, it's the fact that they think, well, what they're doing is they're saying, it just means teacher or something, so they just go with that. But no, Jesus explicitly goes into detail as to what a rabbi does and is, even how they dress. They're in Matthew 23, so it's pretty weird. We do not have any evidence whatsoever that the term rabbi was used prior to 70.
Okay, that's a nice point. Actually, I'll look into it.
Yep. Our next book, me and my co-author, our next book is actually going to have an entire section devoted to anachronisms. It's 9 or 10 pages worth of just anachronisms, just things that don't line up with the time.
That'd be perfect, because my colleagues and I are working on the geographical projection. So I do believe that what Eusebius did in the 4th century completely missed the geography of the place, and he just invented places out of nowhere just for him to do the projection right. The geographical misalignment of both the Old and the New Testament is completely out of line there. Matthew is better than Luke. Mark doesn't do any of it, and John is just imagining stuff.
Well, all 4 of them mentioned Joseph of Arimathea, and Arimathea is not a real place. It's a made-up word.
Yeah, they did.
Yep. It's a made-up word because Josephus, in his autobiography in 99, that was published in 99 there, he tells a story about how he went to, after the destruction of the temple, or the siege of Jerusalem there, he saw 3 men crucified outside of Jerusalem. And he goes to the Roman leader in charge and asks for permission to take the bodies down. And then 2 of the men die and 1 of them survives. And Josephus' Aramaic name is Joseph. So Joseph of Arimathea shows up randomly in the story in all the Gospels and goes to the Roman leader in charge, Pilate, and asks for permission to take the body of Jesus down. There's 2 men crucified with Jesus. They die. 1 of them survives.
You're saying they planted Josephus in the story?
Yeah, kind of. They're just kind of using that story as just a little thing. Joseph of Arimathea doesn't have any speaking parts or anything. Or not really. No other scenes. He just pops up for that scene. Not to mention Josephus's autobiography. It mentions that his parents' name, his dad's name is Matthias. So Joseph bar Matthias.
Oh.
So they're just making it up. They're just making up Arimathea. It's not a real place. It's
let
Joseph.
me actually. You reminded me of some detail. Let me ask you about it when you mentioned Ben Mathia.
Mm-hmm.
In Acts, there's this episode where they accuse Paul was accusing somebody of, you're very bad man, etc., and he was doing sorcery, mm-hmm. and that man's name is Ben Yeshua.
Yes. Yeah. He's
and then Luke explains
Jesus,
it as
Jesus or something like that.
Yeah, and what do you think about that one?
That one's a weird one. Is that the one where he follows them around or something? Oh no, that's not.
And then Luke Luke mistranslates the name. Luke mentioned because he is the bad sorcerer or whatever he mentions, that, which is completely not the translation. Bar Yeshua means the son of Jesus or the son of Yeshua.
Yeah, well, I mean, that name was fairly common back then. But that being said, it's that is a weird story though. It's definitely a very weird story.
The entire of Acts. There's another episode in Acts where Paul was held, and he was accused by some leader. I forgot the name that they mentioned. Acts 20, I think, or something. And then 5 verses later, Luke changes the name of the leader of the synagogue. So it's one guy, and then they beat up another completely different guy just because. And you're leading like, what? If they wanted to beat someone up, they should have beaten the original guy. Yeah. Why is it a different name now? And the King James Version mentions it's the Greeks who beat him up. And then you're like, really? Why? The Greeks have no horse in the race. It should have been the Jews doing it. So it's completely all over the place. And so it's good that you guys are preparing a new manuscript about it. I'm excited to read that one.
Yeah. Well, thanks for asking some questions, man.
Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you. I'll see you around. Take care.
So what is the name of your main account? Like, what's the name of your?
It's in Arabic. You would never find it. I can type it in chat if you want. But we run the show in Arabic because it's for an Arabic audience.
Oh, it's in Arabic. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. Well, I don't speak that. Not fluently. I don't think I know a single word.
I'll contact you from my main, and then you will be able to find it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you very much. That is Hillel Ben Shahar, or something in Arabic that I'm sure that I wouldn't be able to pronounce.
No, this is Hebrew. This is the name of the devil.
Oh no, I'm saying like whatever your name is.
Yeah.
But anyways.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, thanks. All right, bye. Oh shit! I accidentally knocked down the wrong guy. I clicked. Here. Request back up. There you go. Okay, there it goes. Sorry about that. Yeah, I have to click disconnect. Sometimes when people disconnect, then it moves you up, and then I accidentally click yours. Okay, so Talton, what you got, man? Talton, you there? Talton? Hello? Oh, there we go. Talton? You may have to disconnect and come back up because I can't hear you. You might want to try again. I don't know what was going on there. Scintillating. All right, let's try it again there. Hopefully this works. Okay, you there? Man, I can't hear it. Can anybody hear him? What I would recommend, so shoot me a follow or a subscribe or follow. Yeah, shoot me a follow and then close out a TikTok and then request back up. That way it just kind of close out of it and then try it again. Because I want to hear what he's got to say. I just can't hear him. No, he's not on mute. He's not on mute. All right, you there? Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Cool,
okay.
cool.
Yeah, sometimes it just messes up. Okay. What'd you got?
I just had one question. So I saw you on the live pop up.
Okay.
So do you debate the existence of Jesus of Nazareth as a whole?
Mm-hmm.
Or the divine claims made by him?
Okay.
That's
as a whole. Yeah.
As a whole.
Yeah.
So, like the attesting of Josephus, because you use Josephus as an example for a proof with the last guy.
For what?
Just you used a reference to him about something about the term rabbi or the title rabbi being used for rabbis. I believe.
For Josephus? No, Josephus never says the word rabbi.
Well, what you used something for Josephus as a sort of proof.
It could have been anything. I mean, Josephus was a person there who wrote in the first century. The reason why I'm saying that he didn't have anything about Jesus is because we can tell that section is a completely different style than the rest of him, and it comes up with the person who first wrote about it in the 4th century. So, in other words, it's his style. It's added to it.
Of him writing about
Jesus
of Nazareth.
Yeah, well, he doesn't say anything about Nazareth, but Jesus, yeah.
Well, the things that I've seen about it is it tends to add it, like with the Talmud. Whenever the Talmud talks about...
Talmud also doesn't say he's from Nazareth. The Talmud is also written between the 3rd to the 6th century. And the first Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, doesn't say anything about Jesus.
Of course, but it kind of... I can't remember which part of the Talmud it is, but it talks about...
Sanhedrin 43a?
No, it's maybe in the Sanhedrin, but whenever one of the rabbis pulls, I believe it's Balaam, and another previous prophet of Israel, or not of Israel, but who they saw as against Israel, but they were given the gift of prophecy, that he also pulls up Yeshua. And I think that it makes a distinction of him being born of Mary. So although it is written at a different time.
Yeah, it's clearly just written as an attack against Christianity. It says that Jesus is boiling in liquid shit forever.
No, of course, I know that.
Yeah, so it's just an attack on a religion that was culturally appropriating from them. Doesn't have anything to do with confirming that Jesus actually existed. Back then, you didn't really attack the existence of someone. You just attacked the belief, and you tried to talk shit about the theology or things like that. So in other words, Jesus isn't born of a virgin. He's born of an affair between Mary and a Roman soldier. He's boiling in liquid shit forever. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. He practiced magic as opposed to miracles. That's all that it is. Josephus also mentions Hercules at the beginning of Antiquities of the Jews. He doesn't say that he didn't exist. He just says this is what the Greeks believe. Okay, cool.
So what would be a reasonable time frame for outside of the Bible? That would be a reasonable time frame for
evidence?
Yeah.
1st century. Sometime in the 1st century. That's giving you 70 years to play with for Jesus, 40 years for Paul.
And you don't think that Flavius Josephus around 90 AD is in the Antiquity of the Jews?
Mm-hmm. The Testimony of Flavianum comes from Eusebius. Yeah. And the James passage talks about Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s.
And so then I think that with that sort of belief, you kind of call into question any sort of historical figure.
I mean, you can, but we've got evidence for those people. Better evidence.
I mean, do we believe that the ancient Greek philosophers were real people?
Like who?
Plato.
Yep, Plato writes, and Philip is his student, and he writes about him. So that's a contemporary. Anything else? Anyone else?
Do you believe any of the apostles were real people?
It's possible that Peter, James, and John may have been people who were influential in Christian evolution, there for the religion, but there's no evidence that they were actual disciples of Jesus.
But then you have people like what's his name? Ignatius of Antioch, who was a disciple of John.
Yeah, it doesn't say that anywhere in Ignatius's writings that he was.
But he came from Antioch, which was established by Peter.
So why would he have anything to do with John?
Because then John becomes in all of the historical writings that we have, he was the bishop of Asia Minor, the overseer of Asia Minor, which Antioch encompassed.
Antioch isn't in Asia Minor. It's in Syria.
But that's the region that it oversaw.
Mm-mm. Antioch is not in Asia Minor.
No, but the total region from like modern day Turkey into
modern day Turkey, it's not in modern day Turkey.
No, I know, but like that whole surrounding area of Ephesus, the whole surrounding area.
Okay.
And I just saw somebody say Antioch existed way before Peter. It did exist as a place, but I'm saying we know the church in Antioch was established by Peter.
No, we don't.
Based on, then you would have to discount any other historical evidence for just about like anything.
No, not even remotely close. Where's your evidence that Peter even existed? Who mentions him?
Many like right at the turn of the century, people writing.
Yeah, mention one person who mentions Peter on the turn of the century.
But even then, with people like Plato, we don't have Plato's original manuscripts.
Sweet, we don't have any of these people who are writing about Peter. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, but you just said that Plato was a real person. So like, I'm just kind of
because we have contemporaries. Name me one person who mentions Peter around the turn of the century.
People like Justin Martyr.
Justin Martyr is not at the turn. He's in 150.
But
quite literally in the middle of the second century. He's not at the turn of the second. Next.
Ignatius does too.
Ignatius, as M. David Litvo dates it, is about 165 to 170, and there's no evidence whatsoever that it's in the turn of the century. The only reason that people think that is because Eusebius, an admitted liar, who is the person who writes the testimony of Flavianum that we already talked about there in Josephus, he said that Ignatius died in 108 to 110, but no modern historian who doesn't take Eusebius' word for it, places Ignatius' death at the beginning of the second century. They typically put it anywhere from 140 to 160, with some people believing that he is Peregrinus Proteus, who set himself on fire at the opening ceremony at Olympic Games in 165. So yeah, there's no evidence whatsoever that he was writing at the beginning of the second century or the turn of the second century. None whatsoever. Multiple scholars have said that there is an incentive theologically for Eusebius to push people earlier because there's a gap that he has to fill between 30, which is when Jesus supposedly dies, and 144 when we first get the first gospel. But no, there's no evidence whatsoever that Ignatius was writing at that time period.
Clement of Rome.
Clement of Rome, the only reason that he's supposedly writing in 96 is because of one particular line. That line, I'm going to show you right now, is this line. Here we go. Let me pull this up. It's this line right here. Owing, dear brethren, to the sudden and successive calamitous events which have happened to ourselves. That's it. That's 100% the reason why they did it to 95 or 96. I'm not shitting you. I'm not even shitting you. Nothing at all about 95, 96, or mentioning any kind of persecution from Domitian, which people thought that meant. And later Christians claimed that they were persecuted by Domitian, but in the 1900s, multiple scholars were able to debunk that, showing that Domitian didn't have anything to do with the Christians. He persecuted the Jews, not the Christians. So even if this was something that mentioned Domitian, which it doesn't, it still wouldn't make any sense. So no. Clement does not write there. Also, the Mortuorian canon, which is written at the end of the second century, says that a book called The Shepherd of Hermas was written by the brother of Pope Pius, who served in Rome in the middle of the second century. That would mean the Shepherd of Hermas was written in the middle of the second century, and in that text, the author says he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him. So Clement must have been around in the middle of the second century. I'd also point out that First Clement never even mentions Clement.
It was a popular name.
Cool. Well, First Clement never even mentions Clement. So it's so popular that it doesn't even say his name.
Yeah, but also so do a bunch of other writings in the Bible.
Yep, that's why we can't just necessarily date them to that time period or say that that person wrote them.
Some do.
That's how that works.
Some do.
Yeah,
but
like maybe from like the content itself, but the content itself that dates it to 95 or 96 is literally just this. So yeah, it's not great. And it's based off of something that we actually know is debunked, which is the Domitian persecution of the Christians. Also, again, I want to reiterate, it does not mention Clement, and the first time the first Clement letter is even mentioned by anybody is in 180 by Hegesippus or Irenaeus.
I mean,
yeah. So there's no evidence whatsoever that it's 95. Even if you wanted to say that we don't know, we definitely don't know that it's written in 95 or 96.
No, and my point with it is like the logic that follows with believing that anybody exists in general.
That's not how that works. I mean, unless you want to do the slippery slope argument and just go ahead and shake hands virtually and say that Jesus and Paul didn't exist and neither did anybody else in history. You want to do that?
No, I'm not saying. All right,
then let's not do it. I don't want to do it either, so let's not do the slippery slope argument.
No,
but unless you have any evidence that Clement was writing around the turn of the 2nd century, I don't know why you'd use him as evidence.
Well, no, I was just saying that some of the earliest people, like multiple people throughout history, it's like there are certain manuscripts that we don't have until 200 years after their recorded living.
Like who?
And people like Plato. People like...
Sweet. Well, we still have multiple things that are written by people, or copies that are things that are written by people, copies of things that are written by people that are contemporary to them. So we don't have that for Paul. We don't have that for Jesus.
But copies.
Say what? Yeah.
Copies, like hundreds.
I'm aware that they're copies, but they're copies of things that are written by contemporaries.
That's what I'm saying, is that the logic applies to both.
No, it doesn't. There's no contemporary. There's no copy of a contemporary of Peter. There's no copy of a contemporary of Paul. There's no copy of a contemporary of Jesus who mentioned these 3 people. The logic does not apply. We have copies of contemporaries who mention Plato. We have copies of contemporaries who mention Socrates. We have copies of contemporaries who mention Aristotle. We do not have copies of contemporaries who mention Jesus, Peter, or Paul.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we just have to agree to disagree with...
Nope. With history, you don't agree to disagree. It either happened or it didn't. What's your evidence?
I just agree to disagree.
That's not how that works. You can't just disagree on history. History either happened or it didn't. So do you have any evidence whatsoever that your belief is actually real?
But it's like the same thing with people. Would you say that history does have an interpretive side to it?
Yeah, we interpret contemporaries as being contemporary. Do we have any contemporaries for Peter, James, or Paul? Or Peter, Jesus, or Paul?
Well, I mean, you would just have to go off of the fact of the teaching tradition that follows them.
What teaching tradition? You're talking about the 2nd century stories of a religion? Is that what you're saying?
The one that comes 100 years after, so it's like kind of like the same as whenever people talked about Plato 100 years after.
Nope. Contemporary talked about him. Do you have any contemporary talked about Jesus?
But then how do we know? How do we have proof that they were contemporary?
Because they said that they were literally the students of this person. Do we have anybody who says, I'm the student of Jesus, I'm the student of Paul, or I'm the student of Peter?
No, but we have Paul's writings and then Paul's...
Sweet. We also have writings from Hercules, we have writings from forest nymphs, and we have writings from Hercules' wife to Hercules. I guess that means that Hercules is real too. But how did you determine that it's actually from this particular person? Writing letters from a fictional person or to a fictional person that are meant to be read as a collection was actually a trope back then. That's why Seneca writes 127 moral epistles in the middle of the 1st century to a fake person. We don't have any mail back to Paul. We don't have any early drafts of Paul's letters. On top of that, no one says that they only have one letter from Paul. They always say that they have a collection because that's how it's meant to be read. It's not real letters. Also, I like to point out, Paul's not even a fucking name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one. There's no evidence that anybody had the name Paulus as their first name before 2nd century.
Yeah, same thing with Peter.
No. Peter, Petros is a name. It's used.
Not before Peter.
All right, if that's what you want to do, then I guess Peter didn't exist either.
No.
So that's really where you want to go there.
No, but you look at my name.
Yeah.
My name didn't exist.
Yep. That's why we don't say that
before like my great grandfather.
Yeah, that's why we don't say that like Talton existed before the name Talton existed. That's how that works. And Paul, we start seeing letters of Paul in the 2nd century. It's when they're published. We don't see Paul before then. So yeah, that makes sense. If I had something from Talton, I wouldn't be saying that it was written before Talton was a fucking name.
Well, yeah, but so when are you saying Paul becomes a name?
In the 2nd century, and which is why we end up with Paul. And it's, by the way, it's from Christians. Christians start calling themselves Paul in the 2nd century.
Yeah, of course.
I'd also like to point out that in Acts they try to give him a real name like Shaul, which he doesn't mention at all that he had in the Pauline epistles, because Acts is written later, and they're like,
because it's his changed name.
He never says he changed.
It's like
his name.
But Acts, which is a historical. I know you won't
not
see it as
at all. It's written in the middle of the 2nd century, and it pulls from like the Bacchae and stuff. So no.
Yeah, you won't see it as historical, but
yeah,
that tells us how, like, why would they, if he was going to use the real name, or like they were trying to make it sound real, it's like, why would they use the fake name, as you're saying?
Because the Pauline epistles were published in 144, and that's what it became known as. In Acts, which was published sometime about 150s, maybe even 160s, you end up with someone actually giving a backstory where they use a real fucking name for him, and then say that he eventually goes by Paul, because that's how everybody knew that fake character for the last couple decades. That'd be like, okay, we actually gave, like, there was a dog and his real name was like Rover, but eventually he gets the name Scooby-Doo or something like that.
Well, of course, and same thing with
it's
Peter,
because
right?
Like Scooby-Doo, when he was first introduced,
Simon.
when Scooby-Doo was first introduced as a fictional character, we just called him Scooby-Doo. We didn't know his back name or backstory. But then whenever we get a story later on of Shaggy adopting Scooby-Doo, he gives him that name. That wasn't his name initially. Like, so we get like the backstory of how he gets it. And that's what we end up with in Acts. It's like Darth Vader.
Even Peter's name wasn't Peter. But his name is changed to Peter.
Sweet.
It's more of like a descriptor.
So just so you're aware, both of those names are used. Like Peter and like Cephas.
Yeah.
That's a real fucking name, and so is Simon.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, but it wasn't a...
Mm-hmm. So what is your evidence that Paul actually existed? Because you were trying to compare them there to the Greek philosophers who we have copies of contemporaries from. Well, do we have anybody who says that they knew Paul?
Clement
does not say he knows Paul. Also, I just showed you that Clement, there's no way to date it into 95.
No, but I would say that the collective harmonization on the existence of these people, that
the collective harmonization of the writers of like the Greek mythologies also believe that Zeus and like Poseidon existed. I guess they existed too, because there's so many people writing about them.
No, but that was even a wider school of thought than Christianity.
Yep.
At the time.
Yep. It's almost like a small cult is going to be able to write a story that seems fairly cohesive because they're a cult. That's how that works, man. Anything else?
That's fair to have that outlook.
So do you have any evidence for any of these people?
No, I gave you the evidence that I had.
So how do you feel now?
No, I feel fine.
You feel like that evidence is still good evidence?
Yeah, I mean, like, whenever you look at the fact that, I mean, tell me one, like, actual somebody with a degree that has, like, written stuff that believes that Jesus or Paul, mainly Jesus, didn't exist.
Dr. Richard Carrier.
And what's his writing?
On the historicity of Jesus. It's peer reviewed.
But then you would say that, like,
is this where you move the goalpost?
No.
Okay.
No.
What'd you get?
Like, what's your? I see that you have, like, what are the tallies in the back?
Oh, these? These are
Yeah.
how many times that somebody's brought up Josephus and Tacitus, and I've shown that that's not good evidence in the last month. You were number 63 for Josephus.
Oh, cool. Can I ask what your and I'm gonna bring him up because I see him up there. Opinion on Ehrman is?
He utilizes church tradition in order to come up with his theories.
And he believes that, I mean, he calls people that say that that Jesus didn't exist, that he calls them pretty much historically illiterate.
And I call him a dinosaur because he can't use data science like I do in order to determine that the people who he thinks talk about Jesus in the early 2nd century didn't actually say anything about him. What else you got?
I mean, you're really not going to change I just wanted to ask you, like, some of your...
because it sounds like you don't actually care about whether or not what you believe is actually correct. You're going to believe it regardless.
No, I mean, I believe in
magic.
No, I believe in certain... I don't believe in magic.
Sounds like you kind of do, because you're sticking to something even without evidence.
I mean, like I said, that history is going to be interpretive in some ways. We can, like, you're going to pick and choose what, I mean, like, you could call.
So when you see something that says this is from this person or to this person, you just automatically believe it?
No, I don't automatically believe it.
So then what interpretation did you get that landed you with Paul actually was real?
Well,
what did you interpret into Paul actually existed?
Different church history documents.
From 100 years after he died, supposedly?
Yeah, the same way that certain historical figures, it's like the same exact thing.
No, it's not. No, because again, what you're referring to is copies of contemporaries.
I mean, we didn't even
what
have...
we have for Paul is not anything that's even written until 100 years. I think.
I mean, going off the same sources that
you seem to be conflating these two things.
No,
there's a difference between a copy of something that was written during somebody's lifetime and something that wasn't written during their lifetime and written down 100 years later. If I write a book about Talton, all right, and it gets copied in 2100, the year 2100, cool. That is still a contemporary of Talton who talked about him. But if the first mention of Talton isn't until 2100, like the first book that mentions him isn't until 2100, that is not the same. You know that's not the same, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We do not have anything from a contemporary of Paul who says anything about Paul. We don't have shit.
Fair.
We do have these things for the Greek philosophers. We don't have it for Paul. We don't have it for Jesus. We don't have it for Peter.
Like, you could say that the majority of Christians in the 1st century were
uneducated people.
The majority of Christians in the 21st century are uneducated people.
Oh, for
Why
sure,
does that
for
matter?
sure. Like that the literacy and the writing ability of the people at the time was, especially Christians, like they weren't.
Do you think Jesus gave the Sermon on the Mount? Do you think that's a real story?
I do believe that, yes.
Cool. So he spoke to 5,000 people. That means using 3 to 5% of the population that could read or write, which is the estimate of that time. Sometimes as much as 10, but 3 to 5% is usually the range. Even just 3%, that means 150 of those people could write their own story about what happened, or at least knew somebody who could write it down. We don't have shit.
So, like,
150 people listened to him on the side of a mountain, preach to them the Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitudes, and not a single one of them wrote it down.
Do you believe that, like, Christians in the first century, and the same way with Jews with the later revolts, at the end of, like, whenever Jerusalem was sacked in 70, whenever Titus sacked, the army of Titus sacked Jerusalem, that, like, Christians were a persecuted people in that time?
No, they were not persecuted.
Do you believe that Pilate existed?
Yes. You know why? Contemporaries.
Because, I mean, Pilate, it wasn't even known until after the fact because there wasn't.
That doesn't make any sense, man.
Pilate being found out to be a real person came even later. Like, there was debate about Pilate being a real person.
No. Okay. That's not even remotely true. Philo of Alexandria and Josephus mentioned him. They were both contemporaries of him. That what you're saying is maybe archaeological evidence of him?
Wait, you said Josephus mentioned him?
Josephus and Philo of Alexandria are both contemporaries of Pilate, who mentioned Pilate.
I thought that we discounted Josephus's writings.
We discount anything that doesn't come up as a style using stilometry.
Okay. Word.
So we have 2 contemporaries of Pilate who mention him.
I mean, it just sounds like you're picking and choosing a little bit with it.
Yeah,
that's why I
pick the good evidence and I leave anything that had been added later. You are correct.
Okay. Cool.
Likewise, what I do is when I go through and I try to like pick and choose, like at the store, I pick the thing that is not broken, and the thing that is broken is probably not going to be any good. That's how that works. I'm going to pick and choose whether or not, Josephus writes about this person based off of whether or not he wrote about him.
Okay. That's why I said to, like, the agree to disagree. I know some people are calling it cope, but I'm just I'll let you pick and choose what you want, and I'll pick and choose what I want.
Okay. You just picked the things that you don't have any support for. Sounds good.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. You're well within your rights as an American citizen to be as big of an idiot as you want to be. But that being said, I'm going to choose to actually have evidence behind the things that I believe. I believe that society is benefited when we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. You have shown time and time again that it doesn't matter if it's proven false to you, you're still going to believe it. So, congratulations.
I mean,
you're for multiple reasons.
It is like arguing out of lack of evidence.
Jesus cannot be born 10 years before he's born, and that's an impossibility. And considering the fact that Matthew says that he was born a minimum of 10 years before Luke says he's born, that shows that the Jesus presented in the New Testament, even the natural one, could not exist. So unless you want to find another Jesus and say that he existed, I don't know what to tell you, man. The Jesus that's presented in the New Testament cannot exist.
And Luke wasn't, I mean, there's difference in, like, if somebody says,
just in case you're wondering, you're doing terrible.
That's okay. Somebody says a car crash happened around 1:30, but then somebody says, like, the exact time, 1:20, 30 seconds, the car crash happened.
30 seconds? Are you comparing something that happens 30 seconds later to something that happens a minimum of 10 years later?
I'm using it as
A terrible analogy? Yeah, we're aware.
Well, but even then you say that something 100 years from now, people talk about 9/11 or any
and if
war
somebody
that's
said
ever
that it
happened.
was in 2011 as opposed to 2001, one of them is wrong, correct? Correct?
Yeah, no,
okay.
yeah.
So how do we determine which one is right and which one's wrong? Starts
But if
with
I
an
said
E
that,
and it
if I
rhymes
said
with the
that
word
something
evidence.
happened around, if I said that it happened around the year,
They don't say around the year.
okay.
If there's a 10-year discrepancy, they can't be correct at the same time. One of them can be correct while the other one isn't, or vice versa, or neither one of them can be correct. The only way that we'd be able to determine either of these options is evidence. Do you have any evidence that Jesus was born during the reign of King Herod or during the census of Quirinius? Which one would you like to go with?
You go with whatever you want to go with.
I'm asking you, Talton. Which one would you like to go with? Matthew, that says that Jesus is born during King Herod, who died in 4 BC, or Luke, who says that Jesus was born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who doesn't start reigning until 6 AD. Which one? Which one would you like?
You tell me.
That's not how that works. I asked you a question.
I think that
neither one of these options is going to be good. You could say neither.
I mean, I'm not going to say neither. I'm going to say,
well, just pick one.
Yes.
Pick one. Matthew or Luke?
Both.
All right. That shows that you believe things that are contradictory. Congratulations, you're stupid for like 3 or 4 different reasons. You want to make it a 5th? You got 700 people watching, man. 345 on TikTok, and you got 360 over there on YouTube. They're watching you spiral, man.
No, I'm not. I was just trying to have, honestly, like a.
Okay, well, if you're trying to be honest at all,
no,
you would know that you can't pick a contradiction. So please, is it Matthew, Luke, or neither? Be honest, like you just said you were trying to do.
I don't have to give you a direct answer.
I mean, this is where the conversation's going. So is it Matthew, Luke, or neither? If you don't want to continue the conversation, you can always pull the oh shit handle up here. It's shaped like an X.
No, I mean, I'm not pulling the oh shit handle.
Sounds good. Then pick Matthew, Luke, or neither. Which one?
I just wanted to.
Matthew, Luke, or neither, buddy. That's where this conversation's going.
Why does it have to be that way whenever?
Because we've already addressed everything else that you could possibly throw at it. Matthew, Luke, or neither, buddy.
But
I choose neither. If you choose neither, then I'm going to agree with you.
I don't look for your agreement.
Okay. Well, just look for the answer then. Matthew, Luke, or neither.
So, like, Herod, his reign ended in
4 BCE when he died.
And
Quirinius begins in 6 CE, after the banishment of Herod Archelaus, who took over from his father. Evidenced by Matthew 2, actually.
Yeah.
So, which one? Matthew, Luke, or neither? Or, I guess we can continue to just beat around the bush, and you can show all 700 people who are watching that your brain is filled with nothing more than pancake batter and BBs.
No, I mean, what does that mean?
It means that talking to you is like playing Jenga with wet bars of soap.
Okay.
Pick one. Matthew, Luke, or neither.
I'm not picking one, so.
All right.
And you don't have
That's
to.
because you know exactly where it would go.
I'm gonna say this just neither. How about that?
That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Talton believes that Matthew and Luke, the only stories there that talk about Jesus' birth, are incorrect. Well, thank you very much, Talton.
Ladies and
Thanks for coming up.
We got him.
All right, let's see here. I read that. Marv34001 for $5 there on Super Chat says, "Can you please add more pictures to the next book? I can barely read, and I like looking at pictures. Not having pics made the first book tough. In the first book, made it tough." That's funny. That's so silly. Oh my God, a Donatology picture book should be book number 3. Starting with John. The disciple John is a thick boy. Anyways, a member for 2 months. Oh, thank you very much. Elope Nope has been a member for 2 months there. Member there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much, Elope Nope. And whenever you're a member, you actually get a free super chat once a month there. And it says, "Thank you for the buttloads of education, crash out dummies. I guess that makes it to the board. And entertainment. Dad joke. My broom failed school. It couldn't handle the sweepstakes." That was a terrible dad joke, but we'll go ahead and just put it there, and then that's one for the dummy there. One for the dummy. Win one for the giver. Or the dummy. I don't know. Reagan was a dummy. All right, we'll go ahead and move on here. We got a couple people that are looking to come up. Trevi Trev with the tomatoes. Nice. All right, we got Drewski 7142. What you got?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what you got?
Let me turn my AC off. Hold on.
Turn your AC off? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my air conditioner is real loud. Okay, now.
Good Lord, dude. You're going to, like, catch on fire or something like that. Like, it's really hot.
How you doing, bud? Look, I've been listening to you for a while, but I've heard so much. But now you said, which books did you discounted, like disproved? I'm trying to prove you wrong or prove you right. I can't say what's right, but I really want to do more studying. But I've been listening to you for a long time, bro. For a while now.
Okay.
And you're very smart. You're very smart. And I can't say that anytime you haven't proved everybody wrong. And that's where it's like, and what I'm learning is this shit is not right, you know? But the truth is what I'm trying to get to. I just want the truth, you know? That's it. I think we deserve it. And so I was going to try, like, even to get on here, I was going to get it, like, even if you can send me some notes or anything of, like, the stuff for this, and then I can do some more studying, and I can just get to the truth, you know what I'm saying?
Mythicism.web.app. That's going to be your best bet there. It is a website created. Yeah, put the link in the chat, guys. Put the link in the chat. There's a website created by one of my good friends, Gray Eyes, that goes over all of this kind of stuff, like all the stuff that I'm talking about there. The Didache, Clement. You got. Wait, what? Oh, just talking about before Jesus. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell is that? Okay. You got Josephus. You've got Tacitus. All kinds of stuff. All kinds of really cool stuff. Or you can sort it by like what time period it comes out in. Yeah, this is mythicism.web.
Do you credit any of the New Testament?
Say what?
Do you credit any of the New Testament? Is any of it, like, do you have anything that's credible? Like evidence?
There's certain people, like Pilate was a real person, but he's just not the same person that was portrayed in that book.
Well, I mean, the stories itself, though, like, is there any actually real evidence behind the New Testament?
I mean, no.
Do you know what I mean?
The stories? No.
Yeah, see?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now the Old Testament. Now, what about now? Now the Old Testament, we've had that for a while.
Worse.
Even worse? What do you mean worse?
Like, how the hell would they know about things that are going on in 3,000 to 4,000 BCE whenever they're writing in 300 BCE?
I don't know.
You think people just kind of kept things around for 3,700 years? Like, nah. It's not.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get on there and do my studies here, and then either, you know, because I'm not saying you're wrong, because you're really smart. I keep seeing you prove everybody wrong with this, the Josephus thing. I keep listening to that, and I'm like, wow, I can't discredit you and just like put you to the side. I know, like, you came across me for a reason. There's no way, because you're a very smart man. So I'll tell you that. Thank you.
But anyways, that being said, yes, as far as Jesus goes, yeah, the stories are,
So the Old Testament, you discredit it too, as well, right?
Well, yeah, the very little in the entire Bible is even remotely close to historical. I would say, and I would struggle to put it at like 1 to 2%, 1 to 2%, somewhere around there is. I would struggle to say that it's historical, but even that, it's told through a religious propaganda kind of lens, where they're talking about things that actually happened, but like they're trying to say that God did it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, as Emily Neptune said in the chat. I mean, there's talking animals, like. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I mean, I just have a different. I can't. My outlook's a little different only because of my experience. So that's different.
You have experience with talking animals?
No, I have experience with God. That's the difference.
Oh. Did he make any animals talk to you?
No animals talk to me. Okay. But yeah, it's been a trip. But I can't give everybody my experience until. So I got the answer to the equation, but I don't have the equation, and then I'm trying to put it together, and it doesn't make. I'm trying to make it make sense, and it's not yet. It drives me insane. Trust and believe. So, but when I get it to make it make sense and the truth comes, I'll let everybody in the world know. Trust and believe. I got a lot.
Yeah. Trust and believe. Yeah, sounds good.
I'm serious. I'm dead serious. But yeah, proof is in the pudding. You gotta have me. I'm going with all facts and evidence. You know, just like you. That's what I'm going. You know what I mean? I'm trying to. I got the answer to the equation, but I got to put it together in the middle. So all facts and tangible evidence is what I say. If I can't grab it, taste it, smell it, or what that, then I'm not trying to believe it. You know. So that's why I like your page so much. So, but I'm gonna get off. I got a couple things I got to get done, of course. But I'm definitely gonna hit the little link and I'm gonna do my studying and I'll get back to you for sure.
All right. Thanks.
All right, mad love and respect, bro.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
So is he saying he can grab and taste pudding? Is that what he's like? Was that the gist of his argument? Is that the proof is in the pudding, and if I can't grab it and taste it, was my man at the grocery store? Was that maybe that's some of the things you need to get done? It's just go to the grocery store. I thought there was somebody who was coming up. Did you have more? There's just soup. Oh, yes. Naturally, I've got to play that. Where is it at? Damn it. Okay, here it goes.
I'm at soup! What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup! What store are you in? I'm at the soup store! Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Fuck you!
Fucking love that one. All right. Let's see. Super chat there, $1.99 from... Dude, we can't... All right, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea why everyone on YouTube just decided, I think, as a collective, to just make their usernames as fucking ridiculous as possible. This person who is coming up is Sa Khan. And then the last name is straight up cock. Am I a joke to you? Is this supposed to be a joke? I have talked to Suck on My Cock. I have talked to who was the person? Anita Dick in my ass. Like, what are we talking about? Those are terrible usernames. Awful. You're not being the person that Mr. Rogers said you could be. What do you think about that? All right. Anyways, this person, $1.99, says, holy queef. Queefus wasn't real? You're queefing me. All right, look at that. All right. Slight Edge, 78.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know a couple of days ago I was talking about the synagogue being in different cities, and you were saying that there was none in Jerusalem. Now, I went back and kind of looked into it again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you say the city of David would be part of Jerusalem?
Bethlehem?
No, the city of David, would it be part of Jerusalem? Oh, okay, that's what it was called?
That's what the Bible calls it.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong?
Oh, no, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that when I looked into it, it looks like there was a synagogue there in the time of Jesus. So that's all. I mean, I'm just trying to find out certain facts, you know. I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything like that.
Gotcha. Were you able to find anything else?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, because it looks like there was a inscription that saying that was a synagogue before in the time of Jesus in the city of David. So, which is considered part of Jerusalem. I don't know. I mean, so, is that something you looked into, or?
I mean, no, considering it's not Jerusalem.
Okay. All right. I just wanted that clarification. If that's something that you looked into, or should we consider like part of the city of David? Because the inscription looks like it came from 1913. They found something about. Let's see. I'm gonna go look in there. Yeah, 1913. It looks like they discovered something that says Theodotus, son of Ventinus, priest and synagogue ruler.
Are you talking about the fucking what's it talking about? It's talking about
the Theodotus inscription.
Theodotus inscription. Yeah, that
inscription,
dates paleographically to like the time of Emperor Hadrian. It also has Latin names. That wouldn't really make any sense. It's pretty clear that this is just something that was placed there after the temple's destruction, in 70, and then even after the Bar Kokhba revolt, when the Jews were banished from the area. And so they're coming back and they're having to stay at hostels, which is what this is a sign for. Because they were allowed one time to come back each year.
To come back, okay, I get you. So you said what emperor was ruling at the time?
Hadrian.
Hadrian, okay. Hey, again, I'm just trying to get to the facts, man. Thank you. I'll come back up another time if I have any more questions.
Sounds good, man.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. Thanks. It's a question that's a little different. So thanks for coming up.
All right, no problem. Bye.
All right. Let's see here. Carly.
Hi. So I'm trying to get an idea. When you say Jesus doesn't exist, do you mean the historical figure?
Yes.
Jesus Christ never existed.
Got it.
Okay.
What I mean is that even the natural Jesus as presented by the New Testament did not exist.
So you're saying Jesus Christ, whether divine or not divine, never once existed.
As presented by the New Testament. Yeah, that natural guy. Yep.
Okay. So what I would like to just debate with you on this is, I'm not debating you the divinity of Christ, because that is
Sounds good.
not up
That's
to me
already
to
been set aside, yeah.
What I want to say is, I was hearing you say earlier that the closest written manuscripts speaking about Jesus weren't until hundreds of years after his death.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I was hearing that as an argument a lot when I was on the YouTube. Maybe it wasn't you saying that. But the closest historical document after Jesus existed was about 20 years after his death. And 99% of historians and scientists agree that he was a historical figure. And he has more documentation for Jesus than there is of Alexander the Great or Caesar combined. And the most recent writing of Alexander the Great was 300 years after he was dead. So.
All right. I mean, man, you hit the trifecta. Okay. Damn. Whew. All right, really quick. How old are you?
I'm 19, almost 20.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
Okay. Oh, man. All right. So let me just make sure that I got. Let me just make sure that I got it all. So you said something about how there's nothing for Alexander the Great until 300 years after him.
Yes.
Okay, that was like your third point or something. So let me kind of work backwards here. You also mentioned that there's more evidence for Jesus than there is for Alexander the Great and who?
Than Alexander the Great and Caesar combined.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. And Alex combined. All right, combined, yeah.
If we're looking purely at historical documentations proving Jesus existed, because as we know, the Jewish civilization was one of the most well-documented societies of the past. And they were one of the most well-educated societies of the past, regardless of if they were under control or not.
I Carly, I would I just 1 second. Just give me a second here. All
Okay.
right. So we have 300 years after Alexander the Great is the first proof of them. We got more documentation for Jesus than Julius Caesar and Alexander combined. You also said something else. There was one other point that you had made.
I said that 99% of historians and scientists, atheist, agnostic, Christian alike, agree that Jesus existed as a historical
right. Well,
figure.
yeah. Well, that's neither here nor there. But I'll write it down. Okay. Yeah, 99%. 98.7% of statistics are just made up on the spot.
I mean, you can go speak to atheist historians who make like speeches, and they my professors all said that Jesus was a real figure of history.
Right. Just making sure. Just making sure you knew about the other statistic there. Okay, 99% of atheists and everything like that. Man, atheists are the worst. All right, so and then we have the other one. You said that there was within 20 years or so.
It was about 20, 30 years after Jesus' death that they can say the first manuscript about him was written.
First manuscript. Oh,
or first
right.
document.
First document. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Wow. Let's do it. Let's do it to it. Okay. So, really fast, I just wanted to make sure you do know the difference between a document and a manuscript. It sounded like you did. What was the difference?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you and say I can give you the difference verbatim right now.
So, like, if I said a New Testament manuscript, what am I most likely talking about?
Wouldn't a manuscript be something that was copied, or would that be an original writing?
No. A manuscript is just a piece of paper. That's all it is. A manuscript could be a copy. A manuscript could also be an original, but a manuscript is still like a physical document. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whereas a document could be really anything. Like, it doesn't have to be physical. Like, you could say, like, the Gospel of Matthew is a document, or it's a text. Okay, yes, that is true. But if you're saying a manuscript of the Gospel of Matthew, you would be talking about a specific, like, iteration of it, or a specific copy, like physical copy of it. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yes,
Okay.
I did not know that difference.
So, the point is, you said 20 years after Jesus is when we get the first document that talks about him. I'm assuming you're meaning the Pauline epistles.
Yeah, I have it in my book right here. I didn't really go over my book too much before I joined this. I was just, I was hearing this one guy talk, and I didn't feel like he knew much about anything at all, and I was just
Who's this one guy? Me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Earlier on this, and it was just like, to me, it's just so almost ignorant to say that he never existed at all because of the documentation that he existed.
Carly, quick question. You do have that kind of like certain vocal right. Were you homeschooled, Carly?
No.
You weren't?
No.
Never?
I was an atheist until 2 years ago.
Oh, you're new into this and you're buying into this?
I was doing I was trying to disprove Christianity when I became a Christian.
Oh my God. We got a regular, what's his name? We got a regular Lee Strobel on our hands, guys. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So what is your evidence that Paul was writing at that time?
That Paul, I'm not here to debate Paul. I haven't done any research
you mentioned
on proving Paul existed.
So what's your evidence that there's a document within 20 years?
What's my evidence of this?
And by the way, it looks like you hopped off the live. We can't hear you when you're off the live, just in case you know, or just in case you don't know. We can't hear you. You can hear me. I just can't hear you. So you got to hop back in whenever you're ready to give your response. There
Okay. Yes. So I did. It would be the letters of St. Paul.
Yeah. Okay. So what is your evidence that that is written around that time?
I mean, I don't know. I was like told that by the same people that told me when the Alex was written. I mean, it's in my book right here that I'm reading. So
okay.
I'm just going off of a book.
So did you want to set that to the side, or did you want to get into it and then like what do you want to do?
Let's get into it because why?
Okay.
I don't understand.
There's no evidence whatsoever.
Proof
Go ahead.
That Jesus didn't exist then.
What?
Since there is proof that he did exist.
Nope. For right now, I can, but that's not what we decided to do when you came in here. You gave me 4 different talking points, and we're going to go over these talking points. That's what's going to happen. So, 20 years. So we don't have anything. We don't have any manuscripts, obviously. So that's not how we date it. So how did you date, or does the book that you read, how does it date anything to right there?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know the ins and the outs of how these manuscripts were dated, but I know that they date these manuscripts by looking at the age of the paper.
Documents.
Looking at looking at the age of the paper, the type of writing done on it, about when it was discovered.
Slow down. Okay. So what you're talking about there, the evidence that you're giving, or the way that they look into things, that is specifically for manuscripts. We do not have any manuscripts from the 1st century for Paul's letters. We don't have any. That's not a thing.
Okay,
not a thing at all. So when they take a look, so what you're saying is you're explaining how they date manuscripts. And yeah, they do take a look at the paper. They do take a look at the handwriting and stuff like that. That's called paleography. But that just dates the actual copy that you're looking at. And the earliest copy we have of these things dates to 200. All right. So that doesn't have anything to do with the year. It would be roughly 50. So that's not how we got to pen hit paper for the first time in the Pauline epistles. Like a document was written 20 years after Jesus.
So
how did you determine that part?
Well, okay, so let's entertain that thought then. Let's say that I was completely wrong about those, and all the historians.
You were completely wrong about those.
Are wrong about those.
All the historians are wrong about those. Yes.
Yeah, me and all those historians are wrong about the date that those letters were written.
Not all the historians, more recent researchers and more recent scholars like David Trowbridge, Robert Price, Marcus Bilby, M. David Litva, Jason Badoon, Nina Livesey. These are people who believe that the Pauline epistles, as like at least the earliest versions that we have of them, are in the 2nd century.
Okay, so let's entertain the thought that those were not written when they say they were written.
Okay.
What debate a lot of things that like we don't know. What was it? The Great War. It was a very, very detrimental war many years ago. I'm trying to remember what it was. But
this doesn't have anything to do with this.
But I know, but we only have 6 written documents, manuscripts, whatever, about that. And it wasn't until 500 years after that war, but we still believe that war actually happened. We don't have anything until 300 years after Alexander the Great existed.
Okay, slow down. You're jumping to your other talking points. If you want to go to that,
let's entertain that my point right there was wrong.
Oh, you're saying okay, that moves to the side.
No,
is that what you're saying?
Just because it's on the same point.
Carly, slow down, girl. It's okay. So are we setting aside the first document thing? Is that okay? We're just setting that to the side?
No, we're not setting it to the side. It's on the same point. What you're saying is that wasn't actually written at the same time that it said it was written, but it was written years later, correct?
When does it say it's written?
Okay, it is for the most part historically agreed upon that the letters of Paul were written
based off of what?
Based off of historical, that's what the stuff says.
What do you mean? What stuff says? What do you mean?
Okay, this book, the websites that I researched on.
Yes, and what is the evidence that they're basing it on? So in other words, you're saying the historians, the scholars, they say that it's written in 50. What evidence are they pointing to?
I'm not sure. I didn't look at that. I would have to get off this live to go look at that.
Does your book not say it? It just makes a claim and doesn't actually like back it up?
No, the book does say it, but it's
What's the name of the book?
The book's
Emily's
jumping
got a
around.
good question.
It's a 2 Timothy 2:2 disciple training book. So it is a Christian book, but it's all about the origins of Scripture. Okay.
I mean,
just because something has some religious background to it doesn't mean it can't.
But that's the reason it gives you a claim without. That's the reason it gives you a claim without ever backing it up.
But no, I just can't find the part in my book right now because it's a huge textbook for school. But
okay, so in other words, you're making the claim that the first document shows up 20 years later, basing it off of a textbook that you can't, at least at this moment, find the evidence that it points to.
Go look it up right now and
I mean, you can.
The internet says that as well.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So what is the evidence that it uses that says that this document from Paul is from the...
I'm assuming whenever the letter itself says it was written,
it doesn't.
Whatever the paper and the writing used on the letter was.
Nope, that would be a manuscript that doesn't have anything to do with the document.
Okay, so I'm sorry. How do they date letters then?
They date it based on the content. Lots of times. Lots of times it will say like, or are you just saying any letter or like the letters of Paul? Which one are you asking?
Okay, say we're dating a letter from about the same century.
Okay, yeah.
Same time.
Lots of times it will say the name of the author and then it will say this is when I'm writing. Or it will mention things within the text that actually align with a particular time frame.
And I don't see where the letters of Paul don't do that.
Because give me any verse in the letters of Paul that says, I am writing this at this year. Or
no, he said that. He never says I'm writing this at this year, but he says that he was meeting with Peter. He says he was meeting with these churches that you can see in actual timelines.
Do these churches not exist in the second century?
But do
these churches not exist in the second century?
Timeline that say that a lot of these churches
do these churches not exist in the second century?
Did not exist in the second. A lot of these churches
they stopped existing.
A lot of these churches failed because the people
what is the name of one of the churches that he talks to that did not exist in the second century? Give me one name of one church that wasn't there in the second century.
I don't even remember all the churches that he wrote to, but I know that a lot of the churches by
literally
the time
every
that
single
John
one of the
was
churches
given a
that he
vision
supposedly writes
in
to
Revelation,
is still around in the second
a lot of
century.
those churches did not. No, a lot of the churches one of the churches specifically in Revelation did not exist 100 years after he wrote that letter.
Okay. that does not rule out in 140s when we actually get Paul's letters for the first time.
I just feel like you saying that Jesus. Okay, so there are historical documents about Jesus.
Carly, slow down. You're bouncing all over the place. Carly,
you haven't even let me get my point out.
Yeah, I know because you're all over the place, Carly. Please. We are talking specifically about one thing. We are going through the list that you gave me. All right. The first thing on here was tried to say that within 20 years of Jesus' death, we get the first document.
Okay.
It is a letter.
Let me look.
It is a letter from Paul, and I'm asking you to provide evidence for your claim. Provide evidence.
I get off of this for 1 second?
You can.
You can. Yeah, manuscript was.
I'm just saying you can't. I can't hear you whenever you're talking. You can do it, but it's fine. You just got to hop back. Randy Fitz, did you mean to say yikes and you put yokes? Yokes. I like that. Yokes on boats. No, she's not gonna run. She's not gonna run. She's gonna look it up. And we'll have a conversation. She does not pose, at least in my opinion, she does not pose a flight risk. She's on fire for God. I could have swore.
Okay,
here we go.
Okay, the governor of Gallio arrested Paul in Acts 21, and there are stone artifacts that say Gallio was an emperor a governor during that time.
Carly, is Gallio mentioned in any of Paul's letters?
He said he got put in jail, and it was like would line up to the time. See, because just because a historical manuscript doesn't say
Carly.
word for word how something happened, we still tend to accept it
Also,
as
document,
history.
not manuscript. Also,
Document. We still tend to accept that as history.
In any of Paul's documents, does he mention Gallio?
I don't know if he directly mentions Gallio, but I know he mentions getting arrested, and I know that they can date about when you're arrested, about what the laws were around you. He doesn't mention Gallio
at all. You tried to make a claim that a text was written in 20. What is your evidence that that was actually written in 20 when it doesn't mention Gallio and you're trying to use Gallio?
Okay, well, historical researchers have agreed upon that. I don't know what you want me to say.
Historical researchers have pointed out that Acts is something that is written in the 2nd century, and on top of that, we don't know the author. The author is anonymous and very clearly doesn't know Paul.
Well, not just Acts. I was just referring that.
Gallio was only mentioned in
Acts. But I was mentioning that in arrest as to relate to his time period. In general,
we don't know what his time period is because the Pauline epistles don't mention Gallio. And Acts is something that is considered historical fiction. It is using information from another book.
I almost just feel as if, though, you're denying history to a point.
I'm asking you for evidence for your claim. We're still on the first one.
Let's go to the second one, because let's say I failed on that first one. Bad claim. False
All
claim.
right. You said it wasn't we didn't have things for Alexander until 300 years later. The Babylonian Astronomical Diary is written contemporaneously with Alexander, and it mentions his death. So no. That is not true at all. In fact, even if you wanted to look at like the Jewish text, First Maccabees literally starts off with mentioning Alexander the Great, and it's 100 years after him. So no. Your book is incorrect.
Okay. Well, that wasn't out of the book. That was wrong.
That was just off the dome?
That wasn't off the dome. That was off some research that I had done, but I hadn't checked in on that before I said it on here. That was just something in my brain. Okay. So I guess off the dome.
So we have contemporary evidence for Alexander the Great. So that one's out. Okay. The next point was
wait. Aren't there 500 eyewitness testimonies that are written about seeing Jesus?
Name one.
During his resurrection. I don't know the names of them, but I do know
they never get named. Also, on top of that, that is something that shows up in 1 Corinthians 15, and that is a line that gets added to the text after the earliest iteration of 1 Corinthians 15 came out in 144 and didn't have that. So it's just added later. It just says 500 people. They just added into the text.
Oh,
there's not a single one.
I didn't read that out of the Bible. I just had heard that with the missionary
that
I discussed with.
The missionary? What did you say?
I had just heard that fact from a missionary that I had discussed with an older, wiser man than I.
Who the hell talks like that anyways? What are you, Amish? But that being said,
why are you insulting? I haven't insulted
being Amish
you.
an insult?
No, I just...
okay, well then there we go. I mean, goddamn, are you insulting the Amish people by saying that Amish is an insult? The hell?
What the hell?
Anyways, point is, when we take a look at 1 Corinthians 15, which is where that missionary gave you the idea that there's 500 people who saw Jesus, that line is not in the earliest version of 1 Corinthians 15. So they're just kind of mentioning something. It never names a single one of those 500 people. And even if it did, we don't have testimonies from those people. So that's like saying, that's like this person who is older and wiser than thy, who is saying... yeah, I know, but I'm saying it... Anyways, the point is, so that's like somebody saying, oh, hey, Harry Potter absolutely existed because there were 500 people watching him win a Quidditch match. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, well, the book says it, but we don't have any of the names of these 500 people, really. And then we don't have any testimony from these 500 people. For Jesus, we don't have those. It just randomly throws in the line that 500 people saw him walking around after he resurrected, but it never tells us who it is. And...
what about all of the old scriptures, not like biblical scriptures, but just the old documentations that the Catholic Church has in its possession that state that there were actual martyrs for the Christian faith? And what about the actual martyrs that we see happening today for the genuine Christian faith?
That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Very clearly, people die for their beliefs all the time. Are you not aware of 9/11? Are you not aware of like Jim Jones, where people went down to Jonestown in Guyana and drank the Flavor Aid and died? Are you not aware of like the Mormons and the Mormon Wars and everything like that, for people who died for their beliefs because they were Mormon? Joseph Smith himself made the Book of Mormon and he still died.
They say Jesus existed. and then
there's
that
no
happening
martyrs
right
in the first
after
century that are named. We don't have any evidence of anybody in the first century being unalive specifically because they're Christian. In fact, the only time that we get anybody talked about in the first century as being unalived who is a Christian is somebody who admits to burning down Rome in Tacitus.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, that would be not be persecution, that would be prosecution, because you can't set fire to a city.
But there was a lot of persecution that like they were getting arrested. Like the Jewish people, the Jewish documentation. Like I said, Jewish people have been some of the most well documented people in history.
Sure.
You can look at their Talmud, which they still follow, which is a historical document that they've been writing.
Okay.
They follow the Talmud as a basis for how to follow the law.
Cool.
And the Talmud, while, morally ambiguous, says that Jesus existed. They got Jesus crucified.
It's written between the 3rd to 6th century, by the way.
They got Jesus crucified, and
it doesn't say that they crucified him, by the way.
That he's boiling in
shit. Yep, he's boiling in liquid shit forever. That's what it says. That's very clearly an attack against Christianity, and that's because the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud specifically, not the Jerusalem Talmud, because even though that's earlier, it doesn't mention Jesus. The Babylonian Talmud explicitly talks about that Jesus character, but unfortunately it's written between the 3rd to 6th century. Christianity, by the way, became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire in the 4th century. Did you know that? Which means this is no evidence for Jesus. It's just talking about Christianity, and not in a good light. It's not evidence or anything like that. It's just talking about their take on Jesus. That's all that it is. That doesn't mean that it's real.
They tend to believe he was a real historical character.
I mean, I understand that you tend to believe
writings
this. We're going through the evidence
promoting
for it.
that.
That being said, your next point was we have more documents for Julius Caesar and Alexander, more documents for Jesus than Julius Caesar and Alexander combined. So I need you to understand something. When you say that, you are talking about manuscripts, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yes, and documents, and yes.
Yeah, that would be manuscripts. That's what it's talking about. It's saying we have more manuscripts. Manuscripts, as you mentioned earlier, one of the words that you use starts with a C. They are copies. All right? Copies.
Okay.
All right? So we have more copies of texts about Jesus than we do for Alexander and Julius Caesar combined. Okay. Does the amount of copies of something make it real?
Okay.
Just say yes or no.
Not necessarily, no.
I'd like to point out that while we do have over 5,000, I think it was like 5,700 different Greek manuscripts, 93.8% of the Greek manuscripts we have for the New Testament, anything in the New Testament, come from the 8th century, that's the year 701 or later. 0% of them come from the 2nd century, or at least earlier than the last year of the 2nd century.
0% of any manuscripts?
0% of the New Testament
from?
Because the oldest piece of the New Testament is called P52. I'm going to pull it up here. It's about the size of a credit card front and back, and it's from the Gospel of John. And this is the University of Manchester, the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, where it is housed right now. And this is what they have to say about it. It says, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor, in other words, the first person to come out with the information on it, dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century, between 100 to 150. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date nearer to 200. But there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive.
Okay, but I don't see how
the oldest piece of the New Testament goes to 200. So, what you decided to do was you decided to say that because we have more copies of books that are just written about a character, that means that somehow means that he's real. More real than other people who, by the way, for Julius Caesar and for Alexander the Great, we don't need writings. We don't need them. What I mentioned earlier for the Babylonian astronomical diary, that is something that is literally, it's a cuneiform tablet. We can date the actual tablet itself to that time period during the life of Alexander. We don't need the later documents that get written. We don't need papyrus and stuff like that. We don't need that. We have things we can physically date. For Julius Caesar, we don't need documents or biography of him. We have busts, we have statues, we have coins, we have things with his likeness on it, which is how we know exactly what he looked like. We don't need these documents. What the Christians do, whenever they come up with all that kind of stuff, by the way, whenever they tell you, oh, we have so many different manuscripts, not only do copies not mean shit, on top of that, they just decided that because there's more copies, that means they win. Are you a fan, by the way? You watch any sports? You watch any sports there, Carly? Any sport whatsoever?
I mean, I've watched sports, yes.
Okay, name a team. Name a team. One of your favorite teams of any sport.
The Thunder.
The Thunder. Okay, so you're familiar with like, say, SGA?
No.
Russell Westbrook.
Yes.
Okay. Russell Westbrook got a bunch of triple doubles. That's where he gets like at least 10 points, at least 10 rebounds, and at least 10 blocks or steals. All right. He got a bunch of triple doubles, like a ton of them. All right. Does that mean that he's the best player in the NBA ever?
Not necessarily.
Exactly. But what has happened is with Christianity is they have said, oh, because we have the most copies, let's make that the actual standard. Let's say that is how you determine whether or not this person is better proven than anyone else. Just because Russell Westbrook has a bunch of triple doubles, that's impressive, but it doesn't mean he's the best. And just because Jesus has a bunch of copies of a story about him, that doesn't mean that he's suddenly more historical or just as historical even as people who we have contemporary evidence. There are better metrics to determine someone's existence, just like there's better metrics to determine whether or not Russell Westbrook is the best player ever. And he's not even top 10. I don't even think he's top 20. Not even top 20 or 30. Yeah, he's good. But anyways, he just retired, by the way. So, props to you for knowing Russell Westbrook. Anyways, the point is, they just kind of picked one statistic and they said, we win based on this. That is so weird.
But for you to completely deny him as a historical figure ever existing is like to say that just because, well, okay, let me not.
Okay, well, I mean, we've gone through your talking points. We can go into mine if you like.
Somebody who, say that there's a small historical figure, wasn't very important, but like a doctor 200-300 years ago, who we only found 2 papers talking about this doctor existing. Mm-hmm. But since there's these 2 papers of this doctor existing, it wouldn't really be a fair argument to say this doctor never existed because there's only 2 papers talking about him.
Fair. You know what? Here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to tell you we're going to use a hypothetical text here. This hypothetical text is going to be, we may end up having to need another hypothetical text, but for right now, we're going to use, because I like this hypothetical you're creating. I'm going to say that there's a book that I wrote, all right? And it is a book about George Washington. And Carly, what's your favorite car? What's your favorite car there, Carly?
Honda
what? Civic. Really? God damn. All right.
I don't know.
Okay. Dreams of being a soccer mom. All right. So Honda Civic, everybody. Okay. At least it's not an Accord. Okay. So let's say that George Washington, in my book that I write about George Washington, he drives a Honda Civic. You would be correct in saying that the George Washington from my book did not exist, right?
No, the George Washington from your book existed. The George Washington from your book never rode in a Honda Civic.
So, well, no, in my book he did. So you're saying the George Washington that is presented in my book, like the way that my book presents him, that guy did not exist. That version of George Washington did not exist. Do you understand that?
Yes, that version of him may not have existed, but he still existed.
Yes. But the reason you know he existed is because you're able to look outside of my book and corroborate it with other material, right? Like other things that say that George Washington actually did, he just didn't drive a Honda Civic. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. So what I'm going to explain to you is that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist because we have things in there that are called anachronisms. Like the reason you know George Washington never drove a Honda Civic is not only because He's more of a Chevy guy. But also on top of that is because of the fact that the Honda Civic did not exist back then. So it doesn't line up with it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, it's anachronistic. That's what that word means. So the point is, with Jesus, we have things that are anachronistic. When he talks about rabbis in Matthew 23, that doesn't make sense because the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai, as your Talmud and Mishnah and everything like that presents, and he starts the first rabbinic school at the approval of Emperor Vespasian right after 70, after the temple is destroyed.
Wasn't rabbi just a term for teacher?
Rabbi is a position. It is a position. It is a teacher, but the term rabbi literally never was used prior to 70. We do not have any evidence of it. It's not in the Old Testament. It's not in any apocryphal books, like Jewish apocryphal books, like the Maccabees and stuff. It's not in any intertestament text. It's not in any inscriptions. No manuscripts,
I
no
just had the
details.
misunderstanding that it was just a translation for the word teacher, though.
Oh no! In the Greek Codex Sinaiticus, which is the oldest Greek manuscripts or the oldest Greek codex for the New Testament, it literally goes out of its way in Greek to use the Hebrew term rabbi. If this was simply just a translation error, like if they said, oh, hey, like for instance, if the Greek term for teacher was used, and so in English we'd like, oh, well, hey, rabbi, it's a teacher, blah, 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 then that'd be fine. I would understand that that's just a translation error. That is not what happened. It literally uses the term rabbi. It goes out of its way to use the term rabbi. That's the problem.
Hey, unfortunately, I have to go cook dinner right now, but I'm going to follow you. I'm going to do some more research, and then you're going to hear my voice again soon. Okay?
I can't wait, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Talk to you later. God bless you.
All right. That's Carly for you guys. There's Carly. All right. Let's see. $5 from Helping Magga Deconstruct. Queef for Christ. QFC equals queefing. Oh, queefing fucking Christ. Oh my God. I think it's queefing for Christ. Oh, I see what you're saying. Jesus. The callers are painful to listen to today. I hope everyone is subscribed and enjoying Joel Reed's Bible. This isn't Joel Reed's Bible, but still, it doesn't matter. All right, that's 1, 2, and 3 there for the, okay, 1, 2, 3, there we go. All right, so we are now at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Damn, we are now at 627 keywords. We are well on our way to the magic number. And then €5 from A Person Learns Religion says, an older, wiser man than I mentioned the 500 witnesses. You must be dumb. Jesus. All right. So, man. Okay. Well, really quick. Joel Reed's Bible. If Joel Reed's Bible is in here, what's up, Joel? But I will say that the streamer of the week is Chaos Engine Gaming. Chaos Engine Gaming, everybody, over there on TikTok. If you want to watch somebody get absolutely blown away on Call of Duty, or, do a little bit of blowing away. All I'm saying is there's a lot of blowing. And go check out Chaos Engine Gaming. I got to remember the gaming part. Chaos Engine Gaming. Check them out. They're on TikTok. All right. Let's see here. I've got a little time for a little more if we can get to some other people. W blowing. Chaos Engine Gaming. Oh, yeah, there we go. Chaos Engine Gaming, everybody. Make sure he's there in TikTok. Make sure you're following him. All right. Olander. They're going to be only one.
Oops. Didn't even come up.
Any questions while you're up here?
No, queef. You can pull the lever, though.
You kiss your dad on the lips with that mouth?
Sometimes.
Jesus Christ. All right, there we go, guys. Pulling that lever.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
All right. We'll keep going here. 2 pounds from Neptune Cult. What's up, girly? Listen to the song I shared on Discord. I will try to get over that. Yep. And then $2 from Polenta Forest says, blown away by a queef. Oh my god. I'm choosing, even though it's not spelled exactly the same. I understand that that's what she's saying, and she said that that's how it's supposed to be spelled, which I don't know how that's possible, but whatever. Anyways, Molina, how's it going, Molina? You there? Molina, you there? Molina. Oh, nope, and they disconnected. All right. Well, never mind.
That's no good.
That's how that works.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
How close are we to the magic number? Let's see. So we've got 628. So just doing the math here. 38. We're 38 away. 38 cues away from the magic number. The magic number. Zach Laser Hoffman says, help.
And his name is Zach Laser Hoffman!
Okay! Yeah!
All right. Melina says, oh, I'm a huge fan. My bad. I joined by accident. I'm a huge fan, by the way. And I'm a huge fan of your name, specifically when it follows the word yada yada. All right. Shout out to all the St. Louis fans out there. All right. Ian. How's it going, Ian?
You're right.
What?
Yeah, I'm all good. You're okay?
Yeah, it's like really, really quiet. Must be that, like, what was it? Romanian? You're Romanian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Big brain time. Yeah, it's really, really quiet, man.
Okay, good.
Yeah, like not good. Like I can't hear you.
Really? Not even now?
Maybe a little better.
No shit. Something wrong with my phone. Sorry for that.
It's like just really, really quiet.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Any better now?
No.
Oh, goddamn. My phone. I might try to speak louder then. Is that okay?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay. Good.
Really fast. Somebody, okay, Booze and Cubs. Well, Holly, who do you got? Who's that fat bastard who played for the Cubs? Is Schwarber? Is he the catcher? Not, was he a catcher at some point? Was that his name? I know he played. Was he a catcher? No, he's a left fielder. Who's I don't remember. You had Joe Girardi at one point in time. Like come on, miss me with that shit. All right, but and no, Bartolo Colon, he's a pitcher, big sexy. But no, Yadier Molina is like the best catcher ever. I will accept. Maybe Johnny Bench and maybe Pudge, maybe, but it's Molina. All right.
Right. So, why don't you accept the historical facts? That's my question.
I can barely hear you. What'd you ask?
Why don't you accept the historical facts that that Christ existed?
I mean, because they're not facts?
Well, they are. Historical archaeology and all that jazz. Not all of them are Catholic.
What are they? What are the historical facts?
Well, by scholars, some scholars who were like seculars. Sanders, for example, was one.
Like Colonel?
Yeah, AP.
My man talking about the Colonel?
No, AP Sanders. He was an academician.
Why do I give a shit about what he says? What's the evidence?
Well, his lifetime work on it.
I don't give a shit. What's his evidence?
Well, he has tons of work that proves that.
Don't give a shit. What's his evidence?
Well, he worked a lot on it. What's his evidence?
I don't give a shit how much he worked. What's his evidence?
What do you mean you don't give a shit? You don't think? Why?
I don't know how to explain this. I don't care about how much work he has put into it. What did he find? What did he present as evidence?
of Jerusalem to be true?
What? What did he say? Is this the guy who keeps popping off the show, popping off the live? Is this that guy?
I don't know. Anyways, why do there are obviously people there who prove that he existed?
Who?
Who historians? Well, I just told you, Sanders.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're just moving on. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. That was weird. Jesus Christ, dude. All right. We got some super chats there. We got £2 from Liz of Hexy. Says, what? Banana Queefman. Is that supposed to be like a reference to someone? And then $2 there from Cameron Vinaroso says hashtag wise man. Nice. And then $2 there from AXB Spicoli says man meat needs to be on the board. Ignorant queef. Well, ignorant isn't the name or the word of the day anymore, but I will accept the keyword there. I will accept that. Yeah, man meat. Good old man meat. Man meat man. That's funny. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he was calling from 1915. Yeah, he had one of those cell phones that Alexander Graham Bell put together. Jesus Christ, man. Sounds like he was like cranking a phonograph at the same time as he was yelling. All right. Perfect solar eclipse alignment up there. It's not. All right. Let's see. We do have this person here. El Guru the Polyglot.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, user friendly. All right. We love a guru. Jessica Wright says, this was fun, guys. I'll see you another time. That sounds like she's just about to just like fly away or something like that. Like disappear. All right. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, guys. Said, it sounds, that was fun, guys. I'll see you another time. There from Jessica Wrights. It sounds like she's just about to fly away. Just like disappear. Just off to the distance. We do have a Zach Laser Hoffman here.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
Yeah!
Not a lot, actually.
Squeeze my lemon. Just wanted to give you like a live.
That can't be good for his vocal cords.
Damn,
Like,
he was way higher than me. That was like way higher than mine.
yeah, and it was like a lot longer too. I'm on an E sound.
That was pretty close.
That was pretty close, but dude, protect your vocal cords, man. That's your bread and butter.
Yeah, you're right. That was not a
Jesus.
good idea. I did it safely. I'm trained. I'm a trained voice actor. A properly trained voice actor. I can do it. I can do it the right way.
But are you a properly trained singer? Because you're not supposed to say the E sound while singing. You're supposed to say more of an S sound.
Well, verdict's out on that one, whether I'm a properly trained singer. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's pretty much a yes or no question.
Hey, man, don't corner me on this one. Be cool about this, bro.
All right. Anyways.
Dude, how are you? Doing the things. Hey, you were saying something to the fiery soccer mom chick.
she was 19. It's just that she picked a Honda Civic as her dream car.
No, is that why you said soccer mom? Okay.
Yeah, well, I was like, what the hell? Like, she was like, yeah. I was like, what's your favorite car? She goes, Honda. Like, just
yeah, I know.
The whole lineup. I want the Honda Red Tag sales event right now in my living room. I want
Honda. Come down to Action Honda today. 0% APR.
Name your own price. Yeah.
Well, it was funny. She was talking about the you started to finally get into anachronisms with her after she was done, yapping for like half an hour at you. But you were talking when you brought up the rabbi, the idea of the rabbi, and the last few times I've heard you bring up that anachronism, you focused a lot on the word itself.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously a part of the anachronistic content is that it actually talks about the garb, like rabbinical garb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
It's funny.
It also talks about where they sit in the synagogues, like the Moses seat,
right.
Which is something that shows up later too. Yeah.
And all of that is post 70, right? All of that it's not even a thing until post 70.
Yeah.
And it's not even trying to like mask that, hey, we're talking about this as if it's normal, which to me seems like it would be long after 70. It's very common in the culture where they just would have assumed that it still would have been the case in the early first century. So it's just, I was curious if you just really focus point by point to see if you even get there. But the last few times you brought it up, you focus mostly just on the usage of the word.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just because you haven't gotten, like, they didn't let you get to the point where you were actually talking about the garb and the seed and all of that. Or I'm wondering if you
typically reserve that for like if they try to like push on it maybe or something, depending on how they push on it. But because I'd like to just be able to make the point and then they understand what I'm saying and then go, oh, okay, that's a problem. But if they're like, okay, well, let's talk about that longer, then I talk about other parts that are peripheral to it. Yeah.
Okay. And then obviously it would be, you could talk about synagogues, the existence of synagogue. Yeah. So all of that to me is like one subject of an anachronism when I'm speaking to someone. And so I was just curious, you just explained it perfectly why you do it that way. But I was just curious because anytime that comes up, I kind of talk about it all in one clump because it's all, to me, I'm like, yo, this is a glaring issue.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to it. It's not just the simple mention. There's a lot to it. There's a lot that goes into it. But I mean, if I can explain something and then move to the next anachronism or move to the next point and then they understand it and get it and accept it, then we can just keep moving.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like it's just for the purpose of just kind of keeping the flow there. Yeah. Like if I sat down with her, maybe like in person, I'd maybe go through all of that, but like for the sake of just, keeping the conversation going, I just mention it and keep going.
Totally, dude. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, that was definitely, I was just curious about that. It's
full about these conversations, in my immediate circles, because as I've told you before, there's been such pushback, and it's just, to me, what always strikes me is it always just comes from ignorance. It's just ignorant. This can't be right, so I'm going to fight back. I know it's like a belief that there are answers to what you're saying without looking into it at all. And it's like, well, I just know you're wrong. And that was kind of her attitude when she left as well, which is, I know there are answers. She doesn't know how to articulate this, but she believes there's an apologetic that soundly defeats what you're saying, and she's going to go discover what that is and then come back and say it. And it's like, okay, well, maybe it'll at least get you studying. Maybe it'll at least get you asking the right questions.
Well, that's the point, is just like getting people to ask these questions and question whether or not they believe what they believe, and whether or not it has, or whether or not there's evidence to what they believe. I mean, that's the point. But I must say that one of the most annoying things to have to deal with is someone who comes up, like typically this is going to be your religious people, it can be the atheist too. They come up and they say, hey, I believe this. Like, let me make my stance on Jesus, and then they make their stance, and then I knock down their evidence for that stance, and then they go, well, you're wrong. I don't know where you're wrong, but you are wrong. And the reason why I'm saying that, and they don't say this out loud, but the reason why they say that is because they don't want to be wrong. They so desperately don't want to be wrong, which makes sense. No one wants to be. I mean, not really. Well, I guess if you're like a scientist or something, you're like, hey, like I'd like to be proven wrong so that I can go ahead and put this to bed and just move to something else, But ultimately, in these kind of conversations, people are like, I so desperately don't want to be wrong that I am willing to accept that there is something else that I don't know of right now that is going to refute what you just said. I can't tell you, but it's something. There is something out there. I'm sure of it, because how else could I be so sure of Jesus's existence right now? How else could the person who told me that Jesus existed, how else could my preacher have told me with such confidence that he existed?
Mm-hmm.
How could my parents have told me with such confidence that he existed?
Mm-hmm.
If this guy is able to take it down that fast?
Dude, that's exactly right. And that's the inherent problem with presuppositionalism. You're trying to assume the end without having to you spell out the ladder of abstraction. You have to accept this thing first, a priori. And that is what always ends up happening at the end of the conversations that I have with hardcore believers, is that it's like, well, no, you just have to believe in God and miracles and magic and all of these things first, and then it'll all be revealed to you. Well, it's like, okay, yeah, if I accept your conclusion first, of course I'll agree with you. If you want me to first accept the conclusion. But you can't just accept the conclusion and say, well, I just know that that's the end truth. So anything that doesn't comport with that, I'm going to say is a lie, or there's a conspiracy, or the devil's covering it up, or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps happening. And I'm like, when we start to get into that cycle in a conversation, I realize who I'm talking to. I'm like, you know what? You have your faith, and I respect you. Go do your thing. I love you. Usually it's a family member. And I'm just like, hey, I'm not going to keep trying to convince you. If you want to talk about this further, I'm happy to, but it's not beneficial. And a lot of times they don't want to talk about it further, because they can start, I think that you start to see, oh, there are serious problems with this that I haven't even thought about. And many of them don't even want to do the work that would be required to even wrap your head around some of these issues.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not fun to have to do that. Definitely not. So I don't envy them, but at the same time, it's like, okay, if you come up with a full chest of confidence and that air gets let out, don't try to puff it back up on the way out. Just say, okay, let me look into this. Let me look into this.
Yeah, humble yourself. Say, hey, I don't know. I got to look closer at this. That's a much more respectable position. It's like if you admit you don't know something, you think that you've lost some ground or something. No, I don't think so. I think you've gained ground. And it's like, hey, no, you're a more credible person if you're willing to say, hey, I guess I didn't have the evidence I thought I had. Let me go and read more. Great. Do that. That's awesome. That's where I feel like dude, when you and I first met, it was that same thing. I was just like, I thought, the bill I was sold is Jesus, the existence of Jesus, and the ideas around his resurrection are all proven historical fact, and there's no denying that, no doubting that. I thought that all mainline science, archaeology, history agreed that he died and rose again. Mm-hmm. I believed that. That's what I was sold growing up. I really believed that. And so just coming up and being like, whoa, I never verified that. I just was sold that as a young kid. And you just believe that for so many years. And then of course it's uncomfortable to start to question the thing that's at the foundation of the way you think.
Yeah. I mean, deconstruction is not comfortable in most cases, the vast majority of cases. It just isn't. It just isn't. Yeah. And I mean, I get it. I mean, deconstruction, especially like from this idea, like for Jesus and Paul not existing, like I will at least admit when I deconstructed from the idea of Jesus existing, like it wasn't on a public forum, like I wasn't being called out in front of 700 people, so I feel their pain sometimes, it's like, okay, well, I just got put in my place in front of like a whole bunch of people. So what am I going to do aside from tuck my tail between my legs and try to bark as I run away, like, I mean, I get it, but like, there are some ways that you could, like you said, kind of gain some ground on your way out.
100%. Well, dude, I love it. All right, we sorted it all out. I love it.
That is Zach Laserhoffen. Zach, when are you going live next?
I'll be going live again in about 2 hours from now, which will be about 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Central. I've been pedaling to the metal on this audiobook, so it'll be an audiobook live, not in this space. But it's been going really well. Been rocking it out, dude. I'm gonna sidebar with you, but I'm gonna be in Dallas this weekend.
Oh yes, yeah. Make sure to reach out there.
I'll do it. I'll probably have some time Saturday morning, just so you have it in your head.
Maybe, possibly, maybe. It just kind of depends.
I'll text you. We'll get it figured out.
Now, and really quick before you go here, if George Washington drove a car, what would he drive?
Yeah. George Washington would for sure drive. He would drive a Ford.
A Ford.
He would drive a Ford. He's got he would drive a Ford. Probably one of those Tommy Fords. I don't even know the model number. I should.
Like the Focus?
But when he first was
like a little Ford Fiesta.
Focus is known as. It's like mediocrity. I don't know about that. That's like mediocrity.
So are you saying that he would drive a truck? No.
Oh,
uh-oh. He's going through a hard patch there. Yeah.
There went away, and there went away and came back.
Yeah, maybe he's here. Are you saying a Ford truck? No, he ended up messing up there. Okay, let's see. I tell you what Lincoln would drive. Not a Lincoln. He'd drive a Ford Theater. All right, Christina the Godless. 1/3 of Girls Gone Godless, as well as 1/3 of Bible Libel. Sunday night at 9 p.m. Central.
Yeah, I was just making sure that you were plugging the show. Like
Anyways.
a good boy.
Anyways, yes, Bible Libel is coming up. It's on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Central. Make sure you're following this woman here. Not so much me. Don't worry about me, but just make sure you're following her because she's going to be live with us. It's going to be me, my co-author, and Christina the Godless. We're going to be hanging out on Bible Libel. I guess it'll be here on this channel. Yeah, but here this Sunday at 9 p.m. Central. It'll be fun. We have no idea what we're going to talk about. Maybe it won't be about dicks this time. It's definitely going to be about dicks.
It's always about dicks.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, statistically impossible, for us to spin that wheel so many times that we don't get dicks the entire night. No.
Right, and even if we don't, it always comes back to dicks. I don't know why, but it does.
We will always circle back around to dicks. That's how that goes, guys. We're all about those dicks. Anyways.
All right. Sunday. Everybody.
Sunday.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Follow her. Christina the Godless. Follow her.
Follow me, because when I get to 5,000 followers, he's going to make me run the show myself.
Oh, yes. And that makes it so much easier on me. That way I get to do nothing.
Yeah, but see, I don't know anything about sound effects. I don't know any of that shit. So if you want a really boring show, I guess I can run it. Fine.
Well, everybody's got to start somewhere.
I guess. All right. I'm going live tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, nice. She will be live tonight on her own live. Will you be dressed as a nun?
I will be.
So if you guys are into nuns,
I even have a ruler that I'm learning you can't threaten people with because they just won't do the thing that you say. If you don't do the thing, I'm going to spank you with my ruler. They don't do the thing, surprisingly.
How are you just now realizing that, people here, you're going to spank me if I don't do it, and they go and just don't do it? Like, how are you just now realizing that would be the case?
I know.
The thing. Anyways, make sure to follow Christina the Godless. She's going live tonight at 6 p.m. Is that Central?
Pacific. West Coast, Best Coast, baby.
All right. Well, make sure you're following her because she just said something blasphemous, and now she asked her to leave the panel. That's how that goes. She got the gong, baby. All right. Let's see. $4.99 there from Hyper MB something says you should make it to where people can talk to you through means other than having 1,000 followers on TikTok. You don't have to have 1,000 followers on TikTok. You just have to have 10 or a TikTok that lasts for a week. $5 there from B Smith. And also, by the way, as far as TikTok goes, it is a good kind of filter for a lot of people who are coming through who are kind of crazy. $5 there from B Smith says, how do we get from story Jesus didn't exist to real Jesus didn't exist? I thought the middle position equals story based on one or more people. Well, that's the thing. Even the natural Jesus that's presented in the New Testament didn't exist because of contradictions and anachronisms, which means that natural Jesus or that real Jesus within the New Testament isn't real. I'm going to mute that guy because I do hear a little bit of an echo. So that's how that works. There's not really a middle position between, oh, hey, here's this supernatural stuff that is fake. Here's the natural stuff that obviously has problems. But we're going to take some kind of weird middle ground. Like, you're just kind of picking and choosing which natural stuff to believe and which natural stuff not to believe. That's how that works. So it's really strange. $1.99 from Elope Nope says, I just fell asleep listening to Zach's voice. Well, is there a better way to fall asleep? Is there really? Is there really? I don't know. I mean, I fall asleep just about all the time to listening to Thrail.
Fuck off.
Okay. All right. And then $1.99 from Elope Nope says, Zach Laser Hoffman voice is hypnotic. Oh, yeah. Very hypnotic. Really fast, I think this might end up being... this might end up being the last... I guess, but Sholo, what you got?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
So I just have a couple questions on the topic of anachronisms, and the historical Jesus. What if someone were to just select Matthew specifically? So I understand.
Okay.
I think I understand your point.
Why did
when
they
you
not
say,
choose Luke?
Yeah. So I think I understand your point when you say as presented by the New Testament that Jesus doesn't exist. I could understand your logic, but what if someone understood the Bible as a collection of independent books, and so Luke had nothing to do with Matthew? Yeah, correct.
Well,
You're right. So Luke had nothing to do with Matthew. John has nothing to do with Matthew. What if someone was like, okay, like Marcion, this is the text I'm going with. What's wrong with that? Or how would you push back on
just picking one gospel and saying this is the right one or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say, okay, how did you determine that was the right one?
To say it's because it's the earliest.
It's not.
Let's say, okay, let's go with Mark. It's because it's the earliest.
It's not.
Which is the earliest?
Evangeline.
So I guess, but like that's debatable per
okay, well then debate it. You provide evidence then. See, that's the thing. Like whenever someone picks either someone has to choose all of it, none of it, or they have to choose part of it, and they have to justify why they chose that part. That's all that it really is.
So okay. So I even heard you say that you would concede to Mark being earlier than Evangeline by
I'd be open
6
to
years.
I'd be open to hearing that idea. Yeah.
Okay, so that actually leads to my second question. But just to say on the first, let's say Mark was successfully dated to the 900s.
Oh, okay. 90. Yeah, good luck with that.
90. What would be?
It wasn't.
What would be? So that's debatable.
It's not.
I won't choose to go. I won't choose to debate that with you. But let's say we conceded that it was written in the second century.
Okay.
Where's this connection between written in the second century and Jesus didn't exist?
I mean, it still has things that are lifted from prior sources for the natural story of Jesus. So
I understand that, but like just because it was written in the 2nd century, let's say like what's written in the 2nd century is passed down from due to oral tradition or like whatever the case may be. What's the logical leap between? Okay, 2nd century, Jesus doesn't exist.
Again, it's still basing a lot of its material, even some of its natural stories of Jesus, on prior material.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you mean by that.
So, like, when it mentions, like, Joseph of Arimathea, that is just Josephus because it's pulling from his autobiography published in 99. So, okay. When it talks about how Jesus goes to the temple and clears it out, that's pulling from Hosea 9. Okay. I mean, there's a ton of different things that it just kind of pulls from to make the story, as opposed to writing a real history. It also has geographical issues where it's pretty clearly written by somebody who wasn't there and somebody who doesn't know the geography of the area.
Yeah, I mean, so I would expect. I would expect there to be issues.
So at a certain, you wouldn't expect there to be issues like that. That's ridiculous. So the point is,
wait, why not? Why not?
Because if someone is writing about an area that they're from, or writing something that is a story that is a real story, then you wouldn't be lifting it from other people's stories about something else.
But
it's not just an error that Joseph of Arimathea is not from a town that actually exists. What are you talking about?
Let's say the stories that they're writing are not necessarily true.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, then there you go. Boom, done.
No, wait.
Next point.
No, okay.
What's your next point?
But that doesn't equate to this person that they're talking.
Yes, it does. It says that the Jesus that is in the New Testament, Jesus that is in the gospel that you believe did not exist. Now show me the evidence of the Jesus that you want to carve out of that gospel. Done. It's that easy.
I'm trying to understand what you
Jesus,
said just now.
According to the gospel that you think is the one.
Why?
Even if you gave some,
what I believe.
What?
I mean, you're saying what I believe. You don't.
No, not you. I'm saying like the royal you.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm saying like the royal you. Yeah, like if you pick a gospel, not only would you have to show me why you picked that one and decided that the rest were just fucking garbage, but on top of that, even if you got a valid reason for that, now explain how there's these errors in the text that show that Jesus couldn't have existed, or at least that version. And so then you're going to have to carve out some version of Jesus from this one particular gospel. Show me the evidence of that guy, because I feel like there's just as much evidence for that guy than there is the guy that's impossible. So
I'm still a bit confused. Let's say, for example, you go with
You got like 10 seconds because I got to leave anyways. But just make your point and make it quick.
Let's say we go with Marcion's gospel. Why can't that Jesus exist?
Because Marcion explained that Jesus is descended out of heaven and wasn't a human being. Next.
Okay, I haven't read that, so I don't really know. I'm still missing the logical leap between anachronisms.
A person who's not a human being and whether or not they exist.
No. Let's say Mark, for example. I'm still
Jesus Christ.
missing the logic.
Joseph of Arimathea is not a real place. All right, Arimathea is not a real place. Joseph of Arimathea is not a real place. Person.
Okay, so
therefore, if it's pulling from some kind of material, then we can see that it's pulling from something else. Explain to me the version of Mark. Explain to me the version of Jesus that is found within Mark that actually existed.
So you're
give me the evidence for it.
So you're arguing all or nothing? Like everything needs to be...
it either has to be all, it has to be nothing, or a part, and I'd like to know why you chose that particular part, and you didn't choose the other parts. Because when you choose a part, you are making an assumption, or you are making an assertion, a positive claim that this is the Jesus and not the other Jesus. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you accept all of the story, okay, well, we can clearly find the fault in that. If you accept none of the story, then welcome to mythicism. And if you accept a part of the story, I want to know why you chose that part and not others.
So, but that's not how historians
they
choose.
They do. They go through and they pick and choose which parts of
or nothing.
No. Okay.
Okay. So
you got about. All right. Listen. They go through and they treat it like a buffet. They treat it like a buffet.
Yeah.
And what they do, like for instance, if you were to ask Dan McClellan about some of the natural stories of Jesus, if you said, okay, was Jesus from Nazareth? He would say, yes. And if you asked him, okay, did Jesus talk to 5,000 people on the side of the hill? He would say, no. In fact, he has explicitly, in multiple videos, said both of those things. Now, both of those things are natural things. Jesus being from Nazareth and Jesus talking to 5,000 people. You don't need supernatural things to be from Nazareth, and you don't need supernatural things to talk to 5,000 people, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. He says no to the 5,000 thing because we don't have any evidence for it, but he says yes to the Jesus of Nazareth, even though none of the historians that he relies upon says he's from Nazareth.
Okay.
So he just kind of picks and chooses which natural stories he wants to go with, simply because it just feels good to him. So that's what I'm saying. Literal historians and scholars go through and treat the Gospels as if they are buffets. They pick the parts they want, they toss aside the parts they don't, with no rhyme or reason. It's just whatever they fucking feel like. And that's garbage. So
okay, so all right,
that's my point.
Your stance is that that's okay. Your stance is that that's
my
garbage,
stance is that what you should have if you are going to make a claim that this particular version of Jesus that I'm carving out actually existed. That's a positive claim. You're going to need evidence to back it up. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
And if you choose that Jesus, I'm going to ask you, why did you not choose the other version? And every piece of evidence that you give for this other version of Jesus, I'm going to use it against that one. And if I ask Dan McClellan, oh, why did you choose the one that's from Nazareth, and why did you not choose the one that talked to the people on the side of the mountain, the 5,000 people? He goes, well, we don't have any evidence for the 5,000 people. Okay, great, cool. Well, we don't have any evidence that he's from Nazareth. So boom, done. Like it's that easy. To like the point to where the only way that you could carve it out, and say that this Jesus existed would be just to kind of say, oh, hey, a guy named Jesus, just a man named Jesus. That's it. And we do have evidence of people named Jesus, just not that Jesus who does any of that shit. So cool.
Interesting.
But just like we have evidence of a man named James over in the UK, that doesn't mean James Bond is based off of him. Doesn't mean James Bond's real. At a certain point, it becomes so watered down, so vague, and so small that it's not the same Jesus anymore. It's just not. And that's what I'm saying, that the Jesus, even the natural one that is presented by the New Testament, did not exist. That's my point. So, thank you for coming up. I got to go. And to Oakside in there, I'm very sorry, but I do have to go. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And over there on TikTok, thank you very, very, not TikTok, YouTube, sorry. Thank you very, very much for the super chats. Thank you for anybody who's becoming a member over there, because that does help out the channel quite a bit, and you get access to member-only videos and that kind of content. If you want more content like that, make sure to comment on there and make sure to let us know what you're looking for there. But thank you very, very much, guys. You've been Tube. I have just been CBJ. Thanks.